Alright, it's time to tackle the sneaky servant class known as Assassin. So that means we're back for a consecutive week with another iteration of the 2024 servant class tier list. And again, if you have been missing these and also want us to do these again next year, then hey, again, easiest way to support and show the appreciation is to just smash the freaking like button under this video. Just do it takes 2 seconds, easy peasy. And if you want to really help out, check the top of the description as well. Now, here's also hoping that this list will go fine in one take like all the other ones so far. These have been longer and longer every week, more or less, but now I seriously doubt we will be here longer than the caster one from last week. Not just for this list, but for all the remaining lists in general, I think. Would be extremely surprising to find out otherwise, though. Next, I'll be repeating myself again for some of this stuff because not everyone will watch all of these lists. So first of all, I just want to say again, this is a pretty casual approach for the lists. And again, definitely do not treat these as any kind of, crazy objective opinions. We're just, FGO enthusiasts that like talking about the game and the servants. Nothing more serious than that. And rejoice as once again, I'm happy to announce that I have both of my lovely co-hosts of Plushie and Otto back this week to talk with me through all the servants. So hey, co-host introductions, let's go.
Hey everybody, Plushie here. Yeah, I'll try to chill this time.
Fair enough.
Hi, I'm Otto Bean on YouTube. I just drank some chocolate and and it tastes gross. I don't recommend it. I'm gonna wash it out with water. Thank you for being here. Hello.
Nice and tight. Sorry. Now, I'm not going to go through any big list of criteria again for, the rankings. People are probably already familiar with all this stuff. And also regarding a feedback from the caster tier list of last week that was randomly just brought up. If we do make these lists again next year, we might even do some rarity splits, mostly for the lower rarity ones. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge if it happens. And before we begin, because, this will be a very long session, I highly recommend getting something to drink and snack on if you actually plan on watching this.
Chocolate.
Yeah, don't do that. But yeah, if you're on stream right now or watching the video later, be prepared. It will be long. But of course, if you are a sane person watching this video later on YouTube and you don't want to spend hours listening to, non-stop talk about servants and whatnot, understandable. So yeah, you can just open the description. There are lovingly placed timestamps of every single servant covered in the list. So, feel free to jump around using those. No worries. But also make sure to check the final placements one at the end as well before making any angry comments. And finally, of course, we got shout outs. Shout out to Mr. Copy for making this awesome template. Again, can't thank him enough. Shout out to Jordan MC for the looping sheet, even if it's not maybe the most up-to-date or, missing some or a lot of comps potentials. It's still nice to have some kind of reference data. And shout out to Trevor for the single target damage sheet, the refund sheet, the crit damage sheets. We got all kinds of data. And yeah, we might not be, for the record, we're not maybe focused on these data too much. It's just nice to show some numbers, even if, some of them are not always applicable. But, again, don't focus too much on the numbers. It's just to have some data there. Also, shout out to Boopa and Space Z for the class stat sheet that I don't have up right now, but I have it on my second screen to, get some good averages for numbers among the class. And of course, shout out to my co-host, Plushie Auto, for coming along and doing this with me. The links to all the sheets, resources, and their channels will be found in the description as well, so do check those out. And with that, we can begin. Yay! Now, servants are once again placed in order of lowest to highest rarity first, and then release date second. And in this case, we have a grand total of, I believe, 42 assassins, because we have all the Valks separately here. So I think uniquely we have 42 servants, and 2 of them are brand new to this list compared to last year. So not the biggest change, and servant count-wise is also the shortest. But again, who knows how long we'll be here? Whatever happens. And that's that. So with that, we can get started. Right, we got the Mr. OG Dragon Slayer himself, Savior of Frads, Regent, Sasaki Kojirou. There he is, man of many names. 1-star assassin though, which is the funny plot twist. But yeah, single target quick DPS on the menu. There he is, the legendary guy himself. Now again, I won't be really talking too much about the stats for a 1-star servant, which... Because, at the end of the day, you're going to get bad numbers no matter what. It's just the reality. The range won't even be that big among even the full rarity, not just among the class. So, yeah. He has a triple quick deck, which I guess is the assassin deck, and you will be seeing a lot of this today as well. Shocking, I know. He's no different in that regard. Sadly, very bad numbers as a day 1 servant on the hit count. First skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-turn evasion and 40% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, it's an alright, solid defensive skill. You know, it does the job and, you know, plays into his DPS a little bit too. Cool. Second skill has been buffed, so on a 4-turn cooldown, he gets a full debuff cleanse on self, and then on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he's attacking with quick cards, the enemy gets a minus 10% quick res down for 3 turns. And this is not just normal attacks, it includes his MP as well. Every quick card counts. And then on use, you also get 15 stars. Very good actually on a 4-turn cooldown. And on another servant, this could be absolutely like game breaking, but you know, we'll talk about why on him it's maybe not the greatest thing ever. Now, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets sure hit for 3 turns. He also gets 90% star generation for 3 turns, and then 500% absorb for 3 turns on self. Pretty interesting package. So with this star gen up, he can actually even do some star generation despite having low hit counts. So it's not all that bad. And obviously quick change being improved helps with star gen as well. 4% on the passive for star generation. Also the assassin passive, you will be seeing this mostly on these servants too. Probably the only passive for most of these servants as well, including him. Not a high number either. He's got anti-saber on the append, which I don't think is very relevant at all. His MP has also been buffed, so before damage he gets 20% quick up for 3 turns on self, very cool, and then on base OC 15 stars, scaling up to 35. 3 hits single target, so won't be generating too much refund or stars either. He's a simple servant. His kit does make sense though, but I feel like my co-host will probably agree in that the main problem of Regend is the 1-star status. Like, if he was a 5-star, even with a basic kit like this, he would be doing some serious damage. Like, he would actually be dishing out really nice numbers. But 1-star, 5.7k attack, and even the HP at 2.6k means he might die easily too, sadly. So that's always the problem with, like, you know, bronze DPSs, the stats, really.
Honestly, if you look at his skill set, it's kind of insane. Like, the uptime is so good on that second skill, and the MP is upgraded. It ramps up with the quick up. Like, I really don't like the idea of 1-star support, 1-star DPS, sorry. But like, I will give him that. Like, for a 1-star servant, his offensive kit is probably one of the strongest, like, I've seen. Even if he was like 3-star, I think he'd be like so good as like a budget assassin option, right? So like, I've certainly seen like absolutely maxed out 120 Kojirou pull off some crazy stuff. Like, despite, you know, even if you grill to 120, they don't actually give you 125-star stats, for example, right? Like, the game still punishes him as a 1-star rarity. So like, even if you fully grill him, his stats is not going to be nearly as good as a 5-star grill to 1. But he's still able to pull off some crazy stuff. So, man, it kind of feels bad for me to still place him low, because I like, realistically, as a bronze DPS, I'll probably still never pick him. But his kit is so solid, man. I love his entire like kit design as a DPS. It's just that he was born in the wrong rarity. I don't know where to put him. It's a difficult one, because I like, realistically, ungrilled, I'd probably still never use him. But damn, that kit.
Well, before we place, any takes, Otto?
Just the fact that he's a 1-star, it hurts him so much. The only thing he does is DPS. And when you have like less than 7,000 HP, it's really hard to. I can't rank him high at all. Like, comparative, like, I guess the biggest argument here for him being ranked high is like we're ranking him relative to 1-stars. And to be fair, I guess he isn't the only 1-star here that's trying to be a DPS, but at least he isn't bad at it. It's just like, there's no reason to ever bring a 1-star. Like, if you grail him, he's definitely fine.
Unless they're Arash, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's not exactly specifically DPS. I mean, he's there for his NP,
True.
which does do damage, but you're never taking him to a challenge quest to do damage. Unless you're clearing one wave, but most people don't do that.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
last
it's
year
just-
we had him on A, I think, but that might be a bit too high for 1 star, sadly, as much as I like his playstyle in Kid as well.
Yeah, his kid is so good. It's just like he's the wrong rarity. Like literally, you don't have to do anything else to change.
Maybe
It's
one of
just
the
changes.
Bs, you think?
Yeah,
Or is that too high
probably
still?
one of the- Nah, I don't know. He's a very difficult one. Realistically, I'll never use him. But like, fuck. I
So,
sorry.
is
Pardon
it-
my language, but damn.
So, oh man, like if the language needs pardon, then I owe a YouTuber apology here.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
So are we going to be ranking him? Like, is it fair to rank him relative to Matahari? Because like Matahari is
I think they're very
No,
different,
true.
honestly.
different.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really
just
compare
like
them
the-
too much, besides
I
1 stars.
I guess put him B.
Yeah,
But,
I go with B.
But
Sure.
like damn,
Yeah.
he really is born in the wrong vessel, I guess. Kind of lore accurate. Like if he was like real Kojirou's vessel and whatever, he'd be oh my god. But
Yeah, very unfortunate.
yeah.
I'll tone down on my usage of the fuck word. Sorry.
Nah, it's fine. YouTube is more lenient on that nowadays. At one point, some years back, you had to like censor everything, but I never get demonetized. Famous last words, but yeah.
That's good.
All right.
Free speech, man.
Yes, indeed. I'm not American, but I'll agree to that anyway.
Yeah.
So we placed Regan on B for now, but now the next 1-star assassin, we got Matahari, who we kind of did maybe a bit dirty last year, I feel like, but let's see, we can maybe redeem her a bit now. So what is she? She's an interesting type of like support. Definitely not a DPS herself. She doesn't even have a damaging MP, so as a 1-star, forget about it, but she has a lot of other things in her kit that are actually worthwhile. After, they buffed her more, which is nice. So stats, again, kind of relevant. In fact, sometimes I feel like it's good that her HP is very low because, you're just going to use her stuff and then she dies and, hey, life goes on. But yeah, she also has the standard assassin deck of triple quick. Even with her skills active, she probably won't be doing that much star generations. Again, she kind of is mostly used for the skills and the MP, I feel like. But, we'll see. Now, the first skill, here we go. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 100% star gen for 3 turns and 50% crit damage. That's very nice. This is a great buff. This actually gives her a legit use case, first of all. That's great. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 60% chance on max rank to charm all male enemies for 1 turn. So again, a bit restrictive and also RNG, so maybe not that reliable. And then also all enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. Now this doesn't have the male requirement nor RNG, so that one actually does something most of the time. Yay, very cool. Again, for a 1-star, it's fine. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy is skill sealed for 1 turn and then also minus 20% defense on them for 3 turns. So for 1 enemy, you can get a minus 40% defense down from just the skills alone. Pretty interesting. And couple that with the average damage, star gen, you get something cooking already. Now, anti-pen is against assassin, which is completely irrelevant for her. The MP has never been touched, so on MP5, 60% chance on base to charm all enemies for 1 turn. Now this isn't just against male, this is against anyone that can be charmed, but again still RNG. And then on overcharge on base, minus 20% attack and defense for all enemies for 1 turn, and then scaling up to 40%. So the MP pretty much sucks. She's kind of lives and dies by the skills in my opinion. But there's a lot to like here. There's a lot of potential damage. And even some utility in the form of potential charm and or skill seal if needed. So yeah.
So
she's got some stuff.
Yeah,
go ahead.
A great example of her how good she is I remember when Rider Carmilla first came out, people really this isn't even me being me liking my playstyle and whatnot, because I actually don't play like that when I first started the game, but that was a big meme where people should keep her at level 60 because she dumps all her debuffs and she leaves. Matahari post buff, in my opinion, is just a better like she does a better job than Ryder Carmilla, like objective. Like they almost do the same thing. The 50% crit damage for the party is a better version than 50% crit resist down on the single target, in my opinion. It also comes with star gen up.
Yeah.
And the total defense down is, well, it's only on one target, but like the total defense down on one target is 40% and 20% on all enemies. So like it is better than just all enemies 30% most of the time for a crit centric support as well. It also has a skill seal. The only thing she doesn't have is the star bomb, right? But like as this kind of support, you know, as a 1-star, she is like overtaking a 4-star that used to be really relevant for that one job. And like Matahari is just cheaper, easier access, and even better numbers. And you can save cost. So like I think as a support, she is actually so competent. Yeah, like I really like her as a support. Like, she's one of the 1-stars I actively use. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I forgot to mention, she's one of the rare servants that has 0 passives. She has nothing. She doesn't even have the assassin passive. It doesn't really matter too much because even if she had a low ranked presence, because Xiaomi probably wouldn't really change too much. But it's just really funny that she has 0 passives. Not even a meme, like not even high servant, no nothing, just 0.
They even put they put an entry there just to let you know. Like, yeah. This is her new trait we made up for her because she doesn't have one.
Summer Carmilla wasn't that good for esports. I mean, when she first came out, she was. I remember most runs, most runs that relies on crits used it because like skill seal is a good combo with esports. But her star bomb kind of get canceled out by the fact that she's a writer. You know, like she kind of takes them. so I don't know. I guess it's that is the most similar servant in terms of crit support that I can think of. To Matahari, and I think Matahari is just a better, like objectively a better choice for this kind of stuff. And like for supports, there is an argument that her MP does more because like even though it's not great, it's
also
comes with,
1-star cost versus 4-star cost. Big deal, actually.
Yeah, saving cost is huge on this kind of stuff. Especially like if you have a full decked out team, for your strategy, having 1-star cost is a lot. That gives you a lot more flexibility for other choices. Like you can pick rare supports on the other slots for that. So like I just think Matahari is such a great like I don't really use that many 1-stars these days, and like there are a couple that I still use a lot, like Mary Anning, Arash, and of course Matahari. So I am definitely going to rank them pretty high for 1-star. But yeah.
You got anything to add, Otto?
She's really solid. Like I think I've said it in the past, but like 1-stars, they're best as supports because you can actually make use of their low stats, whereas 1-star DPSs, they cannot make use of their lower stats. It's a negative. So like, and then her skill values, they're pretty well tuned for her rarity, I would say. She is like I've.
She's what Benkei wants to be.
To be fair, but whenever I'm doing like high damage comps, I do find myself using her fairly often, at least on JP. On NA, I mean, for lack of some better options, I guess. I don't know. And she's still really solid.
I'm thinking A or A+, actually.
Yeah, I'm also thinking A or A+, because like the fact that
we placed Boudica into A+. Is that any relevance here? As a low-star support?
1-star versus 3-star.
True, but they're free MP5s.
I think there is a realistic argument for A+. I don't know though. I don't know how people are gonna feel about that because like she is for a very specific playstyle. Like sometimes people don't care about crit damage. Like or rather like sometimes people don't care about this kind of crit.
We think.
True, but we have to fight them.
But yeah.
These lists are memes anyway. We're used to just seeing doing the hot takes if needed.
Yeah, I like her personally a lot. I can, yeah. Anyways, I'm a fan.
I'll go with A for now. I think.
Yeah. A is a safer, I guess.
Maybe next year we'll bump her. Who knows? Right, diverging a bit from day one, we have a third 1-star. Still, is this the class that has the most 1-stars? I guess it is, right? Yeah. Funny how that works. And the class with the least servants of the normal classes too. So. Very interesting spread.
They don't make very many 1-stars though.
Yeah, but yeah, sadly, now we're going back to the other case again, where it's a 1-star that's not a support. So we got another DPS, but we already covered her caster variant last week, but now we get the OG, Charlotte Corday, as a 1-star assassin. So she's a single target arts DPS. Again, stats, one of the biggest problems from the get-go. So that's sad. She's got double arts, double quick, so she's the first to break the assassin triple quick meta deck. But, I like it, because, she's meant to be arts that have her... Because literally, she doesn't do any damage besides her MPs, so it's good that she's able to spam it a bit more, I suppose. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% instant kill success rate for 1 turn. Then she gets evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. The evasion is great, the insta-kill is not. Simple as that. So... all that said, it's basically just for the evasion, and it's still not the worst thing I've ever seen, but man, it's just at least it's not it's better than a flat 1-turn would be, I suppose. Okay, at least in most cases. Now, second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets the worst version of the Dante's skill. We haven't even seen that one yet. Stay tuned for that later. On the later weeks, I mean. So 1 turn of Invul Pierce, she gets 30% attack for 1 turn, and then 20% debuff rest for 3 turns. So it's like a different kind of mana burst when you think about it. Is her burst skill, but it doesn't... the utility is cool and all, but man, that downtime is not good, because the only thing that actually has any uptime is the debuff rest, and even then it's like, okay, 20% cool, that not reliable whatsoever. So, I don't like it. Bad skill. 5-turn cooldown, third skill. She gets a random buff. There's 3 options. She either gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, or 50% MP dash for 3 turns. Hot take, she could easily get all of these and still not be amazing. This would be broken on other turns, but for her, it would be totally fine if she got all of these effects for 3 turns. Probably, yeah. Even if the skill would be absolutely ridiculous at that point, but on her, it would still be balanced. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the stat limitation. But like, yeah, for sure, that would make like hyper grilled Charlotte Corday pretty. Yeah. Like people who enjoy her playstyle, that'll make her like really good.
Now, really good. As is, it is random, and as I said, I think she mainly lives and dies by her MP. So if you get the crit damage, you're gonna cry, because arts crits to begin with are the weakest for all the cards, and then she doesn't really generate any stars either. The arts is great, the MP damage is great, but yeah, 33% chance you just cry kinda. Now, 6% star gen on the passive, cool, but especially she's artsy, so it's even less relevant. Anti-Berserker on the append, though, now that's at least good. Cool. Helps with the low stats on that matchup. Now, MP. So before damage, she removes evasion buffs from enemy. Cool little utility as well, and also ignores defense, so she can actually have both Invul Pierce and ignore defense, granted the second skill is active when this is used. And then on base, overcharge, 60% chance to instant kill the enemy, scaling up to 100% after damage. Never relevant against bosses though, so that's a dead overcharge right there for the most part. But at least it has some normal effects, so it's not the worst MP I've ever seen. It is a one-hitter though, so refund, sad. Very sad. But yeah, I want to say, unlike Regent, even with the higher stats, she wouldn't be all that amazing. Regent would be for sure, but she would probably still be like very underwhelming, I feel like, even with the higher rarity or with these things that she has on her kids. She's just not that good, huh? At least not in my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, like, just to put insult and injury, one of the strong evocation welfares is single target arts assassin with
right.
So yes. I mean, it was already not. She was already not in the conversation to begin with, but like even her like special utility is unfortunately overlapped. So,
yeah, true. That welfare completely like buries her. We'll see her later, but not even that much later actually, because she's an early 4-star. But yeah, just completely buries her in every sense.
Yeah. It's gonna be a while, regardless. Well, since I still have the floor, Charlotte, I don't feel like there's too much to say about her that wasn't already said about Kojirou. Her kit is handedly not as good as his, although to be fair, she is arts, which is generally a better card type, but like I don't know, like
So she's easier to keep alive, at least for what it's worth.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah, I do like the 2-hit evade thing instead of the one turn, but like not feeling
Dude,
it with
Kojirou when he ramps up that quick down with the upgraded MP though, like that damage is actually like he does like damage that doesn't feel like 1-star sometimes, but like not.
And at that point, he can even refund decently well, like at the MP and it stars as well, even with his terrible hit counts.
Yeah, with the cards, like
it fixes the
quick
problem.
down does a lot for him, and it's like basically always up because it's like 4-turn cooldown, 3-turn. It's like I don't know. I just don't think they compare. As DPS.
Yeah, no.
And when we're not even putting Kojirou, we're like the fact if we're putting Kojirou in C, I
or
think
B rather.
Oh no, never mind. We put him in B. I'm stupid.
I think she's D at best.
Yeah, she's probably D. I don't
maybe
know.
not. E might be a bit too harsh, even with Shiki on the evocation shop. But yeah, I think D is maybe okay. Okay. Yeah, it's sad though.
How about you, Otto? Do you think it's D?
And D or D plus, like with like at least a tier away from him.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, at the best, like she does have her utility, but I mean, like so does Gareth. I mean,
true.
Yeah. Like the utility isn't that much when you can't do damage after you bypass it, right? Like.
Yeah. We'll go with D for now. We'll see. Maybe a D plus later if I'm feeling, better about her. Who knows? But yeah, that's it for the 1-stars. Yay. The most out of all the normal classes. And I guess out of every class now that I think about it. Because, Extra definitely doesn't have bronze servants much at all. So, there you go.
Chat so down bad this morning. Like, goddamn.
Oh, because the D...
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's like, goddamn, we're getting sex jokes on basically every
Bro, this is normal in my chat. This is tame, by the way. This is tame. You should tune in on if I'm ever gonna do like a full farming stream, tune in on like the last hour. I don't even know what's happening. It's a spectacle. Yeah.
Also, that sex joke thing not gonna help with the guy with the extremely big right arm.
the
True.
one that said it, man.
Yeah, good segue to talk about Cursed Arm. And you know what? I was thinking whether I'm going to do it or not at all today, or on which one of them. But yeah, I can do it. So, there you go. Let me do it on the camera. I can't see it, but Zabani. I don't even know if I was even close to the camera, but
I was so disappointed because the way you had your audio routed, they couldn't hear the pipe crash sound effect. Like you could barely hear it through I played it through Discord, and it didn't pick up. And I said something about it, and I was coming across as a schizophrenic, unfortunately.
Interesting. All right, now that we got the cringe moment out of the way, let's talk about my guy. I'm a huge fan of this man, mostly by lore, but his gameplay is not all that bad either necessarily. So he's a single target quick DPS again, and much like 1-star, the stats are not much better, so one of the big reasons that he's maybe not amazing, the stats, but yeah. He's got triple quick again. We're back. Makes sense. Totally fine for him. He actually has 3 hits on his quick, so that's pretty cool. He can actually Stargin pretty okay. Better than a lot of other assassins. First skill on a 4-turn cooldown gets a 15-star bomb immediately, and then after 1 turn, another 15-star. So it's basically a star bomb that activates twice, 15 each, back to back. Pretty interesting. It doesn't really do that much, but, it's a cool little bonus. I like it. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. No absorb, though, so it's a bit worse than your usual self-mod, I guess, because it's a lower rank. But he tends to generate quite a bit of stars anyway, so even with Assassin not having the highest natural absorb, he's probably fine, but still not the greatest skill, obviously. But at least it gives him some use for the stars that he might generate via his cards or the first skill. Now the third skill, though, 5-turn cooldown, evasion for 3 attacks, flat, no duration. Wow. And then 30% star gen for 3 turns on self. Cool. So it's basically PFA, but instead of defense up, you get star gen. And honestly, for him, I think it makes sense. Because, you know, again, star gen is not... Even though I don't like star gen as a buff too much, it's kind of weak. They stopped printing it mostly for a reason now. But for an assassin, especially in a quick assassin, it's decent value, you know? It helps. And with this, it's pretty easy, at least on a team environment, to keep him alive. That evasion is so flexible, very strong. So while the kit is basic, it's far from the worst I've ever seen. It's passable even for a 2-star. Yeah, no worries. Now, passive, he's got another 10.5% star gen. Very nice, very high rank of the assassin passive. He's anti-lancer on the append, which pretty irrelevant, sadly. They did buff the MP, but I hate the buff. But you know what? It's still a damage buff, so there's that. So now on base overcharge, 80% chance to instant kill an enemy, scaling up to 120. Again, pretty irrelevant. Although I guess the buff wants it to succeed, but yeah. So if you do insta-kill the target, he gets 20% attack for 3 turns and then a 50% battery flat refund, just straight up.
Actual meme.
It is a meme. It's it's so sad. And you know what's the messed up part? The insta-kill is after damage as well. Like, you would think it should be at least before. It would still be a meme, by the way, but it should be before check anyway, because sometimes you might kill the target, and then you don't even get the chance at all. But again, if it's against bosses, it really doesn't matter. But yeah, like, what did they think with this buff? I don't understand. He's not a farmer. Maybe if some bosses have like some bronze ads that they summon, then maybe, but I don't know. It's so super situational and just a meme mostly. Yeah. And it's a one-hitter too, so it doesn't really generate any stars or refund unless you instant kill, of course. But yeah, good luck with that.
Honestly, there has been, like, for the longest time, for like bronze, I preferred him over Kojirou, like before earlier, because like Kojirou didn't get all these buffs. He is like, you know, slightly better stats with PFA, right? Like, damn, that's pretty good.
Oh, but dude, I just realized. Sorry to cut you, but yeah, they when they changed some of the instant kills to be after, like, I think his was changed. His used to be before damage, so it's actually a nerf to him. It's a nerf to him.
It also doesn't make sense, because like there are servants that they didn't fix that for, like Ares Lancer. So I don't know why they fixed his.
They left the big ones like Ares Lancer and Nido Assassin, who we'll talk about later as well. They would have heavily benefited from that. Like,
Nido
actually,
Assassin, true. Yeah, Nido Assassin would have been a great looper. But like, yeah, dude, this is actually such a meme. He got nerfed. Imagine getting nerfed this year.
The meme got nerfed, dude.
Yeah, the meme actually got nerfed. It's so dumb. I think if you're doing bronze only clears and you're looking for an assassin, he's just worse than Kojirou these days. So
bro, he's easy to keep alive, but otherwise, yeah, I would probably pick Regend as well over him.
Yeah, like, yeah, he does PFA, so like, sure, but man, the damage difference, like, bruh, it's kind of sad. I don't know.
I love the guy though. He and King Hassan. I love them both. Like, as Hassan's.
Yeah, I actually like how like different he is as well between like Lost Belt 6 and Heaven's Feel. So like you can sort of see the two sides.
Yeah, he's very different in FGO compared to Heaven's Feel.
Yeah, so like you can see the crazy version and also the really nice guy version.
He's like super wholesome in FGO actually.
Yeah, it's funny. He is one of the nicest guys ever in FGO. Like in Heaven's Feel, he's just like, bruh.
I mean, obviously Heaven's Feel is the more accurate, but he's a cold-blooded killer. But yeah, then in FGO, he's like, "Hey, master, how you doing? How's the weather? Can I get you anything?"
Oh, not Lost Belt 6. Sorry, Singularity 6, Camelot.
Yeah, true. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I did say it wrong, but yeah.
Any input on Curse Star motto?
Hot take. I would actually.
He's not even sure.
I mean, that is still valid because like he doesn't die that easily. So like if you really don't want him to die, you know, there's still.
He's not bad. He's not bad by any means.
He still has upgraded MP. I think like at the very least, like his damage is like.
Hot take. I think that most of the time he's going to.
Hmm?
Fuck, man.
He can't finish
suck
it.
at this hot take bullshit. Hot take, I would use him over Kojirou. Let's say that.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like I don't know. I don't think their damage is that far apart. Like he doesn't have any modifiers for his NP, but they both have the upgrade.
I mean, it depends
he
on
has a
how many
better
quick
evade.
downs you have them.
They both have the crit buff for 3 turns. It's I feel like there's a bunch of overlap there, and fucked up if I say it. I feel like he does some of that stuff better. It's just he doesn't really ramp up like
Kojirou ramps like crazy.
Kojirou just has better NP damage. That's basically it. But
yeah,
like if I want more survival, it's him. If I want more, I don't know if I could say it's consistent crits because like
it's more consistent though.
Well, for a long time, people hyped his Stargen and all, but that was like back in the day and age where we're like, yes, we quick chain, we crit next turn, which I mean it's kind of true these days, but like you're not critting with the cards that matter, so whatever.
Yeah, he was a testament of like the old concept of bring an assassin as a star generator. Like remember when that was a thing? Like you just brought a 3 because like,
he would still lose to Kotarou, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, like he's
well, to be fair, he does have the stars. He gets like
star bomb
2 turns out of 4. So
I don't know though.
Something I guess.
And I guess for what it's worth, defense is more valuable on quick, right?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on your playstyle, yeah. Because I definitely understand the take where like some people would prefer him over Kojirou. I personally think Kojirou is like right now is a lot like better because of the damage ramp up potential. But yeah, it depends on you.
I'm thinking either same tier or C plus.
I guess they could be in the same tier. I am more tended to put C plus, but yeah, I understand same tier though. I'm not gonna fight against it.
I don't know if it's just a trick of the mind or something, but I feel like there's such a massive difference between B and C plus. But I think that's because it's where I think B is like solid, and then anything.
I think C plus tends to be like around average, and B is above average. That's like the mind trick, I think. Even if it's not a big difference.
Maybe you're just used to like school system grading. Because like getting a C is kind of bad.
Would be like upper 70s. I only got a C once. Like I only got it in one class, right? So I'm not. I'm not familiar with those.
I think I got a C plus.
You guys are smart. I got a lot of bad grades.
Damn.
I mean, I also got a C plus in like a lot of lab stuff. Dude, I remember copying lab notes and getting caught. I just got C.
Fucked up that I was about to say? Is that why you're a YouTuber?
Oh, honestly, it's a good joke though. You should have gone with it. I'm not offended. It's a funny one.
Sounds so mean.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I don't think I'm. I honestly, I not only do I think I'm not particularly smart, I kind of think I'm actually dumb. So I don't see. I'm not offended.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, more kids want to be like you than me. Of course, like what fucking kid would ever want to be an unemployed? I got a job I'm starting tomorrow. I can't say I'm unemployed anymore.
There you go.
Congrats.
There you go.
Yeah. Congrats
Progress.
on employment. But yeah, I mean.
Finally.
Oh, is Curse Arm a chaotic evil? I guess you want to use him with Doma.
Yeah, he is for sure.
Oh, he's
lawful. Is he lawful? Is he? Let me check.
I mean,
he is. You're right. He is.
I get him in FGO. He is lawful.
Yeah, true.
Damn. All right, never mind then. That's not even a point. I was trying to find points for him, but
Yeah, anyway, I placed him in flat B with Kojirou for now. We're going to talk about the next tournament, though. This probably won't take too long. But yeah, next up is Sanson. Oh, boy. This guy. So, single target buster DPS 2 stars. So, again, stats are not great. And then he also still has the full triple quick deck. Not very pretty for him. Hit counts as low as they get, pretty much, minus the arts. And then the skills. Oh, we have another contender for one of the worst skill sets in the whole game, needless to say. So, first of all, maybe his best skill. 5-turn cooldown, 60% anti-evil for 3 turns. That's not too bad. I still don't like this skill for the record because sometimes it's flat out dead, of course.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
doesn't have
it's
additional
his
stuff on it.
best skill though because it's about to get worse.
His attack stat is lower than Kojirou's. I actually didn't know that, but
Oh, it is. You're
God.
right. Oh, that's sad.
He's a doctor.
jeez.
True. I'm a doctor, but
Make
anyway, yeah,
less
this skill
than
is
four.
like okay, but if it's his best, then Roro, so second skill, even after the buff. So on a 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets 3k heal and a debuff cleanse. It's cool. The heal is fine. The cleanse is nice utility, but that much of a downtime, and he wants to be a DPS anyway, so why give him a full support utility skill? I don't really get it.
I didn't even know this was post buff. Jesus.
Yeah, they added the debuff cleanse. It's not as bad as the Martha buff for what it's worth, because that's actually a meaningful thing, but it's just a misplaced skill, even if it's not great.
Ironically, though, Martha has this skill but AoE, so like.
True, she already had the cleanse, so there's that. Yeah. All right, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 60% anti-human trait damage for 3 turns. Very big distinction, because there's a lot of different translations going around. It is human trait, not humanoid or man attribute or anything like that, because these are those are the 3 that are commonly like, people can't tell them apart. This is what you see. This is it. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
There's they're normal mobs.
I sure love to have anti-human in a setting where it's like all humanity is gone.
True.
You know what's really funny? The only overlap between human and evil are on casters.
True.
Caster enemies.
They're the Yakuza guys.
Yeah.
And, I guess Woodham as well, but I don't know how his affinity works.
This is also like a reason why I think when Koyan Light first came out, people thought she was even better than she was because they thought she had anti-humanoid.
Oh my god, that would be insane.
Yeah, that'd be so good.
She would be like the best support against servants always.
Yeah, she can turn anyone into Sanson.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that sounds like a bad thing.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously, I hate this skill set overall. It's hot garbo.
Yeah.
All right. 4% star jet on the passive doesn't really help him too much, but it's there. Anti-saber. You know what this reminds me of actually? This is funny. I think the append is obviously pretty shit, but I'm pretty sure in Shimosa, the story fight against Yagi, he's human in Shimosa, right? Because he's actually alive in that period.
Oh yeah.
So this is funny because you could combine it with this. That's funny. Someone should do a video about that.
The hidden synergy.
Because I'm pretty sure he has the human trait in Shimosa specifically.
Yeah, that means he's just as viable as against an evil neutral class. I would never use him against.
Yeah, true. Sadly, I don't think he's evil, so whatever, but yeah.
Yeah, also the thing about that fight is only NPs do damage. And he's not going to be using his NP a decent amount. So.
Yeah. And speaking of speaking of the MP, it's upgraded. So what do we get? Nothing on normal effect besides damage. On base overcharge, he has a 30% chance to instant kill the target, scaling up to 80%. But hey, at least the other one is good. Minus 30% defense for 3 turns, scaling up to 50. It is after damage, but it's a lot of defense down. But yeah, what is that insta-kill as well?
Yeah, I like the 30% defense sound, but why is it instant death 30%? Like, bro.
That struggles against normal enemies too, like actually. He can't. He's an executioner, but he struggles to execute like commoners.
Yeah. Is this reference to like sometimes the guillotine doesn't actually cut the head off?
Or maybe it's his guild because he didn't like it at the end anyway, right?
Oh,
he felt bad about it.
Yeah, he was a reluctant executioner. That's why it's only 30%. Yeah, that's horrible.
They should make it 500% against Marie Antoinette servants. Oh, too soon. Okay.
That would be so funny. I mean,
it should be guaranteed.
Yeah, that should be. It would be funny. I mean,
like he's obviously anti-class against Ryder anyway.
Yeah. I mean, they can't really put Marie in too many challenge quests, so you could like cheese a bar with him. But it's like,
okay.
Oh my god, they could add Marie Alter for that, but like I think I was down for her. So yeah.
True.
The one saving grace is he did get a cool moment during the movie. That's basically it.
Sure.
His
Oh,
MP actually looked really cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
the Solomon one, right?
Solomon one.
Yeah,
he's doing the things with the grabby hands that that what's his name? Not Castergil, Betelgeuse in ReZero was doing.
Bro.
Yeah.
But like,
okay.
This no, I'm sorry, man. He's
Yeah, I think he's E tier. I don't think he's unredeemable.
he is kind of unredeemable. He's kind of a bro.
Oh well. Sanson, maybe someday. All right, time for the last bronze servant, and this one I think Otto will have something to say about him, but I'll do the rundown first, and we'll see what happens. So we got Phantom of the Opera. There he is. He's AoE, arts, DPS. I don't want to hear anything about farming. I'm not even going to. Let's not. So yeah, it's just kind of DPS that has some interesting utility. He's triple quick as well, which maybe not that great, especially with these hit counts. Now, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, 9 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then minus 14% defense down for himself for 3 turns. I think this is the only one left of these that is the defense down still, right? I could be wrong.
Yep.
Maybe I'm forgetting something else. Because they fixed Mephisto, they fixed Hans. Was there anyone else that had a defense down on Innocent Master? He might be the only one left.
Dude, Caster Liz's first skill is considered an innocent monster, and it has like 5 good effects.
Yeah, I mean, it is buffed, but yeah, still contrast.
Dude, like he has 9 stars per turn, and she has 20. Like she isn't even.
But I guess before you mention it, it actually might be a merit sometimes to have the defense down on him. So that's the funny part.
That's the argument.
But yeah. Anyway, second skill. Yeah, this is the interesting part. So the 6-turn cooldown, 90% chance to charm one enemy for 1 turn. Again, works on any enemy that can be charmed. No restrictions on like traits or whatever. And then it's a full buff removal as well. And then obviously it's 90%. That sucks. But he does have the third skill. Now, I don't like the Band-Aid thingy going on, but you know what? At least with this, on a 5-turn cooldown, gets 25% debuff success rate for 3 turns, 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. So with this, it is actually a 115% base chance to charm an enemy for 1 turn. So, you know, while it is, and maybe an unnecessary Band-Aid, that could have been something else, it does work. Now, passives, 10% Starjet, cool, bonus. Anti-assassin, forget about it on the append. Buffed MP. He ignores defense on damage. Cool. And then the OC is the interesting part for sure. All enemies get minus 50% debuff rest down on base for 6 turns, scaling up to 100%. And again, this also helps with the charm, by the way, because it's like you can do it's like a reverse debuff success rate up in that sense as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, obviously, I hate Phantom. I'll be the first one to say it, but maybe I'm not gonna place him in E tier just because of maybe the second skill and the interesting overcharge. Like, but I still kind of hate him.
So this guy, he's kind of an interesting case because he's not good. Like I'm not gonna deny that.
No sugarcoating.
He's interesting because there are a couple really good use cases for him. Like, so first off, like when you're looking for just single target buff removal, like for low stars in particular, he's in my opinion the best option because you got Alex, who isn't really supportive, but usually if you're going to be bringing someone specifically for buff removal, which does come up fairly often, you're going to prefer something like this that has more general support. And I know Alex has attack and quick, but I like the stars per turn, and I like that I can actually charm things consistently because Alex has like 90% chance on humanoid.
I think it's humanoid, yeah.
Whereas Phantom unironically has one of the best charms in the game. Like,
he does.
Because it's just like it works against every type of enemy. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter what's between the legs. It's like anything. It's also buff removal, which is pretty strong. And I hate that it takes a whole other skill there to make it consistent. Yeah. But hey, it means it works past a lot of magic resist because of the debuff success. But The NP is the other really good use case, and really, in my opinion, he's unparalleled in that use case, because there's some comps where you really want to deal debuffs like all of the time. It's those comps aren't really meta per se, but they are. But when it comes to making it consistent, he is your guy. 6 turns of 50% down is massive. Because there's just not much debuff success support, and in a world where you can just miss debuffs because the boss says fuck you and has like this passive that we don't get much out of when we have it, like it's
tinfoil hat theory.
It's just so it's appreciated at times, and as a person that likes using Shuten, I do appreciate it because I've had setups where I did double shooting and I used him just to guarantee 3 turns of charm.
Yeah.
Like there's some use cases for him.
Like I was about to say, the MP specifically is nice against AoE CC, stuns, charm, stuff like. And we even have a servant later on. In fact, one of the new servants added that could actually benefit from this too, because in that case it's very important as well.
I really hope it's on a skill. Like, if it was on a skill, there's a lot
that would be so much nicer, though, because he has no batteries.
Yeah.
That's the one drawback.
MP, so, like, you're always just using...
You're forced to scope,
You're using scope.
Yeah.
Because he has no chance of getting his NP. Even with, like, a 50% C, his games aren't anything great. Like, I think he's 1.4% quick cards, but his arts card is actually alright. It's, like, 2.1%. I want to go like D plus or C.
I might go D plus. I think C is too high for me.
Yeah, it's niche use case. It's kind of similar to like Mephisto buff block, I guess. It's like he does like one thing, but like not much else.
You see, the difference here is he does 2 things. Check.
I guess, yeah, and like he can benefit from the, because like Mephisto himself doesn't necessarily benefit from buff block, but like. I mean, I guess it's hard to say whether he benefits from buff block, but like he certainly benefits from debuff chance down, debuff chance up, or like debuff res down, I should say. So I don't know.
Well, same thing, a different effect.
I'll be honest though, like I see so many more use cases for him than Mephistopheles, because I feel like Mephistopheles, since his is more delayed, like okay, the enemy might remove that debuff, or maybe that debuff, the buff blocks get wasted by skills that don't really matter that much. Whereas with Phantom, you can have him go out there, he removes buffs, and you don't have to worry about them removing the charm because they can't remove shit. So so it's, I just feel like he works better than some servants, and I think over time he's shown to be like okay.
Honestly, I can see C.
I think I'll go with D plus for that, but maybe I'll warm up to him, more later. This is already a 1.5 tier upgrade from last year because he was E.
Yeah.
So there's
he
that.
Definitely has some use cases.
Yeah. All right, we'll go with that for now. But yeah, with that, all the bronze servants are wrapped up, and now let's move on to the 3-star assassins. There's not that many of them, but still a good chunk, I would say. So back to day 1, of course. I guess we never really left too much anyway. So yeah, we got Jing Ke as the first one. Single target quick DPS. Now in this case, let's get some stat comparisons going. If I can find my stuff. Okay, here we go. So 7.2 can attack on a 3-star assassin is actually very solid. It is definitely above average. Now, obviously, we haven't talked about it, but much like with some other classes, assassin suffers from the class modifier. 0.9, so that means even if a stat might look high, and in which case, honestly, most of the assassins don't even have high attacks to begin with, but obviously it's even lower when you factor in the class mod, sadly. So, but at least among assassins, she's doing pretty okay stat-wise, so for what it's worth.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm not funny. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's cool. Don't worry about it. All right. She's triple quick as well, which matches the MP. No worries. That's nice. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 200% absorb for 3 turns and then a 15 star bomb. Sometimes the absorb is not enough, depending on your comp. But, she also generates an okay amount, so it's probably fine anyway. 15 stars. is okay. So it's like an alternate version of Cursed Arm's first skill. A bit more selfish, I guess. It's not that great though, but it could be worse. Second skill is interesting after the buff. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-king damage for 3 turns. She gets on attack debuff buff for 5 attacks 3 turns. So when she's attacking with quick cards, including the MP again, not just normal ones, the enemy gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns, and then she gets 50% star gen for 3 turns. So if you exhaust the full on attack debuff thingy, you get minus 50% defense from that. Probably between turns, because you can't get that all in 1 turn, but yeah, they last 3 turns, so there can be some 50% moments too, you never know. And yeah, the star gen is pretty okay too. Obviously, the king trait thingy varies a lot, though.
Also worth noting, and I could have possibly just completely missed you saying it, but it does apply to her NP.
Yeah, I did say that, yeah, but yeah, true.
Okay, good. All right,
yeah, and not specifically just normal. Yeah, no worries. It's good to make sure, yeah. So yeah, the MP does do it. Sadly, it is after damage, though, I'm pretty sure, with the cards and the MPs, so it doesn't help instantly with the damage, but it lasts for 3 turns, so it's not bad. Now the third skill, so it's basically her mana burst. So 5-turn cooldown, 30% quick up for 1 turn, and 50% crit up for 1 turn. Again, I'm not a huge fan. There's a lot of downtime. Yeah. Overall, the kit is it's like whatever, honestly. It's not the best. But, there's some 3 stars that still have it worse, I guess. 8% star gen on the passive.
Yeah. Can you open up the king trait right quick? Actually,
oh, you mean the? Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah, a lot of people think there aren't that many kings. There are a lot of kings now, and there's actually a pretty decent amount of them that are riders because,
13
kings ride chariots or something. But
and berserkers.
Yeah, there's a lot of kings these days. So
yeah, 13 riders, 9 berserkers. That's a lot, actually. So yeah, true. Not the most useless thing to have on her.
Yeah.
Right. Third appendage against assassins, which not really relevant, I would say. Even against kings, you probably better picking off someone else, like a different class. The buffed MP. So, funnily enough, on normal effect, she does 1,000 damage to herself. Now, this can actually kill you. Some of these, it's like 50-50. I feel like most of them can't actually kill you, but this one can. So, if you're low enough, you're dead.
I think Tesla's can actually kill them, which is really weird.
I think he can, yeah. I think Eric might too, if I remember correctly. I can't remember. How do I remember stuff about Eric?
Yeah,
I hate myself.
Yeah,
okay.
Eric has a max HP thing, so he can at least prevent himself from that.
Of course.
He doesn't have a heal or max HP, so.
But does he want to? Okay, I'm joking.
Yeah, true. Anyway, overcharge, 50% insta-kill chance on base, scaling up to 100%, and then, hey, an actual useful overcharge, 20 star bomb on base, scaling up to 40. That's a nice one. That's really cool. The insta-kill, again, meme against bosses. And it's also a one-hitter, because they hated servants back then. Everyone is one-hitting, so refund, not good. Generation for stars, not good. So I think she's okay.
I mean, it does make 20 stars, to be fair.
Yeah.
So she makes a surprising amount of stars, I would say. She does have bad hit counts, but everything she has in her kit makes stars, basically, or at least helps her make stars, because she has a star gen skill, she has a star absorb / star bomb, then she has a quick buff, then her NP drops stars. So she does crit fairly reliably, I would say. Her absorb is a bit weaker than I'd like, but it's still 50% more than a rider, because it puts her at 300.
I remember using her quite a bit, because she has the same voice actress as Carmilla is when I first started.
Oh, true.
So I used her quite a bit, and for sure, her crit is actually surprisingly consistent despite the shitty hit count. I think people do kind of underrate her a little bit. I mean, she's not amazing. Let's be real, she's not amazing. But people really take the 1,000 HP demerit pretty heavily. But I mean, I guess yeah,
that's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah, their argument. I mean, I kind of understand. The argument is basically she's a 3-star assassin with how many thousand HP again. So That's like 10% of her HP.
8.2k, yeah. But it's 9.2 with 1k full, so it's not that bad.
It's like more than 10% of her HP gone. So like after she uses her MP a couple times, she becomes like, you know, at half HP or something. So like people don't like how frail she is. She doesn't have any hard survival, but her damage is actually kind of okay. I think this is a early design oversight. Like if she was like a modern 3-star, she would have had additionally to the anti-King power mod, she probably would have had anti-King on her MP as well. So she'd just
for sure.
She'd just be like super good against King and then like pretty mid against everything else. But unfortunately, the assassin needs to have insta-kill for some reason. They really like doing that, which is stupid, but sure. But
like the two big problems with assassin class: shitty modifier, instant kill everywhere. Those are like the two big things.
Yeah, they love putting in, especially early day. They love putting insta-kill on assassins like so much, especially making it scale with overcharge. So like one of the more valuable effects that is scalable on a servant, they just waste on basically a dead effect, which really sucks. But
yeah, especially in these single targets who are basically boss killers, and you can't really insta-kill bosses ever. So it's a dead thing to have on your MP.
Yeah, so I really hate that design philosophy. But I mean, I don't think she's that bad. But at the same time, like, you know, compare a kid to someone like Kojirou or even Curse Arm in some cases. I mean, I guess her kid is pretty comparable to I don't know.
Yeah,
she's kind of mid, man. She's like, she's kind of mid. I don't know. I put her in like C plus or something. I don't know. She's
shit. C plus 3 stars would be ranked higher than B 2-star 1-star, right?
Then C. Then it like I'm not. I know she has Carmilla's voice actress, but I'm not like emotionally attached. Just don't worry, she's whatever.
So ironically, I actually have a grail invested in this character. Just one grail, just one.
Wow.
There was a certain point of time where I was like, yeah, you know what? I like this person's gameplay. I'm gonna grail this person.
You have a level 75 copy.
Yeah, and I changed my mind after that, and now she's level 75 still. I haven't even maxed her skills yet.
Oh.
Yeah, she takes like a bunch of bones, though, to be fair. So, like, it's understandable.
Yeah. Also, no survival on the kid is kind of... Then the HP down looks a bit worse as well, I suppose.
Yeah. Like, you know, you get like chipped once, and then you use her MP 2 times. She has like 3,000 HP left.
Yeah, even riders with without crits would maybe kill you.
Yeah, like she just takes some chip damage and she just accidentally dies somewhere down the line, which is like, bruh.
Yeah.
But
I'll go with C+. I like her damage potential though. But yeah, depends on how the fight goes. She could maybe not meet your expectations.
She's like, okay.
Yeah, I think C+ is kind of okay. Okay. All right, the next one though. Oof. We're going to talk about Jekyll and Hyde. Yes, indeed. I'll be the first to admit, I still love the idea. I love such like cool designs for gameplay stuff, but sadly, this is the worst example of, you know, trying to do something cool. It is so bad. But yeah, we'll still give him a rundown. So... yeah, he's like half assassin, half berserker, but that's, honestly, his assassin counterpart, so terrible. Absolute just dead weight. And then the berserker is like decent potential, but just always dies way too easily. So stats, 6.3k attack, 9k, 9.6k HP. Again, attack is low, but you know, there's a bunch of buffs for berserker. So honestly, maybe even more HP would have been cooler, but even then, like, you'll see. He has a double buster, double quick deck, which, by the way, does not change when you shift classes. It stays the same, hit counts and everything. They do change the gains, though, I suppose.
Yeah, that's very useful. Honestly, like, they could give him, like, like all of his cards be buster, and that wouldn't really affect him that much. Like,
yeah, it would make it more consistent, but the big problem would still persist, though.
Like, bro, what is that arts card doing there? What does it do? It actually has no purpose even before he transforms. But we'll get into that.
Yeah. But yeah, skills, oh boy. So they have, like, there's two versions of the skills, kinda. So they always get better if you're Hyde as a berserker. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the first skill, you always get 15% attack, but if you're Hyde, you get 35% more. So at that point, you get 50% for 3 turns. But yeah, as Jekyll, so bad, just so bad. No. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. As always, like as Jekyll or otherwise, 15% base chance to stun one enemy for 1 turn. And then if you're Hyde, it's a 150% chance to stun them for 1 turn, I guess. Like, well, I guess it's 25% chance and then 160 because it's a 10% base chance. But yeah, obviously as Jekyll, you're never going to land it. Don't bother. And then as Hyde, you can land it, which is cool. But, that's all it does. Third skill. They did buff this, which is funny. 5-turn cooldown. 15% crit damage for Jekyll for 3 turns. And then as Hyde, another 35. So 50% crit damage for him. And then when you're Jekyll, you get 80% battery now after the buff. So this is them realizing that, hey, Jekyll is completely useless. So we might as well give them a free way to transform. Because obviously with the append, without any help, you can just immediately morb. So there's that. But even the problem still persists that, like, not only is Jekyll so bad, like completely useless, you can't even use his skills until you transform because the value is terrible. There's nothing. So you have to, even if you can MP turn 1 easily now, you would still need to delay all your skills anyway. And that's just one problem. We'll continue here, but yeah, that's already one big problem. So as Jekyll, he gets 10% Star Jet on passive, and as Hyde, he gets 10% Buster, which is cool, I guess. Again, even the append is changed. So as an assassin, he's anti-saber, and then he's actually the only berserker that has an anti-attack. So he gets rider damage. So that's an interesting thing for those that didn't know. They did buff the MP as well. So again, he morbs into berserker, and then what does he get? On free MP5, he gets 6k max HP permanently. He fully heals himself. And then overcharge base, he gets 40% buster up permanently, scaling up to 80%. I like the design, but
that append is so funny because it makes his berserker version a better assassin than
true. It is true. Yeah, you're right. So so more problems regarding Jekyll, not just the skills being terrible on Jekyll and Jekyll being terrible. Problem number 2, Hyde dies easily. There's no defense. Okay. That's problem number 2. Problem number 3, he has no damaging MP. So as a 3-star to be a card DPS with 2 busters, when buster is clearly his main card type, not good. Problem number 4, he wants to crit, but he gets the berserker absorb when he morbs. He has 0 absorb. Problem number 5, he has no way to make stars anyway. No star bombs, no nothing. His cards won't generate anything. It's just a mess of things. Nothing works. Like, you want okay base damage for cards, you got it, but that's it. There's nothing.
I think there's one fix. Like, dude, problem number 6, after he transforms, he doesn't have an MP.
Yeah. You can't use... Oh, yeah, I didn't mention. You can't use this MP again, by the way. After you morb, you can't even, like, get more max HP buster. Not even a full heal. You literally cannot use the MP. And you're Hyde.
That would have been cool if he gets like permanent buster up, and he.
So yeah, that's problem number 6.
More and more permanent buster up. Like technically, he can get like buster up cap, right? Like on himself. Like it will still be bad, but at least it'll be pretty funny. And he get like max HP. Dude.
Also, someone in chat said, "Yeah, these buffs are permanent, but they can be removed." And then you can't get them back from because you can't MP again anyway.
Yeah, it's so bad. And like, there's also a funny thing with class score. Like, if you want technically the absolute perfect Jekyll / Hyde, you would need to max both Assassin and Berserker.
Oh yeah, fuck that, dude.
Like,
no, you never use Jekyll though. Yeah, you never use Jekyll.
The Assassin one, no.
Yeah,
but like, he's a mess. Like, he's a good lesson, I guess, for future transformation servants. Like, for one, don't tie it to the MP. Like, please. And second of all, like...
Well, they did Melusine, so, there's that. They learned.
Yeah, they learned, like, Melusine and Ptolemy, right? They're both tied to skills now. So, thank you for your
sacrifice. And Vargas Summer to an extent as well.
Yeah. Like, thank you for your sacrifice, Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, I love the concept, but he's done so bad. Like, it's such a mess, dude.
Horrible execution.
So, yeah, I do like the concept, too. He really just suffers from... his skill set is, very meh, but what he suffers from the most, in my opinion, is is what I was talking about a while back. Order of operations. So like you want to use his
like
his
Miss said
NP
earlier.
and
Yeah.
boost his cards, and then for you to boost your cards, you want to use his first and third skills. And for you to use his first and third skills, you can't use them on the turn you NP.
Yeah.
Then you also want to use his third skill to get his NP.
Yeah, because it's the
Well, for what
pattern.
it's worth, he's not going to crit reliably usually anyway. But yeah, it is a waste. I guess with Koyan, you can still get some reliability. So, but yeah, you're right. It is a waste. 15% crit damage versus 50. So yeah, that's a big difference.
Yeah, like I look at this and then I look at like Mori. Mori does the Berserker thing so much better than him.
Let's not even look at Mori. I would be real. I think Caligula does it better than, which is, I mean, I guess it's
True.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but like, dude, it's
hey, Grand Berserker. I'm all about it.
IP, but yeah, like, dude, I don't know. He is such a misfire design. I guess it's
Hyde, more like hide him from my sight because he sucks.
Yeah.
Wow.
He does
Ouch.
have the absolute biggest record of heal amount in the game. Because like you just get his HP up to like you just stack it with a bunch of HP ups, and then like
yeah, you can probably get 30k base.
Damn, and he gets a huge.
If you have a
like,
120 copy, yeah.
It's very.
But like,
useful
why?
For all the
Like
HP he's wasting.
It is very. I'm gonna try to find an image of that, but I don't know. Like,
all
I think
right. Yeah, we'll move on. Meanwhile, yeah, if it wasn't obvious, I placed him in E tier, so there's that. I assume it's pretty unanimous. Now, next up, though, we have another Hassan. I'm not going to put the mask on again, don't worry. Maybe later. You're never safe. I can do it whenever I want to. We got 100 face. So, yeah, single target arts DPS. Attack is a bit on the lower side, but if anything, that's like the main complaint. Otherwise, she's got some interesting stuff going on for her. She's got double arts, double quick deck. I'm glad that they didn't go with triple quick. That would have been so much worse. They actually, she's one of those cases where they had to nerf the MP gain of the MP specifically because it has so many hits, but it's not even that big of a difference, and you'd be surprised, it still refunds a lot.
Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts. She can almost full refund with double Castoria. If you get enough overkill. It's not like Kiritsugu. Spoilers.
It's even worse, yeah. Anyway, it's good. So, first skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns and 40% star gen for 3 turns. Pretty cool, keeps the train going. Even as an arts DPS, she can still star gen pretty well too, because, the assassin boost, I guess. So, yeah. Both are, good for gains.
Count on the extra attack too helps a little.
True, 6-hitter on the extra, yeah. Especially if you have the append as well, it's even better.
Yeah.
Now, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. This is a bit weird. So you have an 80% chance to get a rainbow for 3 turns. They're individual calculations though, so 80% for each of the card types. But at least the 1-turn evasion is guaranteed, and it's on a 5-turn cooldown, so it is better than most 1-turn evades for uptime, I suppose. But yeah, the buster up you don't really care about. Arguably, maybe not even so much for the quick. You do want to get the arts up though. That helps quite a bit. The arts up is nice. But the buster is like whatever. So, can be a bit annoying sometimes. Still an okay skill. Like, if you land everything, hey, that's a great 5-turn skill, actually. Third skill. So, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 4k heal, and then, she removes all her buffs. Now, again, there's going to be a lot of takes about this, I feel like. I still think it's a very bad demerit. Now, obviously, you can play around it, with timing stuff. But especially if you play her on a team, you're constantly going to have some buffs anyway, let's be real. So it's always going to be annoying regardless. And, you could say, well, just don't use the heal. And yeah, you might not need it, of course, because she's an arch servant. But then you have a dead skill anyway. And that's not fun, So I hate this skill.
So to be fair, when are you going to be needing a heal with the nuts?
Yeah, exactly. But it's dead skill, I guess.
No. The time you need the heal is when you have no buffs up and you're taking damage. So, like, maybe it ends up working out.
It's like a panic button that might not be needed. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a panic button. I feel like as supports get better, this skill is only going to be worse and worse. Because, like, the buffs she's going to be removing is going to be more and more valuable. And it's just not going to be worth it at this point.
By the way, someone in chat brought it up. Yui synergy, though.
It's not
True.
guaranteed though.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, but
Hey,
yeah, true. I like the first two skills, but third one I don't like. Anyway, 10% Stargent on the passive. Cool bonus. Anti-Archer. I like her, but not that much. Alright, buffed MP. This is cool, though. So, on normal effect, one enemy minus 20% arts rest down for 3 turns. It is after damage, but considering how easy it is to spam her MP, that's some great ramp-up, actually. And then on the overcharge, 50% crit chance down for 3 turns on base, getting up to 100%. So even just 1 MP, basically an enemy doesn't crit. Just after 1 MP. That's pretty nuts that it's that high when it's such a spammable MP. And then, yeah, speaking of spammable, it is 13 hits. So even if, they nerfed the gain a little bit on the MP specifically, I think we have the numbers here as well for the refund. Yeah, she's literally on top of the single target list for a good reason, and no one else is even close. So, yeah, very nice refund regardless.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard people pick her over, like, Shiki for stuff, which I mean I personally disagree, but honestly I can see why. I can see why though, because like she's very solid. I remember like Hanako Green calling her one of the best like 3 stars.
Yeah, he likes her.
Yeah,
She's got a very well-rounded kit.
Yeah, like
cooldown on evade, easy NP spam. It makes sense.
Yeah, and she has like early game design. They don't have to play around Castoria or like good like that good of arts like gain support, and like she only benefits from it like having solid internals with like high hit counts of course, and like decent gain despite the high hit counts. So I think she's pretty good. I mean I personally don't use her that much, but I think she's probably really decent. I mean I don't know. I guess I'll let you guys rate because I feel like maybe you guys use her more.
I don't really use her much, but I think she's good.
I think A or A plus, honestly. Like she's definitely on the upper end with the 3 stars here. Like I kind of wanted to say she's the best of the 3 stars, although
I mean we gave Ushi A plus.
Yeah, true. Like Ushi has good damage, but she does.
She's easier to work with.
More well-rounded kit, but like she does have the arts looping thing though, so maybe and like arts spamming. No, I guess I wouldn't say looping. I would say like MP spamming. It's like now when you use cards, like maybe like it's very easy to get it back, with like the proper support. So probably her and Shufu will probably be a pretty disgusting anti-rider team comp just for frontline and whatnot.
Yeah,
just for like 3-star lower clears.
Yeah, good class synergy as well. Yeah. All right, we'll plop him an A plus or her an A plus for that. We'll see. I might bring her down to A later. We'll see. Depends on the competition and other placements and whatnot. But
wait, is she female?
Yeah. Wait, you didn't
she's
know?
counted as female. No, I mean like sometimes they don't count because there's other personas.
I would assume. Let me check. I'm pretty sure she's female. Yeah, she is straight up female.
You
Yeah.
get Haber shot as well, I guess.
Yeah.
If you want to.
And also
I
Mary
do
Anning.
like that.
Mary Anning.
Oh, no Anning buff. Oh yeah, yes, Anning buff. Sorry.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, she's sexist in the right way in this case.
Yeah. All right. Moving on for now. So I briefly mentioned him earlier as one of the OG face card star generators. Luckily, he's not just that. He does offer more. So I'm obviously talking about Fuuma Kotarou. There he is, Mr. funny material protagonist, as he's dubbed a lot of the times because you can't see the eyes. XD makes it easier to self-insert. Am I right? Now,
a funny joke to tell you that it's hentai. It's very funny.
Yeah, the funny materials. Shoot. Okay, where's my stat sheet? I lost it. His attack is actually above average among his peers. It's not amazing, but it's okay. It's full quick deck as well. He's AoE quick. I didn't mention that, I think, but yeah, he's not really a farmer, but can do some AoE interference. He's like I like that. He's an AoE interferer, if that even is a word.
Disruptor.
Disruptor. That makes more sense. Full quick. I like making up new words. Yeah, the deck makes sense. He generates a lot of stars.
He's a 3-star meddler.
Yeah. That sounds like a Google review. I rate him 3 stars in meddling. All right, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. All enemies minus 10% attack for 3 turns, and then minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Hey, there you go. That's some meddling right there. Not bad, actually. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Targeted 1-turn evasion, and then targeted 50% star gen for 1 turn. You're probably gonna pair him with other assassins most likely anyway, so the star gen is actually probably not that bad on someone else as well. So yay. Still not the greatest skill though, obviously, but it's okay. It's passable, Third skill I really like. 5-turn cooldown. First of all enemies minus 100% debuff rest down for 1 turn. Then, again, order of operations, minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and then 1-time buff block, no duration. So yeah, obviously you're going to pop this first, hope the debuff rest down lands, and if it lands, everything else is guaranteed. The defense down, the buff block, and the first skill with the attack down and the crit chance down. So that's a lot of debuffs from just 2 skills. It's like Shuten's MP, but kind of better, because I'd rather have buff block than like poison or whatever. So yeah, and they're all commands. He's a meddler, all right. Cool. And then the MP adds, of course. But yeah, 10.5% star gen, very good on him. His quicks certainly generate quite a bit. He's anti-alter ego on the passive, which is a pretty cruel joke. Forget about it. Buffed MP, another minus 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, but hey, cool bonus. And then overcharge is a 5-turn confusion on all enemies. And then based on the overcharge, the activation chance is base 30%, scaling up to 70%. And I believe this is one of those confusions that is just straight up 5 turns, right? So you can get multiple skill seals of this on one enemy, right? Because it's not like one time 5 turns, yeah. So if you're really lucky, you could even get 5 skill seals per enemy, right? I think that's how it works, actually.
I mean, I don't use them that much. I think
it's funny.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's like the greatest benefit of having it maybe procced multiple times, but cool, I guess. And the MP, it's only a 5-hitter, but honestly, it still generates a good chunk of stars anyway. Maybe not that much for refund, though, sadly.
He's just a less consistent Caligula in that regard.
Yeah.
Caligula actually guarantees the skill seal for 3 turns, and he has more defense down.
Isn't that RNG, or was it 100% on base? Maybe the MP seal was RNG. I'm probably thinking about that.
I don't remember which one.
I think the better one, the MP seal was RNG, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. It's been a while.
What? If it's RNG, you can bring Fuuma to support his...
True! And then struggle to get both of their MPs.
Yeah, and you can bring Keisuke for both of them, and then they can just do fucking nothing for the rest of the fight.
But you get a lot of cool debuffs on the enemy, and they're going to feel sad about it. Because like, oh, I'm so debuffed, I might as well just not even be here. Then they're going to leave and you win.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're a big Charlotte fan, this is what you have to do to have fun.
So yeah, Kotarou is interesting, memes aside. Would I say he's like... I think my opinion of him has kind of gone down a little bit over the years. I used to really value him a lot, but we have so many tools. Like his main use, which was the star generator without, with face cards, is not needed anymore. That's just not really relevant anymore. But he still has a lot of useful debuffs, and a lot of them, if not actually most of them, are on command. So he does have some value still. Yeah, but I'm not sure how high I will rate him based on that stuff anymore.
Yeah, I don't use him that much. Like usually, I just press skills, and then like when the enemy MPs, I just throw the evade on someone else and let him die. But like that's just That's just kind of how it functions. I don't even get his MP a lot of times. So and like it's not like the confusion is in my opinion. Sorry, I don't think confusion is worth that much. As an effect, unfortunately. Like I would really rather have like skill seal is something that, at least in my opinion, timing is actually quite important. So like having this randomly proc is kind of not that, because like sometimes you just want to prevent them to use like a battery or buff removal, but like this is not guaranteed, which is annoying. So like I don't know, he's like never really found a way into my teams, especially even less so nowadays. So I don't know. It's weird.
I use him on my free to play, and that's about it.
So something I forgot to mention with Matahari earlier that I do like. These days, I actually kind of like quick decks on support servants because so quick cards are generally the least common occurring deck, like card type when it comes to like crit servants, because most of them, they're like Buster decks or Buster Arts, or sometimes they're Buster Quick, but you pair them with like another support that might have an Arts deck, so you're statistically a lot more likely to get Mighty Chains. And I know that sounds like you're splitting hairs, but it does end up having some good use, because you're getting plus 20% crit chance, you're getting plus 50% damage, you're getting a little bit of NP gain boost. It ends up adding up pretty nicely, and there's a few supports on this list that have that I do like.
Like quick cards are a lot better nowadays, I would say. Like either to proc the crits, or like now the quick chain is 20 stars, which is like I think it does have to be 20 stars nowadays to be like, oh, wow, that's just a guarantee.
Yeah, you would not consider a quick chain for 10 stars, really.
Yeah, you would not consider it for, because like it's just worse than a star bomb, right? So like, yeah, I do agree it is a lot better. But yeah, he's overall he's just kind of
Damn.
Like none of the effects are that valid, other than the buff block maybe, but like it's still one time. It's a little bit hard to control.
So I'm thinking maybe.
Evade.
Oh yeah,
I like the targetable evade, but it can be a bit hard to time, because like you have to have him live to the point where he uses that, and then I don't know, timing is a bit of an issue. I'm fine with C+.
Yeah, I think I could place him next to Jing Ke. He's definitely down from last year as well. Like, yeah, my opinion has gone down on him for sure. Mostly because the way the game gives you way more tools now and other options. So, because they haven't really touched him in ages now. So, I don't know. It's just
honestly, like the most common use case I have for him is like if I want to guarantee one round of debuffs, he has a big debuff resist down. But I also have the issue arise sometimes when the reason why I'm doing that is because the enemy has debuff resistance, and then he misses his debuff resistance, which causes him to miss other debuffs.
Yeah, like that shouldn't miss. Like in my opinion, that effect should not miss.
Yeah, it should be a 500% chance, like Karna does.
Or it should be a debuff chance up.
Like if we're gonna have, if we're gonna have servants with like 40 or 50% chance of stunning on their NP, there shouldn't be magic resist that we have to contend with.
Yeah.
Some servants are just have no effect there.
Yeah.
It's neither here nor there. That's later.
Yeah. But anyway, I C+ for now. And next up, another Hassan. We got 3 already. There's going to be quite a break between this and the next one, though. But yeah, there she is. Hassan of Serenity. In my opinion, the most forgettable of all of the Hassans, gameplay-wise. Obviously character is a different thing, but gameplay-wise, sadly, I'm not vibing her still. They keep trying to fix her, but I think she's not there yet. Now, what is she? A single target arts DPS that kind of wants to make poisons work, but, game decided poisons won't work, so unless you're Robin or, maybe some other niche cases. 6.6k attack. Not great. Actually, speaking of points, we will have another very good example of that later. I totally forgot. But anyway, her attack is not very good either, so that's sad. It's got double arts, double quick. I like the deck, though, because obviously they're not really going to give her triple arts. Well, I guess they did give one assassin triple arts, but, she's supposed to be a caster anyway, so makes sense. So this deck is fine. At least, card type-wise. From what I remember, her gains are absolute dog, though. First skill. Okay, fair.
Cards aren't that good, but her arts cards are like meh.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, 7-turn cooldown, 1 enemy, -1 tick, and then -20% crit chance down for 3 turns. That really has no business of being 7 turns. I get that they're like, oh, it's delay, it has to be high cooldown. No, it could easily be 6 or maybe even lower. Come on, give her some nice tools. This is way too much downtime.
I didn't realize it had that cooldown. Holy shit.
Yeah, 7 is way too high.
Yep.
Second skill. So they buffed this very similar. I think it was this and the Curse Down buff happened very similar timings because they're supposed to be the same skill, but they have like their own special versions. So what is hers? So on the same 4-turn cooldown, she gets the same 15 stars immediately, but instead of her getting the 15 stars immediately on the next turn, she poisons one enemy for 5 turns, 500 damage, and then also puts a poison amp for 100% damage boost on them for poisons. it's a meme, sadly. It's just not going to work. Even with this, and even if you spam the MP, you're not going to see meaningful numbers. You need way, way, way more than this. It's just not good. So the Cursed Dawn version is definitely the better one. So this is like, at least the cooldown is short. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. They did buff this too. So this is now her best skill. So she gets 50% instant kill rate for 3 turns, whatever. She gets 50% debuff success rate up for 3 turns. Kinda whatever too. Her debuffs are like not even that. I guess the MP seal is nice though. And then she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns. And then also on attack debuff for 3 turns. So when she attacks with arts cards, the enemy gets a 1k poison for 3 turns. And again, much like everyone else we've seen so far, it's any art card, including the MP, not just normal attacks. So yes, the MP can poison more now too. But even with this and the second skill buff, the poisons will not do significant enough damage to be considered like anything great. I like the arts buff though, that's cool. Alright, 10.5% star jet on the first passive, cool, 10% crit damage. She doesn't even generate that many stars besides the bomb, and her absorb is, base assassin, so it's not very consistent. But, it's a cool bonus. Most assassins don't even have that at all. Anti-Berserker Repent, hey, that's pretty nice. Buffed MP, so 2k poison on the enemy for 5 turns before damage, then a 40% chance to skill seal them for 1 turn and MP seal them for 1 turn, individual calculations, and then chance to instant kill 60% on base OC, scaling up to 100%. Everything is before damage. Not that none of it really matters, to be honest, but yeah, there you go. And it's a 1-hit MP, by the way, so refund, yikes. So how much is if we combine the debuffs? Okay, so I guess with the third skill active and maxed, you have a 90% chance to skill seal MP seal. I still hate that even with that, it's not even base 100%. That is unfortunate, but yeah, it is way easier, I guess.
Yeah,
She's like a weird debuffer, but she wants to do damage via poisons, but it's not really working. Like, we'll have the actual good example of this archetype later. But yeah, just not working, dude. Damage is sad too, from what I remember.
Yeah, she's just not... Like, I've seen her post-buff, like, immediately after her buff. Yeah. There are some poison memes popping up, but, like, once again, first of all, it's poison. It's a meme. If you're actually just trying to do damage with the poison, it is a meme. And then 2, like you said, we have another single target arts assassin who's a lot better at that job than her.
Yeah.
Also, ironically, better than the queen of poison, which is dumb, but sure.
True, yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, so unfortunately, I've only seen her in poison memes, like literally, like just hard force poison, which is like double serenity double Shuten serenity, or double serenity Shuten, like you're forcing hard forcing poison, which is like, no, it's
honestly, again, I think it would, much like Charlotte, you wouldn't not really pick her unless you maybe like her. Like, again, Shiki would just do so much better. Even 100 phase would do better in most cases.
Yeah, 100 phase is just like a better DPS, and her MP effect is not wasted on dot. Like, the problem with dot characters is, like, unless you're going dot, their MP effects, like 2 of them usually one of the effect is actually applying the dot, the other one is overcharge that scales. I mean, the overcharge that scales the ramp, the amplification for the dot. Like, you just lost 2 MP effects to a gimmick that you don't necessarily want to play into. So like, like most dot servants have that issue. It's the same with like Babanji, for example. Like, I think her MP is like weak because of that.
Yeah, FX wise is not that good.
Yeah, so like it's just a problem with these kind of dot servants. Like, unless you're someone like Dolman, who's like MP is like it's so funny because like I sorry, this is like a tangent, but like Dolman has like the 2 MP effects that we like to complain about, which is dot and insta kill, but somehow he makes it work.
Yeah,
sure. Like, but other than that, no. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't think she's that great.
Anything to add on Serenity? There you go.
So I think you can actually get like a decent amount of dot comparatively, like compared to like some older ones. Like Dante's, for example, is not good at dot spam, even though that's one of his things. She actually does get a pretty decent amount. Like,
yeah. I mean,
you did say that her third skill applies to her MP, right? Just just to clarify, because I wasn't sure if that was the case, but
You mean the debuff
if
success
that is
rate?
the case-
Oh, you mean the poison? Yeah, it works. Yeah, it's any arts card, including the MP. Yeah.
If that is the case, she's getting like 12,000 more damage per NP as a result of that. That's not including other cards you're going to be getting. So like it can add up a bit, especially since I'm not sure if you noted it, but her second skill can double up for 1 turn because it's 5-turn duration and 4-turn cooldown.
Oh, I did not know that, but yeah, I guess that's true.
It's
Like,
kind of weird, but
I do know for like force poison, like for example, if you're like trying to do as much poison damage as fast as possible, she is the best because like she can stack poison the fastest out of everyone. Like even compared to the other assassin that we talk about,
even
I'm pretty
more than
sure she
Korean
can.
Dark.
Yes, Korean Dark
Oh.
is 500% per
Okay,
attack. Like
okay,
she can
well,
MP
okay,
and then
okay,
it's
yeah.
more. Like the thing with this kind of like fast dot comps is you need a dot amp on your MP. Like for sure. Like that is like the one big thing. And then she can also, I think her poison is bigger than like the other character that we'll talk about.
Her
Like,
amp is
way
not high,
bigger,
but she has a
actually.
lot of poison. Yeah.
Yeah, she has a lot of poison. Like
The amp
it's
is
way
only
bigger than-
100% on the
I think most of
skill.
them is- Oh yeah.
It
I mean, she
can add up.
I think like I could be wrong, but I think she is the highest, like because like whenever I see comps with her, it is just like max poison damage, like to break through like special damage resist gimmicks. But that's depends on how much you value that stuff.
Yeah, I don't value it highly personally.
Yeah. Dude,
I'm thinking
if that insta kill was poison amp, maybe that would be at least funny. But
true.
Yeah,
I'm
the
thinking
insta
maybe
kill
like a
kinda-
flat C, or is that too high? I don't know. Maybe it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like she's that bad, honestly. Like, just at
I think she
base,
can be-
she's like okay.
Because the funny thing is, I do actually think she can be C plus because like.
Okay.
Cause I've seen people use her like low star, like she is a little bit more sustainable than Jing Ke, and then you gamble on the MP seal sometimes. So I have seen him in low star comps more than Jing Ke. I could be wrong. I have like low star comp is not my forte, but I have seen her in low star comps more than Jing Ke. So I think it can justify her in C plus, but I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Sure.
I'm fine.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a little snack.
Yeah, go for it. All right, let's cover the last 3-star meanwhile. Sadly limited. That is unfortunate, but I love this guy. He's awesome. So we got Okada Izou. Single target arts DPS boy. Again, attack. One of the main reasons why he's not maybe super great, but there it is, 6.8k. Double arts, double quick deck is fine, but honestly, I think he should have been double buster, double arts, because he also likes to crit too. So
yeah, actually,
with having an arts MP, it's awkward. Trying to crit with this deck.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Awkward, yeah.
First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% humanoid damage for 1 turn. Key part, humanoid, not human. This is actually the useful one, because again, 99% of servants are considered humanoid. So, yay. And then 30% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's an interesting version of like a mana burst again. But at least it's a huge number, and fairly applicable, basically, against any meaningful boss. Some bosses obviously are not humanoids, but I feel like probably most of them are.
Yeah, this is a lot more widely against servants, like most servants, basically.
Yeah, I think only Summer BB isn't humanoid. I think everyone else
there's
are.
one more. Maybe there's a new one. I could be wrong.
You know what? Is it on this list here? Oh, never mind. It's actually a few more than that. We got Gina, Tiamat, Ibuki, both versions, Brito Mart, and hey, Kashin Koji as well, interestingly enough, of the playables. Okay, so it's probably still 99% though, but yeah. Okay.
Wait, why isn't Brito Mart? I guess Fairy.
Yeah, I got nothing.
It's so weird.
All right. But yeah, anyway, cool niche, even if the downtime is high. All right, 6-turn cooldown, second skill, 1 turn evasion, and then 32% crit damage for 3 turns on self. Again, more crit damage, so with these two activities, 62 for 3 turns. well, for 1 turn with this on, but then 32 for the remainder. It's passable. 3rd skill, I hate. 3 turn cooldown, he gets 500% absorb for 1 turn. That is so nothing. That is literally nothing. He can actually do some decent star gen after some MP's action, even as an art servant, but like, this is, yeah, sure, yeah, you can use it often, but it's nothing. It's nothing.
I think this would have been great if it came with like a star bomb, even if it's not a big one, like a 10-star bomb.
It had to have something else. This is nothing.
Yeah, this is like improve RNG as a skill, essentially. Like it's not guaranteed to have any effect.
Yeah, which is it's weird. Really I don't really like the skill set too much, but it's like 10 times better than Sanson's, which doesn't say too much.
Yeah.
All right. First passive, 8% star gen. Cool. Again, even for him, it's not that bad as an art servant. Anti-saber on the append, no thanks. Buffed MP, here we go. So sadly, nothing on normal effect besides damage. And then, hey, 100% star gen for 3 turns on himself before damage on base. Scaling up to 200. So even if it's before damage on a base 100%, 4 hits, Arts MP, you'll still get some stars out of that. And then even better with the follow-up Brave Chain, hopefully. And then what they added was the anti-man attribute power mod. So 150 to 200% range, it's the standard one. But hey, again, very, very common. And I'm sure there's a lot of riders that are man attribute too. In fact, let me count here. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's a lot.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 23. That's a lot. That's a lot, dude. And then Berserkers, yeah.
1/3. Oh yeah, Berserker as well. I mean, he's got that huge damage against
17.
Manservant at MP5 though. Like he does have really good damage for like the MP.
Yeah, he would absolutely mess up a servant that's like a man attribute rider or Berserker. But yeah, like you said, he is also limited, to remind again. So I mean, he gets the most rate ups of the limiteds for sure. But sometimes it's not even necessarily that easy to get rate up 3 stars. Actually, is the weird part.
I think rate up 3-star rates are way too low, but that's another issue entirely.
I think his damage will be very low here, yeah, because this is counting like MP1, I believe. Ooh. So it's a bit misleading. But yeah, he can actually hit pretty hard on his MP for sure.
Yeah, but like even then, like the humanoid is 1 turn. So it's like it's not like the huge damage is not just tied to his MP. It is also tied to his skill 1. So unfortunately, I don't think he's that great. Like his design is super cool. He even got a costume. Right, like
2 costumes, by the way.
2 costumes, sorry.
Yeah,
he's like a very beloved.
Yeah,
he got an anniversary one.
He's one of the most grailed low stars as well.
Yeah, with the paper umbrella, I think, and then the one from Gouda. So yeah, he is super great. But like gameplay wise, he's kind of unfortunately underwhelming. Yeah, wish he wasn't if he was Buster, maybe because he is focused on burst damage. Like imagine, like Buster Brave crit chain with that 100% anti-humanoid. Maybe that would have been better. I don't know. I mean, anti-man MP spammable is still good, but
yeah. So
I don't know.
Frick.
I don't think he's that great, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm thinking like maybe a B. I could maybe see him higher than these 3.
Fair. Yeah, upgrade MP with anti-trait, but like it still depends on like what MP level you're assuming. Like assuming MP5, I think sure, but like if you're assuming like anything below MP3, then I'm a little bit iffy about that. Cause yes, anti-man, but like also like what if I'm not MP5 and it kind of just ruins the whole. Like you're not even making up for the lack of MP5 with that anti-man sometimes, depending on how low your MP level is. So that's why I say like I could be wrong. Like this is just me like randomly grasping at a number, but like I feel like at like MP, because it is SE, so it's like at MP3 maybe it'd be good. I don't know, man. It's like he is the servant that you will dock points for being limited, I guess.
Yeah, I think he could be higher, but I think I'm gonna go with B even with the argument. Because I think he could be higher with MP levels.
I guess. I don't know. I guess, yeah. It's just the MP being wide coverage though. Like the skill set is actually just okay.
Yeah.
So like the power mod being only 1 turn doesn't fit that well on arts servants per se, because like I do like sustained damage on arts in particular. I think it's very fine to have burst damage skill on Buster, but on arts a little bit iffy. Then sure.
Yeah. So if he was higher MP level, easily I could maybe do like a B plus even, or maybe even A if I'm crazy enough. But as is, I think I'll just plop him into B. I still kind of like him more than the C plus ones. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Munching on stuff, but I'll jump in a couple times because I do have a lot to say about this next one.
All right, but yeah, I guess with that, we covered all the low stars for that.
Record timing, too.
True.
Not even 2 hour mark.
Well, if you're watching this on YouTube, it is, because you didn't know about the intro that we did, but that might be another thing, or like a later upload. I'm not even sure if I'm going to upload it. It's not even that big of a deal. It could just spark some interesting discussion if something, but we'll see. But yeah, tier list-wise, pretty fast, I would say.
Yeah.
So now it's time for the long part, the gold servants. We're going back to day 1, yay! In fact, we only have 2 day 1 4-star assassins, starting with a pretty infamous one. For better or worse, we got Stheno. So she's, again, I don't know what to call her. She's definitely kind of a utility support, because she's not really a DPS per se, unless you're doing some weird charm lock or something, but even then is like, eh. So yeah, she's a thing. Now stat-wise, what are we working with here? Not that it really matters too much on her particular. So yeah, her attack is just under average among 4-star assassins. But again, it's fine because, you know, you're probably not expecting her to do any damage anyway. She has the standard assassin deck still, which I'm not a huge fan of. Although their gains are still good, both the MP and the stars. Like, does she have the highest MP gain on base?
Yes, I think.
2.26?
Yeah, per hit. Yeah.
Extra attack at base of any servant out there. And her shockingly good, even though they're 2 hits.
Yeah.
So I guess
it's the 2. They just copy pasted the 2 year 1 4-star assassin.
True.
In terms of their like basic numbers.
Yeah.
Like the other one's a bit worse, but yeah.
I guess her gains are still okay despite having terrible hit counts because of that.
Actually 3, because there's Carmilla and then Matahari.
Matahari.
Oh,
I
yeah,
forgot about
true.
Matahari. I was talking about Carmilla, yeah.
Yeah, that was obvious.
MP gain for some reason.
Yeah.
Ooh, skills. 6-turn cooldown. We got 80% chance to drain one enemy by 1, and then she gets 27% battery. So yeah, again, like most vampirisms in the game, it's not good. It's an awkward number for the battery, and the drain is not guaranteed, and it's a long cooldown considering it's not even guaranteed. So, yikes. I don't like it. Second skill, 7-turn cooldown, 100% chance to charm a male enemy for 1 turn. Again, it just kind of works, but at the same time, it's kind of bare bones. We've already seen way better charms as is. Mostly irrelevant for like charm locks. Otherwise, hey, if you get a bonus turn, then, you know, cool, I guess, but not very often. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack, and then all divine allies get another 20% for 3 turns each. And also, this is one of the rare cases where they did these buffed charismas that have like a condition for the secondary effect, where she actually gets it herself. Because this one doesn't say it excludes herself, and she is divine, so she does get 40% attack. Maybe not the most relevant thing still, of course, because again, she's not really a DPS, but, you know, worth mentioning, I guess, that she does get both of the buffs herself. Now, passives, we got 50% magic risk between Magic Risk A and, or debuff risk between Magic Risk A and Goddess's Essence EX. That's a lot, so, hey, kind of hard to debuff her, I suppose. She also gets 10.5% star gen. Cool. Helps a little bit. Anti-Rider on the append. She's also one of the rare servants that has the full perfect, like, ideal class on the append, like the full defensive and attack advantage. Very, very nice. Again, even if she... Honestly, there could be some arguments for some DPSing here, but yeah, it's good. It's best case scenario, so... Oh, the MP. They did buff it. So on MP1, you have a 100% chance to insta-kill males. So the MP level is pretty much irrelevant for the insta-kill anyway. But the other effect that it has, it's a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. And it's a 150% chance to apply it. So it can really whiff easily. So it only scales from 20 to 30 with MP1 to MP5. So it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I guess it scales too. Why not? Also removes the target's buffs. That's nice. And then overcharge base, 100% chance to, and again, charm 1 male enemy for 1 turn. You don't really need to scale the OC up too much if you are fighting males to begin with, but sometimes it could help maybe. But the base is already 100%, which is cool, I guess. And yeah, it's a Buster MP that does no damage. It's no hits whatsoever. It's a support MP. Not sure why it's Buster, but it is.
I'm just gonna, because I don't have that much to say probably compared to Auto, but I still think she does a little bit too little. I
agree.
I don't think she does enough as a support. Yes, on-demand buff removal is actually great on MP, and the Buster MP after Mighty Chains is actually good because
true
for her games and stuff, but. Honestly, it depends on how much you really want a spammable buff removal. I mean, I think there are DPS. I guess that's not really a fair comparison, but there are certainly DPSs that do that better. So, I'm not sure how often you would use this outside of, maybe charm lock teams.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think I think she does too little, but I think the one time where you could consider her is against some kind of male boss. Then you get the double charm, which is interesting. Other than that, I would never bring her, ever. Even if she offers other stuff, I would never bring her against the non-males.
If her skill has another offensive effect, I can see her being a divine support because Liz legitimately was used. And still sometimes is used as a female support, and they're very similar. I mean, Liz after the buff, her AOE defense sounds actually really good. It buff strips, it skill seals, but I can't see if she gets another skill buff and it's a really solid one, she can be a divine support. But before that, I unfortunately think she does too little. Once again, I don't know.
I guess we'll let Otto say stuff now.
Okay, so this is all right. So I got to pose this question. Why do you bring a support? What do you look for when you use a support? What type of things are you trying to achieve? Are you just trying to amp up your numbers? What if your numbers are fine and you're just you just lack ways of dealing with certain types of gimmicks, like maybe defensive buffs, offensive buffs? She's one of those interesting cases where she is a mixture of two things. And back during our podcast episode where you were on, I talked with you about this with Summer Abbey, but she's basically a 4-star Summer Abbey, in my opinion. Chat is going to be so fucking confused by that statement, by the way.
Probably.
But let me elaborate. So sometimes you don't need more defensive support. Sometimes you just want a little bit of offensive support, but the utility is so valuable that someone who has less offensive or defensive support is worthwhile over someone who has larger numbers. This is a case of that. She has buff removal, which is really nice. I know some people shit on buff removal because some buffs aren't removable, Madge. I mean, that's how gimmicks and challenge quests work, but there still is a ton that are. There's all sorts of crit rate buffs, crit damage buffs, attack buffs that will completely demolish you, and you will complain about it. Sorry, I'm projecting here.
Fair.
So, another thing I think is pretty interesting about her, she has. This might sound a bit odd, but she has aged better than a lot of servants, I would say, because within the last few years, there have been 2 major changes. I would technically 3, but 2 of them happened at one time. One of them was the append system. The append system helped her a lot because all 3 of her appends are actually pretty good. She already has a really good extra attack, so that extra 50% NP gain, that means you're getting you plus 20% or more if you're taking a brave chain with her. And I know you guys might think, well, why the hell would you ever do that? But sometimes you have no other NP, and sometimes you're like, okay, I got NP quick art here. Let me just get 60% of her NP back really easily. So then also her second append, I know she doesn't have a 30% battery, but it still adds with her own battery. It's basically a 20%. That's the way I look at her her battery. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of that kind of skill for some reason. Whatever. And then her third append, of course, counterclass damage. It's pretty cool. And then the other changes that I'm talking about is the change to quick chains. So her quick chains are actually going to make stars now instead of just like 10 stars plus like 3 card.
Yeah.
You're going to be getting 20 plus there. And then also, lastly, you've got Mighty Chains, which not only affects her in a solo context. I mentioned earlier with who was it I mentioned? Fuuma, where I like quick decks comboing with like a Buster deck and an Arts deck because that gets you Mighty Chains more often. But it's more than just that. Her MP gain is really good, especially on her quick cards. So if you're getting the Arts starting bonus, like if you got her quick card starting a chain and then someone else's Arts and Buster card, she's still getting like well over 10%. It's shockingly good. So there's like a bunch of little things that add up that are really nice for her. Her skills aren't particularly great. I know the trait lock on her third skill, it's actually not that bad. If you look at just look at the divine.
I mean, there's a lot of divine servants.
There's so many top tier DPS out there that are divine. Just like it helps a lot of good servants. I like that. And then I know she has a dead skill because of, like if you use her second skill against most enemies, it just doesn't do anything. But
mail is half the time, so
it's not exactly half the time because like sometimes there's genderless. But then you go over to the NP. You got the buff removal. 2 of those effects are useless against non-male, but even against non-male, you're getting 20% more defense down. So you're looking at 60% attack total against one target. If you got a divine ally, and like why wouldn't you have a divine ally? So even if you don't run her against a male, you still have a pretty nice spread of supportive effects that I would say fit pretty well. It's just I think she suffers from the same thing that that Finn suffers from, where people have like this really bad impression of them from early on, and they don't update their viewpoint as changes that affect them come out. So it's I think she's pretty solid. I understand why people don't think so, but
I think here's the reason is I think her most valuable thing in her kit is the spammable buff removal for sure. So like basically everything else is just bonus. So if you don't need spammable buff removal, then I think she is a little bit restricted. I don't think she's horrible. Like I also think she is underrated by a lot of people. But like for example, if her MP upgrade was AOE buff removal,
and AOE defense down, maybe even.
I think that would be really good. That would be kind of like insane against certain stuff. Like for example, for like this CQ, I would have liked that for this CQ. Actually, not really. Never mind. But like for certain CQs, I would like that a lot.
Yeah.
Like if it was AOE, I think if it was AOE should be like actually legitimately really strong. A spammable AOE like buff removal. Like Amakusa can do that, but like technically her skill set sometimes you like her skill.
Yeah, it supports better.
But so like. I just think she still does a little bit too little. Like if she gets a solid skill upgrade, she's fine. Because like once again, like the Liz example, right? Because like you're not like Liz. Yes, she has a damaging MP, are you using it? No. So like you might as well not have an MP. So like Stheno's MP is easier to get. So like technically, as a support, her MP is like better than some of the other 4-star supports you use. But I mean, yeah.
Oh, one more thing that I'd like to say that I forgot about, because I have so many things to say about her. Is I like her NP as what I call a tenderizer. So not only is it just stripping away their buffs, it's reducing their defense. It's basically marking them as a target. But one thing I know people are always confused by the Buster NP aspect of it, but I like that actually, because what that means is if you got a turn where you've got like 2 DPS cards, you can use her Buster starting bonus to get bonus damage there. So you can debuff them on that turn, and then you get like stronger Buster cards or quick cards or arts cards, whatever it is. And that's especially useful sometimes because sometimes you don't even have a Buster card. And when you don't have a Buster card, you're losing out on 33% damage because that's a 50% bonus.
Yeah, it is kind of huge. Like unironically, I think in a lot of contexts, if her MP was like quick or arts, it would actually be worse, which is really funny. But like especially after Mighty, I think after Mighty, definitely her MP would actually, there's a high potential to be worse if it's not like, because like the MP, you don't necessarily, like I say spammable, it's more like repeatable. You don't necessarily need to spam this. Like you just need to spam.
I mean, you would still prior your DPS cards anyway, most likely.
And then you'll like use this like when the enemy has like a hefty amount of buffs that you feel like, oh, this is a little bit dangerous, looking a little bit dangerous, time to purge it. So like she doesn't need to spam it that much. So I actually don't think that like if this was ours, so she would have been better. But like still,
I think the card type is fine, even if it's funny.
Yeah,
it's fine on the MP.
I think she needs just one more solid skill buff. I think I would realistically put her in like
make the drain 100% and then do something, or make the charm do something else. One of those two.
If they put like a team crit buff on her first skill, I think she'd be completely solid.
Like round it to 30% battery, 100% drain, and then maybe that crit buff or something, and that's already a big difference.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm thinking C for now though. Oh yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, another thing is like,
if not
like for DPSs on this list, for this list context in particular, you are competing with welfares. She is ironically not competing with welfares.
True.
So I
assassin
am
moment.
More towards putting her in C+.
All right, fine. Like, I guess she doesn't have the most competition. Yeah,
that is just you because I went B.
I'm not doing B though. Okay,
she has like a lot more use cases than most of these servants, just because she's usable as a support, and most of these are raw DPS, and they're not really that good at DPS.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'll do C+ now.
Yeah.
All right, the other day one 4-star assassin we just briefly talked about, and someone that one of my co-hosts probably can say a few words about, but there she is.
I have so much to say.
Yeah, true, Otto. We're looking for your expert take. Anyway, Best Liz is back. Got Carmilla, the OG. We covered Summer already a while ago, and now it's time for the OG. So
I'll be honest though.
Yeah.
In the last year, I've probably used her more than Plushie has.
Oof.
Yeah. True. Anyway.
All right. Had to get that out there.
I'm gonna eat my weird ice cream strawberry melon thing. It's
good.
Milk and brisk strawberry melon tea. It's frozen, and then I use this like Ninja Creamy thing. It's like this blender.
I have no idea what any of that means, but you know what? Hey, cool.
It's the type of stuff you see in info. Of course, you guys have infomercials, right?
I think we have some kind of stuff like that, but I know I don't watch TV ever.
Yeah,
nowadays
you probably don't watch TV though.
Dude, I don't even have cable.
I don't have a TV in my apartment, so yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the only times you'll see infomercials are late at night on shitty channels.
Yeah.
I actually used to process those for a living. It was
fun fact.
Anyways,
stat wise, we got 9.4k attack, which is actually pretty good for a 4-star assassin. She has the triple quick deck as well, which I assume Plushie will have a better take on that, but a part of me kind of wishes she had more than one buster though. But
Yes.
at least her MP gain is fine, right?
Yes, her MP gain is like the Stheno, slightly worse, so it's still really good. But I hard agree with that. I hope she has 2 buster.
Yeah. My first skill. Hey, copy paste from Stheno, literally. 6 turn cooldown, 80% chance to drain by 1 tick from one enemy, and then 27% battery for herself. Same skill, to the rank. I don't like it because of the RNG and the awkward battery. Second skills, 5 turn cooldown, 1 enemy minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. They've buffed like every other torture technique by now. There's no reason for this not to be buffed as well, but there it is.
Sucks.
Yeah. Just like a charisma for 1 enemy as a debuff. Yay.
Jesus.
Third skill though, I feel like it's interesting at least. 6 turn cooldown, 1 enemy minus 50% crit chance down for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So yeah, the enemy won't be critting if you land that for the next 3 turns, cool. And then a bit of bonus stars. So hey, cool utility. This is the one passable skill, I feel like. The others, not so pretty. She doesn't even do that much. That's the whole kit. That's all there is.
Yep.
Wow, could use way more tools. 4% star gen on the passive, small bonus. Anti-Lancer in the append. Against females, maybe there could be some merit, but I don't know. So the MP, it is buffed. So she heals herself by 2k after damage. Cool. She gets 20% attack after 3 turns. Sadly, after damage as well. And then the overcharge, the famous anti-female one. So base 150 to 200 bonus damage range. Yeah, it works.
Scuffed.
Oh, it did?
Pre-upgrade, isn't it like 30%? 130?
Oh, 120, but yeah, that's a weird number.
120? Yeah, dude, like, what? It's so stupid. I don't... Anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, there's quite a few female enemies, obviously, so it's a pretty good niche to have. It's not even that contested. I mean, funnily enough, there's another assassin, of course, that also has it, but... Yeah, like rider-wise, what are we looking at here? Yeah, that's quite many. I think that's like 20 or more. Yeah, so definitely over 20. That's quite a bit. And that's just riders. There's obviously berserkers too. It is a one-hitter on the MP though, so again, no stars or anything really. Sadly. I think Carmilla is fine, but she could use way more stuff. And the deck is kind of awkward.
She basically doesn't have a skill set. Like her skills are horrible.
Yeah.
in my humble opinion, I think her skills are just horrendous. All right, like
they're way too basic.
Her MP like heals, ramps up attack, and it has anti-trait.
You know what? I'm honestly shocked she had all these effects like pre-buff.
Launch,
like for a launch 4-star MP, this is packed. Like that's crazy. They used to be like damage and instant kill chance. I'm surprised she wasn't that. She actually has all this stuff and not even instant kill on the OC. So they only fixed the numbers a little bit and added damage, of course, on the buff. But yeah, I mean, it didn't really need too much. But like you said, the MP FX-wise at least is fine.
Yeah, like she's basically a servant that is relying on her MP. Like her damage steroid is on her MP. Her sustain is on her MP. Her anti-trait is, of course, on her MP. So like you can literally remove her skill set. Should probably play it like very similar. So like, I don't know. I think the MP is solid enough that if she has a good skill set, she will be really decent. Because like anti-female is a great niche. The MP is good, but like her skill set is just so bad, like absolutely unusable. Well, not unusable, but like it's just bad, man. Like I have done min turns with her still. Like even in modern day, like Super Recollection quests, like for example, I have done min turns with her still. Like she's not even 120 on JP, right? Because like serving coins for permanent sucks. But
yeah, like, I can relate with Luvia.
Yeah, the MP itself is good. That's about all she has. At least the niche is good.
Yeah, I guess her mighty chains are good too as well, but yeah.
Yeah, her MP spam is good. Otto keeps telling me to do that video. I've never actually done that video. I feel really bad.
Like he hates her so much, dude.
The divorce. I mean, last year the divorce it happened, and now it's already gone through, so it's too late.
Yeah. So like I mean, this character is like, I really want to see a skill buff. I think a skill buff can legitimately...
I'm shocked they haven't buffed at least the torture technique, let alone the vampirism.
Yeah, the torture technique is really bad. I think the torture technique is arguably, in some cases, even worse than vampirism.
Like, they buffed the one Liz had herself.
Yeah.
It's her.
Lancer
got a buff.
Is actually so good.
It's good. And we have another good example coming up soon, too. But yeah, the Liz one is good.
It's so dumb. It's 30% team-wide, so it's already higher than her single target one. It's remove one buff and team-wide skill seal.
I thought it was still 20%.
Is it 20? I thought it's...
I think it's 20, but yeah, it's still... just the AoE is great. And then the, the other stuff, too.
Oh, it is... Okay, never mind. But, like, yeah. Like, I don't know. It is 20, my bad. But, like...
Yeah.
It's just... Man. It's so sad. Like, her skills are so horrible. Like, people like to say she got a skill buff. She didn't. She launched with 2 skills. They added that third skill.
Yeah.
So, like, she didn't even launch with, like, complete kit. I guess it's the same with Stheno.
I mean, the third skill probably would have been even worse if she launched with another one. But yeah, still. It's still like, not like a buffed skill tier.
I don't know. I do think she's, like, just because how good the MP is and her gain is, like, it is easy to fix. Like she has good internals, good MP, so it is kind of easy to fix. So, I don't know, I'd put her, like, B+. I don't know.
I was thinking one of the Bs, too.
Yeah, I think she can fit in B+. Like anti-female is a good niche. Anti-female is a really good niche. Like I think that is just it's so widely applicable. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
How about you, Otto?
I don't think I have too much to add. I think she's solid. I like that having really good NP gain, because like she's like a weird case where the quick deck is actually not too bad of a thing, because they overtuned her gains as a result.
Yeah.
But that's just early game design being fucking weird, Doug.
Yeah.
And she does get a lot out of spamming her MP. Like, once again, her entire kit is actually built into her MP instead of her actual skills, which is dumb, but...
Yeah. So part of the reason... The thing I want him to do with this video... so it goes back to Stheno. So Stheno is able to NP quick art just over and over and over again in some situations. Like, she is capable, I think he mentioned it last year, that she is capable of soloing Super Woodwose. There's only like 4 servants that can do that.
I think he mentioned it this year too in one of the other tier lists, but yeah,
it's funny because Charm Lock, haha.
But yeah, Carmilla has pretty similar NP gain. She has starts per turn, which is going to help her get crits more often. But she doesn't like charm, but that's not too bad of a thing, because that means she'll get hit, but she still heals. So yeah. I'm trying to encourage him to make content now, and now we can have social pressure here.
There you go. Hey, do like a clown emoji in the chat if you want Plushie to do that video. In the chat and in the comments, if you're listening in on this. There you go. Motivation. Anyway, I think I'll go with the B+ for now. I was thinking B as well, but I think B+ is fine for now. All right.
If I've learned anything about being, just from being Plushie's friend, it's that he is very susceptible to peer pressure.
There you go. Yeah. Well, we already have emojis coming in, and that's not even adding the YouTube comments later. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, time for the first welfare, and someone we definitely talked about several times already. Shiki Assassin. Been a long while since we covered her Saber version, but yeah, OG time. So, single target arts DPS, 8.8k attack, puts her just under average among 4 stars, but just barely. She's got a double arts, double quick deck, which I think is fine. Again, I would maybe like to see double buster, double arts, but at least the double arts is nice. Yeah, sure.
I think this is fine for her.
The like double arch is the important part, of course.
Yeah, her damage is from her MP usually.
True. Nice as well. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 50% arts up for 1 turn, and then minus 100% instant kill res for 1 enemy for 1 turn. The instant kill res, again, pretty much a meme, but it's an okay mana burst because it has the Invul Pierce as a bonus. Still don't love it though. Definitely not. Second skill has been buffed, so on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% crit damage for 3 turns, 1 turn of evasion, and then 40 stars. I think, is this new compared to last year's tier list? I think it might be, yeah.
It is.
Wow.
It's way overkill of a buff.
Yeah.
But I think it's like they didn't know what skill to buff. I guess they could just buff the first skill. They're like trying to nerf her, so they just gave her like, oh, you know, have 40 stars.
I mean, at least the combo is great with the crit damage from this, and you know, even if she's an assassin, as an arts-based one, she still doesn't generate a ton of stars. She generates a good chunk, but not like an amazing amount.
I know what skill they could have buffed. They could have instead buffed Shuten's second skill.
Oh, you mean a different servant? Okay.
Yeah, like that's the welfare that needed help here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. They
Fair
didn't
enough.
need to force a buff on the Shiki, but
I mean, she's not even the worst one. It's just like.
I guess it is basically Mozart's skill 3 on her own. So like she's like guaranteed crits for a turn. It's pretty nice still. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's great skill now. I mean, it was fine as is, but now it's pretty good.
Yep.
Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery, but minus 1k health. But this one cannot kill herself. Very cool. Pretty underwhelming, though, honestly. That's it. That's really it. I mean, honestly, even without the demerit, like, it would still be, like, whatever, you know?
Yeah, it's just the 30 battery.
Yeah. the MP hits hard, of course, so that's nice. But still, like, as a skill, it's, like, not that great.
Yeah.
Overall, the skill set is like, it's alright, but it's definitely not a very pretty looking as a whole. Alright, 6% Star Jet on the passive, cool. 10% crit damage, also cool. Anti-Avenger on the passive, not really relevant, I would say. And then they buffed the MP as well, so usually welfares never get buffed. She's got 2, so yeah. First off, the boring part, 100% chance to instant kill on base OC, scaling up to 140. Again, not really relevant for, you know, bosses. She does ignore defense on the damage. That's always great. And then free MP5. I don't know why they made it scaling because she's a welfare, but yeah, scaling from the MP at free MP5, she gets minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on the target after damage. But even it being after damage, it still hits hard, and it's not as spammable as 100 phase, but it's fairly spammable anyway.
Yeah.
So I mean, kind of ramp up anyway.
So the thing with Shiki, right? Like honestly, when you look at her skill set, it's kind of like, it's actually whatever, right? Like because people really like to hype her up, but then like she's just always that like so useful when you need to deal with a writer. Like the Valentine's Challenge quest, Andromeda. She's the perfect counter for that quest because she has Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense, and I did like a free-to-play clear of that, and it was so easy with Shiki. She just like spammed her MP 4 times in a row and just killed Andromeda. Like it, I think it's just, I think that is really just in general the issue with like welfares with an upgraded MP. Their damage is just going to be so good that people are going to choose them over their other 4 stars. Like even if the kit itself is not like super crazy. But yeah, I still like her. Maybe it's recency bias because like I just recently did a clear with her and she was still super relevant.
I mean, that just reminded you that she's still the good old reliable. Even if, you get more use out of her utility. But again, even without the utility, that's not always needed. She just does the job, right?
Yeah, she does the job. She does the somebody did like a free to play only like support min-turn clear of that Andromeda CQ with her as well. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of ridiculously good actually. She's just all reliable. On the way, that was not a min-turn. That was like a 1 turnover min-turn, I think. Anyways, but like
fair enough.
But yeah, like it's I don't know. She's just all reliable. Big beat stick assassin. Like you can't really compare with her damage with other 4 stars at lower MP levels.
Yeah. I just think she's boring. Like
I don't blame you.
She's good. It's just she's boring. Like she's got all the basics. It's just
like, she just knives people, dude. It's like London. Okay.
She's very similar to Kiritsugu, but I feel like Kiritsugu is just so much more interesting to make work.
Yeah, but like it's like in a minute. Yeah, the thing really is just, you know, upgraded MP welfare. I think that is her biggest draw. Like
it really
it's actually,
is.
like like none of her draw is actually in the actual kit itself. Maybe the defense ignore and info pierce combo, but like Kiritsugu also has both, and nobody has given him any credit for it whatsoever. So like her skill set is like. I mean, yeah.
I'm thinking A+. It's actually up from last year, but that was before this big star bomb as well.
I don't think
that was A last year.
Much, but like, yeah, I really.
I still want to. I want to put her in A+ anyway.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think her third skill. Wait, was it third skill or second?
Second is the buffed one.
I don't think that buff did like anything. It's just like you got one turn where you're even more likely to crit. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I have it is useful for like certain because like for my like free to play only clear, it made her.
It's easier to get her MP back.
Yeah, get her MP back, but like that it is not like amazing. So it's. And it's like sometimes you want to save the invul as well. So not invul, evade. So like, I don't know. I think she's only carried by the welfare thing, like the free welfare MP5.
But it's a good argument, though.
I mean, I'm hovering between A and A+, but
I really want to do A+. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, we'll see later. We have a bunch of comparison coming up.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, maybe not the best example of it, but you know what? We'll give him a fair run of his buddy. Yeah, time to talk about EMIYA Assassin, aka Kiritsugu. Kerry, whatever you want to call him. Mr. Magus Killer. Ironically, in a complete wrong class for it, though. Like, if you want to kill casters, bro, you missed the memo. But there he is. Single target arts DPS as well. Attack very similar to Shiki, 8.9k, a bit above if anything. He's got the same deck at double arts, double quick. Sure, and much like Hanreface, his MP gain was nerfed on his MP, and in this case it was nerfed way more actually. It's way more down this time, sadly, compared to his normal gain.
Yeah.
Now,
imagine if it was not nerfed.
Yeah, true. Dude, he would be so much better. Like, oh my god. Alright, okay, the skills though. First of all, 5-turn cooldown, 40% arts up for 1 turn. I don't like
the
it.
first skill is bad. Alright, but like, the second skill is pretty good.
Speaking of which, yeah, 5-turn cooldown. Invul Pierce for 3 turns for self. He gets 50% crit damage too. The full party, besides him, does get minus 20% debuff rest for 3 turns, but that's not really that significant. That's like whatever. In most cases, it doesn't really matter at all. But yeah,
basically turns himself into an Avenger with this.
Yeah, basically.
Passive as well.
Yeah, true.
Here's the funny part. I'm gonna mention stupid synergy again. So good synergy with Nocnaria. Not really that good.
Right, yeah.
Because like one thing I hate about Nocnaria is her buffs only lands if her skill seal to your team is on. Like her buffs deactivates if the skill seal is gone. But
fair enough.
But magic resist blocks that, which really sucks.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but you know what? At least the good stuff about the skill is good. Like it's a good uptime on the Invul Pierce and a good chunk of crit damage. You know? Yeah. All right, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, targeted taunt for 1 turn, and then a 15 star bomb. This is interesting. Honestly, you might even use it on himself to get more MP gain, because his MP is actually pretty good. So if you're fighting riders, it's probably, you know, chances are you should use it on himself just to get more gains. Overall,
skill is really nice.
The skill set is like average. But yeah, I really hate this first skill, if anything. Alright, 10.5% star gen on the passive, cool. Oh yeah, worth mentioning, he has a 6-hit buster and an 8-hit extra. So he can, despite having quite a bit of arts focus, he can still generate a good chunk of stars anyway. Those are some high hit guys. It's the extra most, you know, importantly, because he only has 1 buster anyway. 10% crit damage as well, cool. Anti-Avenger on the passive, yeah, don't bother. MP then upgrade. I like the MP. So guaranteed tick down, very nice. Ignore defense, very nice. And then base overcharge, 10% crit chance down for 3 turns, scaling up to 50. Also pretty nice. Could have been a bit higher, but you know what? All effects, good. We don't see instant kill. We happy. Okay, so the MP is great. FX wise. 15 hits, but yeah, pretty nerfed on the MP gain. It's still not the worst though. Like if we take a look at the sheet here for the refund, you still can refund decent amounts anyway. Not as crazy as 100 phase, of course, but you know, definitely shouldn't discount it either. Okay.
So his card gain sucks.
Yeah.
Right? So like
For MP,
his card gain kind of sucks. Especially on the arts. So but other than that, honestly, I like his kit better than Shiki. Like if you have both at MP5, I might use it. Hard to say.
honestly, kind of true. Kinda.
I do like his kill a little bit. But like the second skill is just so good, right? The second skill is like Koyan Dark's third skill, but with one shorter cooldown. Yeah, she doesn't get the dot, but like, do you really care about the dot? I don't think so. Right? Like this second skill is an SSR skill. The second skill is like a high tier SSR skill.
It's
and the MP still has ignore defense.
It's Korean Dark's third skill.
Yeah, Koyan Dark's third skill. Yeah, but better because
High
Koyan
tier
Dark's third skill is
Yes.
5 turn cooldown. She is high tier.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just
Wait, is hers 5 or 6?
Her 6.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you meant.
like,
Okay, I had
it's
to clarify.
better.
Yeah.
It's like better. So like I don't know. I think his skill too. Like it's just and like Scapegoat is interesting. Scapegoat has some certain uses. Like we've seen Creamhild use it very well. So like yeah, it doesn't come with a 50 battery, but like it's still good. Like in Challenge Quest, like what?
Like if they buffed it. No, I'd rather them buff the first skill. This skill is like the reason why I like him that much more. It's just there's so much more potential when you can designate who gets hit, because you can not only do that just to like try and get some support killed off, you can also do that and like get him to take hits, and that helps him loop because he is an assassin, so he gets more gain because he's at 4% instead of 3%, like a lot of people.
Defensively, yeah.
Yep.
His
you're probably gonna put NP gain buffs on him. So
my gripe is his arts card gain though. Like it's so bad.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst cards. This might be the worst arts card in the game.
I guess he's chaotic evil, by the way.
No, Ranmaru is worse.
Oh, Ranmaru is
worse. Hers is at like 0.9 or less.
I think Summer Valk is also 0.9. Isn't this 0.8 something? No, wait, it's 0.92, right? Wait,
yeah, I think he's tied with Duryodhana.
So like, I don't know. Like the one thing that Shiki has, in my opinion, over him is the card gain. But I mean, other than that,
but also free MP5, but yeah.
Yeah, free MP5, of course. Like I'm assuming he's MP5 when comparing him to Shiki for sure. But like,
yeah, but not here, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. This is kind of.
I think he's one of the Bs.
Yeah, I think he's certainly underrated.
Yeah,
because a lot of people think he's like completely unusable, which is I don't understand why. Because like, just look at the kit. But
I think a good bit of it is the MP not doing good refund because it is gutted a bit. And personally, like, I don't think it's that big of a problem. Like,
it still refunds okay. It's not amazing, but okay.
He doesn't refund that well either.
But like, should single target refund be that should it be standard? Like,
I don't think so. I think it should be.
It's a luxury.
Yeah, it's a luxury. Like once again, I think that's why I don't complain about his MP his MP refund. I complain about his card gain, which I do think is kind of annoying. But
yeah, I mean the good thing is like all of his cards make gain. Even his Buster card makes some gain because it's so
how many hits?
Yeah. Honestly, I'll pop him into B+. I think that's an upgrade from last year being B.
I think that's fair. The
he's not as bad as people think, like you said, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, time for welfare, and this one maybe not so pretty. I mean, gameplay wise. I mean, looks wise. Come on, dude. But gameplay wise.
Yeah, she can quick loop now.
Yeah. So we're not done with all the Shisho faces yet. In fact, this is not even the last one either. But yeah, here we go. Shisho Assassin, aka Summer, Scathach. AoE quick I guess you can farm with her as well, but I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I
she
would
can
say
loop.
DPS, but
I'm not
maybe.
sure her looping compared to Kiichi Hougen, because like people really like to talk about Kiichi Hougen. When she first came out, people like to call her a quick looper. I'm not sure.
Yeah, she hasn't
who's
even been
better.
added to the sheet yet, because I think with the buff she can probably do it, but yeah.
Oh, she can. She can on Riders for sure. I did test it out.
Yeah, okay.
Because I did, but like, not on Berserkers though.
Anyway, deck-wise, we got the full triple quick as usual. We're back to that. Kind of works, I guess. She also generates a lot of stars. Even if her MP gain might not be amazing. It's probably fine though, actually. Yeah. Alright, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. This is where the buff happens. So, she gets a taunt for 1 turn. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. 50% anti-divine damage for 3 turns. And then a 30% battery. So now it's actually pretty good. It's a lot of nice stuff. And you combo this with another skill to, you know, give her a bit more protection as well for the upcoming damage. This buff, I like. Pretty good. It used to be so bad though. Like it used to be just 1 turn of crit damage and taunt for 6 turns on itself. So yeah, they fixed it quite a bit. Okay. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Targeted 3k heal and also targeted 1k damage cut for 1 turn. You're probably going to use it on herself with the taunt. Although if you're using it on max HP, the heal is kind of wasted. But you know what? Sometimes the fight might go long enough for you to get this back again. And they do share the cooldown, so you know, worth mentioning, I suppose. Third skill, she gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn and 50% quick up for 1 turn. Is this worth a 6-turn cooldown? Absolutely not. But there it is. They're like, hey, we can't have a welfare have a better quick mana burst because that's overpowered as is, clearly. So if we're going to add something to it, we need to add the cooldown as well. Yep. Ouch. Yeah, I don't love the skill set still after the buff, but it looks a bit better. Alright, 2% Stargent on the passive. Could be higher because she's so quick focused, but it is what it is. Anti-Lancer on the append, no. Ooh, the MP. Ooh. No buff, just damage. AoE instant kill, 30% pace on the overcharge, scaling up to 70%. Talk about a terrible MP. It's not even that high on hits. It's 5 on quick AoE. I mean, it's still gonna give you a good chunk of, like, you know, stars and probably enough refund for you to loop with her too. But man, that MP looks terrible. So bad.
Yeah.
I don't like her gameplay wise. I just don't. Yeah, and you guys can maybe try and convince me if you have any takes of her, but I don't like her.
She's not great. Like yes, I guess she has Invul Pierce. Does it really make up for?
Yeah, 1 out of 6 turns.
Like I don't think it makes up for it. Like it's just anti-divine. Like I think the first skill looks like, honestly, the first skill is a huge buff.
It's like Caster Liz again.
Yeah. Like the first skill is actually kind of like if you just look at the first skill, right? Like 3 turn 50% crit up, 3 turn 50% anti-divine, 30% battery, and a targetable. No.
Well, it's only for herself, but yeah.
Yeah, self-taunt. Like it is a very good skill.
Yeah.
Like I okay. I guess I have tried her out post buff, but like I think against Divine, she's actually pretty great. Like specifically against Divine, I think she's pretty great. But other than that, is still.
Yeah, otherwise the downtime is too much.
Yeah, like against Divine though, I mean it's 6-turn downtime. That's really fair for this kind of stuff. Like
I mean, like outside, if you're not fighting Divinity, there's way too much downtime for damage stuffs.
I mean, it's 50% crit up.
That's the only thing, really.
3 turn skills and 30 battery. I feel like even if you remove the Divine, this would have been 6-turn cooldown on most characters.
No, I mean overall, how like her performance as a DPS, not the skill.
Yeah,
I love the skill is great itself. Yeah.
Yeah, her other skills are pretty shit though. So
yeah.
I mean, I don't think she's horrible. Like there are some cases that I will bring her out for like free to play clears, especially if you fight like a Divine Rider, which is like, you know, it's.
It happens.
So I don't hate her. And she is free MP5. Like this is still a consideration. So I don't know. I actually put her in
she's
like
She's like okay now. Like
I
I
might
do like her first.
I like
skill
put her
buff a
in
lot.
B actually. I'm kind of
Really?
crazy, but
I think B is
yeah.
high in my opinion.
Maybe her MPs might be too bad for B. I don't know. I just really like the buff. I think the buff is like insane, but yeah, maybe sometimes one buff is not enough. You know, like
Yeah, I think in this case it's true.
yeah. I mean,
C+?
I'm shooting for a B, but maybe I'm not.
What do you think, Otto, for her ranking, or anything else to add?
C+ or B? I'm not really that invested in her.
I want to do C+. I hate the rest of the kit besides the first skill. I just don't like anything else. But yeah, I acknowledge that she can do anti-divine stuff, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it part of the rework that makes it can happen? I think so. I mean, yeah, she can farm, yeah, but it's...
So I did use her, but like that's exactly what I'm like unsure. I think she needs to hit trait to have a place. But like even these days, if you do have a place, like there are a couple of welfares I think like almost have no place even after the buff. Like unfortunately Santa Jolter, like even though it's an MP upgrade, I think she still doesn't have a
Yeah, the skill itself is nuts though, but yeah, it's just besides that she's got like not much going.
So I don't think she's like the worst welfare or anything close to it.
No, not the worst at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's probably closer to the bottom though, but not the worst. All right, I'm gonna go with C+.
She's like the only assassin welfare that got a skill upgrade instead of an NP upgrade.
Yeah,
she needed it more.
Yeah, the MP sucks.
I think the skill. I'm not sure if her MP upgrade would have been as good as the skill upgrade though. Like,
I mean, she needs both. Let's be real.
Just the crit up is 3 turns, and then it's like 3-turn anti-divine 50%. Like that's great niche.
Yeah, but hear me out. They could have put like a crit buff on the NP. I like the idea
ramp
of
up?
a team crit buff on the NP.
I guess
could be cool.
And also make the MP just anti-divine. Then they'll be better than this buff for sure.
Yeah,
I mean they could have added. It has nothing besides instant kill. They could have added so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. All right. Anyway, next up, gone from welfares again for a bit. We got Mr. Fister, aka Yanqing. There he is. So he's an interesting case. Again, much like Kotarou, he was a lot of the times he's just seen as like, oh, he's just a star generator with cards. He just hits quick star. He just generates stars, and that was it. But I think, I mean, you guys might disagree. I think he's more than that. I think he's underrated actually as a DPS.
I think he's kind of insane. Like as
he has a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, he's single target quick, obviously. 8.6k attack could be higher, but it's not terrible either among 4-star assassins. He's got triple quick on the deck, which, you know, totally fits. I mean, could have been maybe double buster, double quick, but, you know, they were not really all about it for assassins. So this is fine too, I guess. First skill has been buffed. I think all his buffs were last year too. But yeah, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% MP gain for 1 turn, and then 3 turns of anti-lawful and evil for 30% each. Pretty cool, actually. I wish the MP gain was 3 turns as well, or maybe even the absorb. Maybe that's asking a bit too much. But, you know, at least we get some interesting combinations. And again, obviously, the lawful and evil are on different sides of the alignment tree, so, you know, they can coexist as well. Yeah. So, chances are, if you're using him against, like, a servant boss, you can probably find one of those in the boss. So that's kind of cool. It's not the highest mod, obviously, if you're just one of them, 30%, but, you know, it's not bad. Fairly common stuff. Second skill, though, probably his best skill. 5-turn cooldown, 30% quick up for 3 turns, 30% crit, and star gem for 3 turns as well. That's a nice package, actually. It just works, especially in a full quick servant. It's like stuff you kind of want to see. Wow. Third skill, though, probably his weakest one. So this really doesn't make too much sense for me anyway. So the 6-turn cooldown, he eliminates his own star absorb for 1 turn and then does a 20 star bomb. So I think this was obviously on his base kit, so I think they probably changed their mind about it. They're like, oh, he's meant to be like a star gen support, but then later on they did all these buffs that really add to his own DPS potential, and then now this just looks kind of weird. That why would you eliminate his own star weight, because he wants to crit himself too now. You're probably not just gonna bring him to generate stars. You're gonna bring him to do some deeps. So now it's just a weird skill. Ugh.
I think they realize it's just that archetype. Like they try to do star manipulation with like MHXA as well, I think.
And Cha-Cha. But in Cha-Cha it's a little bit better. Because it's for both of your allies neutralization, but yeah, even then.
Yeah, like
True. I honestly, I'm not saying this is like a big demerit, because like Chad is saying, he will make a lot of stars anyway. But this could have been something else instead, because now this was meant to be a support skill for your allies to be able to crit more. But now that he wants to be the DPS, yeah, it's not a problem, because again he gets a lot of stars. But this could be something else instead, like an attack buff or something for himself.
It's just the worst star bomb, which is I mean, it's kind of a dead skill.
It's a 6-turn cooldown, so it's pretty brutal for what you get.
Yeah.
But at least these two are good. Yeah. So overall, his skill set might be even the best one we've seen so far, even with this skill actually here of all the servants we covered so far in order. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. Otherwise,
better, but
yeah, okay, I guess that's an argument. Yeah, fair. Anyway, passives. Yeah, true. 6% star gen, very nice. Then he gets 5% quick and crit damage as well. Also cool, unique passive. Yeah, nice. He's anti-archer on the append. Nah, not neutraling with him. The MP was buffed as well, and it's very cool now. So, base overcharge, 20% crit chance down for one enemy for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. Actually, no, it's crit damage, not crit chance. So, it's the rare version. There's not that many servants that do this. Honestly, I definitely prefer crit rate down. But you know what? It's not insta-kill. So, hey, hooray. He does a minus...
Technically... Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And technically, if you have enough, you can make them their crit damage
True.
Less than their normal.
That would be, someone should try that. That's funny, actually. I want to see that. I want to see an enemy do like 0 with a crit and then do like 2k with a normal attack on the same turn. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyway, like because his MP is a crit damage down instead of crit chance. Just stack it high enough for enemy to do like 0% damage on a crit. That would be funny.
God damn.
Otto just got an idea. Go for it.
Oh no, I just got back. Gotta say this guy sounds a lot different when he's not voicing an angry teenager from Boku no Hero Academia.
Yeah, he's Nobuhiko Okamoto. Yeah, he's normally voicing different types of characters that tend to yell a lot. Fun fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, other effects on the MP, 20% quick rest down on one target for 3 turns. After damage, sadly, would be really nice to get it before because the MP has 11 hits, but oh well. And then 50% crit damage for himself for 3 turns. That's great. That's actually really good stuff on the MP. Yeah, he's honestly underrated. His MP used to do like 0 damage, but after the buff to the MP and the second skill adding a quick up as well, he can definitely, and with the, not even talking about the power mods on the first skill, yeah, he can actually do some good deeps. He's actually underrated.
50% crit ramp up.
Yeah, and he generates a lot of stars too, so that's really nice,
that
actually.
Is crazy.
Yeah,
I think 50% crit ramp up is kind of wild for a 4-star. I mean, we've seen this more and more on 5 stars, like Achilles got one, right? So like, but like, damn, dude, this is such a good effect.
Yeah, the MP is great.
Yeah, I've seen him pull some crazy stuff with the crit damage, but I mean, yeah. I guess I should say his buffs are insane. Like his character is really good. I don't think he's like the character itself is insane, but he's really solid, and his buffs are kind of insane because I remember like when he was like initially released.
Yeah, he did like no damage.
I didn't know what he did. Like like you said, like he's supposed to just be this like star manipulator. Weird, like I don't like that archetype. I think that's a dumb archetype that just they realize is dumb as well.
Oh, true. So he's chaotic evil. He can definitely be run with Dolman.
Yeah, he can actually like maybe accidentally cap on crit damage. Nah, I mean it depends on how many. If you like double Dolman, Scotty, and then you spam his MP, maybe yeah. So he has a lot of crit buffs. So I like him.
What do you think about him, Otto?
I think he's aged pretty well. Like he's gotten several buffs. And, he's doing pretty good these days, I'd say. I can't use him on JP with all the changes and buffs he's got because I'm saving a fight on Shinjuku for content. And, he's got multiple buffs locked behind that, so like I can't use him.
That's funny.
I think I got his NP upgrade, but I don't think you can do his second skill upgrade, which is like it's a bit of stuff there you want to like get done first.
Yeah, I think he is better than the other 4-star assassin, the non-welfare we've looked at. I think I'll probably put him in A. Just because of relative placement.
I think he's an easy A for sure. I'm even maybe thinking A+, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean the 50%
A is a
crit
minimum.
ramp up is 50% crit ramp up is so good on upgraded MP, and it's a quick down. Like he ramps up damage crazy.
Yeah.
So it actually makes his like quick deck does like do good damage still, as well. So I don't know.
True. I guess there's another assassin we'll talk about actually next, who is a very big competition for him.
Oh yeah.
But,
I mean, she's even a good support, so for sure she is.
So I guess if we're done with that, I'll place him in A for now, and we'll segue into talking about her next. So we got the small Empress Wu Zetian. We covered the caster version already, the summer variant. The better version, if you ask me. Although, I mean, I'm talking character-wise, of course. But, gameplay-wise, both are actually fair in a pretty good spot, I would say. Even not Assassin nowadays. Because, they've certainly shown some appreciation for her, too. Now, single target quick DPS. Again, around the average among 4-star assassins for the attack. Not too shabby. She actually does have double buster, double quick on her deck. The first of the assassins to have this deck. Very cool, actually. I think it suits her really well. Now, speaking of torture technique, there it is. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% defense down for 3 turns, and then 1-time 3-turn buff block, and then a 1k burn for 3 turns. The burn is like whatever, but hey, 30% defense down, and then the buff block is fairly versatile too. Very nice. I like it. Cool. Carmilla should have this as well, or even better.
Yeah, she should have just a better skill than 20%. Dude, that's so bad. Anyways.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of Honey Lake synergy, but it's never that significant because of command codes, but I guess it's worth mentioning,
Yeah, you're bringing codes usually anyways.
Oh my god, yeah, this buff is so good. 5-turn cooldown, it's the Imperial Privilege thing, so 60% chance to get 38% attack and defense for 3 turns. Guaranteed 2.8k heal, party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and everyone gets a 10% battery too. This on a 5-turn cooldown is loaded for a 4-star? You're kidding me, right? This is such a good skill. Like it's like Nero's thing all over again. Like these IP buffs are crazy.
Because it's
just nuts.
Yeah, when they add anything to it, it's really significant. I mean, even without the cooldown, it's still really good for support.
Like, now if you whiff the attack and defense, it's still not even the end of the world. You still get a good amount of stuff. Obviously, you still want to hit at least 1 or preferably 2 of them. But wow, that is a 5-turn cooldown right there. Holy.
Yeah, NA's getting this buff in a few weeks.
Oh yeah, true.
It comes with the sea monster water place. But
sea monster.
The Trung Sisters event. Yeah. Yeah, this is great though.
I think I called it Water Animal Island. Something like that.
It's something like that.
It's Sea Monster Crisis.
Yeah, I think it's a Sea Monster Crisis. Yeah, true. All right, third skill's 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack, and then everyone besides her gets 20% quick for 3 turns. I wish they included her too, but honestly, this is still a great skill set. There's a lot to like here. This could be the best skill set now so far. Might just be, Damn, I really wish she got this quick buff too, but yeah, it's still good. It's a good skill set. Alright, 4% star gen. Passives are kind of weak though. There's not much to go on there. Anti-Berserker on the append. Wow. Hey, good. Buffed MP as well. So 50% crit damage for self for 3 turns, much like Yanxing, but this one even scales with overcharge. That's just the base, scaling up to 100%. She removes the target's buffs, everything that you can. It is after damage, but hey, still great utility. And then she poisons the target for 1k for 3 turns. Poison is, again, like absolutely whatever on her, though. But I still like the MP. That's good stuff regardless. Like, she's good. She's a great 4-star. I still never really see people talking about her use her, but she is actually good. She's really nice.
I mean, I use her a lot, mostly as a support. Like, usually when I'm running like quick teams and stuff, she is like my 4th consideration as a support. Like, other than the 3 Scotties, if I want a more disposable or cheaper support, I would just bring her. Buck Block is insanely good utility for certain quests. And of course, buff removal on MP. That one actually got used in certain runs for the Andromeda Challenge quest again to remove her Invul Pierce as well as her Invul. So her MP also does a lot as well for that. And I'm pretty sure her MP damage is one of the highest, like traitless. If the IP lands, one of the highest like traitless damage.
Yeah,
for, like,
it's good.
Assassin. So like.
Her crits are some of the best among assassins too, at least among quick assassins. Like, there's a lot of crit potential.
Yeah, I mean, just really good skill set for both DPS and support. Hello? What?
Hello?
I thought I muted it. You probably heard my cheer.
Oh,
I didn't really hear anything.
Yeah, but like she is both a wonderful support and a wonderful DPS. I think just whoever, like, if you just have like one copy of Wu, you should still like try to get her skills up high for like just support's sake as well, because like she is one of the best, like one of the, I would even go one of the best quick supports probably as a 4-star even. Like you still use her a lot,
mostly because there's not that many options, but yeah, still fair.
Yeah. Like it's still really good numbers for 4-star. So like I mean. I don't know.
I think A+ for sure, at least.
Yeah, A+ for sure. She's one of the rare like 4-stars I don't use a deep. Like I still use a fair bunch. Like out of all of the servants in the game, she's still used a lot by me. Like compared to like most 4-stars, which is usually indicators pretty nice. Like because I don't have a personal preference towards her. So.
Yeah. Got anything, Otto?
I don't have much to say here. Yeah,
I mean, she's a straightforward servant, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, she's just got good team damage buffs, and she's good as a DPS on her own. So yeah. What else can I say?
There you go. Pretty unanimous. All right. So next up, we again briefly mentioned her earlier as well, but sadly not in the good lights. We got Nitocris Assassin, another summer servant. So she's AoE arts, but sadly I can't call her a farmer as much as I would love to, because her MP is sad. But she is, I guess, a DPS still, so she has some application there. 8.8k attack, just under average among 4-star assassins. She's got the double arts, double quick deck, which is totally fine, because again, they're probably not going to give her triple arts easily. That's fine. Now, the first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% defense for 3 turns, another 30% for 1 turn, and then 30% debuff rest for 3 turns. So it's basically Morph, or like a Morph A on a different name. That's it. But it's still an okay defensive skill, though. If you can even maybe negate enough damage with the defense up if you combine it with like a support or two as well. Obviously, you would have to figure out the support situation too. But if you're fighting single target, it's not an issue because she has a taunt. As much like Summer Shisho, but 7-turn cooldown. She gets that taunt for 1 turn, and then she gets a damage cut for 2k, 3 attacks, 5 turns. I do love the combo. Like if you do this and the first skill, you're taking 0 damage, unless it's an MP. You're just taking 0 damage. But there's no business of this being a 7-turn cooldown. Absolutely not. 5 would be like okay, sure. 6 would be like no, and 7 is like, are you high? Like, are you actually high? That is sad. It should be at least targeted and have more stuff if it's 7 turns, but Alright, third skill. This is at least good synergy though. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack, 20% MP damage, and 30% MP gain, all for 3 turns. Again, this would be amazing as well if she could loop as well, but alas, it's a nice way to spam the MP more against bosses, I guess, and do a bit more deeps with face cards, but man, this really would be like the looping skill normally. It's this skill. I'm not that high on the skill set, honestly. There's some nice stuff, but the cooldown is the second skill leaves it such a bad taste in my mouth. I don't know. Passives 10% Starge and cool. Divinity B+, maybe not so cool. Anti-ruler on the append, no. Unbuffed MP, so 20% AoE defense down all enemies for 3 turns after damage, sadly. It's a 3-hitter, so it does decent refund when it works because the overcharge. 30% chance to instant kill all enemies, scaling up to 70% before damage. So there it is, the same parentheses line that kind of ruins Erisa's Lancer's farming potential too. Very unfortunate, because she would easily be able to loop. Like, you see this refund, it is great. It's so good. She's just behind like Summervax, and even then it's like fairly interchangeable. Oh no, oh well. So now as is, honestly, she's kind of sad, because I don't think her DPS potential against bosses is that good either. Nope. She's got some utility to, help you survive and whatnot, but I don't think like you would ever really bring her for that anyway. Like I would rather bring Summer Shisho in that case, and I don't even love her either too much. Like we talked about earlier.
I just think, she didn't really get a buff. And there's no place for her, as you said. Because, her kit is there's too much of her stuff that is dedicated to, I guess she doesn't have a lot of stuff in her kit to begin with. But, a big part of it is dedicated to her MP looping. And when her MP looping is, not usable in farming, it's a huge detriment, because like you said, her DPS is not great either. So I honestly think she's pretty horrible. She was one of the last 4 stars that I didn't have. So I did finally get her, I think, during a weird banner, but she's so bad. I don't know. She's so it's like when people complain about Ryder Mordred, right? Like only doing looping and no damage. I think she's like Ryder Mordred that can't farm. I don't.
It's a fairly good comparison, actually.
I just don't know. I don't think she does anything, unfortunately, which is, bruh. Because she her design's really funny, of course, but
yeah.
I don't know, man.
Anything to add, Otto?
I like the archetype of half taunt, half DPS. I like how they executed it with Passionate, but she's I don't know, there's not much to say about her. She's really boring, and she's not really good at what she does. She's good at looping, I guess, but from a challenge quest sense, at least, because you're not going to be instant deathing everything like that.
I mean, dude, people are complaining about Andromeda, and Andromeda's full on this archetype and it's pulled off really well.
Yeah, it's way better.
This is just damn, bro.
I'm thinking D+ or C.
I think I'm gonna go a little bit meaner. I'm putting D+. I don't think she actually has a place.
Yeah, maybe.
Phantom might have more uses than her.
You might be right, actually.
He's a weird utility piece, but hey, utility is utility. Sometimes you just need it in a toolbox. It's a weirdly shaped tool, but it's still a tool.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But at least, they did release Avengers, so they got more Nitocris love anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. Avengers is a really solid servant.
Yeah, that was the buff she was meant to have. D+ it is.
I just got EMIYA altar on this Takasugi banner. Fuck this.
Wow. Interesting.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was like, how did you get him? He's story locked, but I forgot.
It's White Day.
Yeah.
I don't care about this character. I don't like his gameplay.
Whoa! Shout out to the Archer tier list.
Yeah, we already talked about his deceptionally high damage 3-hit Lamau. Anyways.
Next servant though. Back to single target arts. We got Mochizuki Chiyome. She is also, I might say, under. I'm not sure. Maybe people nowadays realize that she's actually pretty legit, but I think she's good. She's good.
Yeah.
So again, maybe one of her main downsides is the attack, 8.5k. One of the on the lower side of 4-star assassins probably, but she's got a lot of other things going for her regardless anyway. Double arts, double quick suits her just fine on the deck, because she also wants to spam that MP a lot. Right, first skill, buffed. Very cool. 5-turn cooldown, 100% chance to MP seal one enemy for 1 turn. She gets 30% anti-demonic damage for 3 turns and 20% anti-cursed enemy damage for 3 turns. Very cool, actually. Curse obviously is the easy one because she applies it herself a lot and very easily. And demonic, again, as a trait, not even that rare. A lot of servants have demonic too. So, hey.
Non-servants as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's found like all the time. But yeah, the curse one is at least free damage. That's cool. Unless, again, enemy is debuff immune, then But that doesn't happen as often as people think. So great skill. I like seeing an MP seal on a 5-turn cooldown as well. I feel like that's fair. They're like always like 6-turn cooldowns or higher. So that's cool too.
Oh, true, yeah.
Alright, second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking for the next 3 turns, the enemy is cursed with 500 damage for 3 turns. So everything that's not her MP applies a curse, including the extra attack. Wow. So again, the damage, I mean, you can kind of stack curse pretty high on her anyway, but the curse damage, in my opinion, is still a meme. But it's not a meme because of the first skill, having the anti-curse enemy modifier. So there's that, so that's cool. And it's a good chunk of arts and a good uptime, so hey, yay, easier spams. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn and 30% battery. This is exactly the same skill that Hokusai Foreigner has, but under a different name, fun fact. Same skill. It's a bit awkward to use sometimes, but you might not even need the battery, honestly. And honestly, she's also art, so sometimes you could say, hey, frick the evade, I'll just use it for the battery anyway. So, you know, sometimes you might use it for just one of the effects, depending on how the situation is looking or your comp.
Yeah,
it's okay. Yeah, it's all right.
30 battery, a good number.
It's like Shiki.
Yeah.
Overall, the kit's pretty decent. It's not like Wu Zetian good, but, you know, it's good. It makes sense, you know, for her playstyle. 10.5% star gen on the passive. She won't really generate too many stars compared to a lot of other assassins, but, you know, it's a nice little bonus. Actually, not even little, it's a high number for a passive. Anti-alter ego is an unfortunate append. Not very useful. The buffed MP skill seals the enemy for 1 turn, does a 200% curse amp on them for 3 turns, and then the overcharge is 10% crit chance down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. I kind of like the MP. It's okay. It does decent damage, especially if you have the first skill curse at least active, maybe even better with the demonic as well. And again, you can spam it fairly well, so you might think like, hey, it's 200% amp every single time. The curse still won't really amount to anything crazy. You can get a bit of bonus damage from it, but at the end of the day, it's still nothing like, you know, significant in my opinion. And I think it refunds decently well too on a 5-hitter. Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, she's the only behind 100 personas on just MP refund alone. Yeah, she's good. How you guys feeling on her?
I mean, I think the anti-curse is a little bit tiny. Like,
it is.
Just 20% power mod is pretty small. Like it's additive with MP damage and like crit. So if you just use like Black Grill, it's very much overwhelmed. Like in terms of not, because like it is a little bit too small.
Fair.
But like, I mean, upgrade MP damage. Like she has a decent niche against demonic, because like if you think about it, like against demonic, she basically has 50%. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
She got some nice Domon synergy between chaotic evil and curse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
I just think her MP upgrade should have been. I don't think it's too broken because it exists. So I don't actually think it's too broken, but like I think her MP should have scaled with how many curses there are.
Well, is it because of another servant we'll talk about later?
Yeah, because initially I was gonna say, damn, this is too broken, but like they did make that into a servant, like literally. So I think that would have been fine. Maybe because it's upgraded, it would have been better. And like there's a lot more like curse givers, like for example, like Dolman. Like if her MP did skill with like curse, then Dolman would have been great as well for like just a couple of extra stacks of damage. So maybe it'll be too good with curse, just because a curse is like there's better servants with curse.
that can give curse. It just happens to give curse. So, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't think she's nearly as bad because I remember she was also one of those servants that people were like, "Oh my god, this servant's unusable." She's not, but
she's good, like, even in my opinion. Not even bad. She's good.
Yeah,
I don't think she's amazing, but she's good.
Yeah, it depends on your MP level. Like, I'd probably still use she. I don't know.
I still kind of want to place her in A as well, though. But that would be under Shiki anyway, so I guess that's fine.
I do think she's a little bit better than Kiritsugu.
So that would fit perfectly there, then?
Yeah, I think A probably is fair. Just at least in my opinion, I think she's a little bit better than Kiritsugu, so probably A is fair.
She's easier to work with.
Yeah. Even though I do like the ignore defense Invul Pierce. Like I've said it multiple times, that's a great combo right there. It's 3 turns, but yeah. How about you?
What about you, Otto?
Yeah.
She's sort of like Shiki. At least she has like the interesting curse. I think that's fun. It's not much to be said there. She's got an evade, she's got a battery. Pretty standard.
I think 20% is too small. Like 20% anti-curse is way too small. Like I would have expected it to be 30. I understand why they're like, oh, but it's like universal. But like it's fine. I think it was fine. It would have been fine.
They went a bit safe with it, but I'm still happy with the buff anyway, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I've done
works
there for sure. So yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll go with A. Next up, the servant that was basically released just a week later, because they were both released, with Shimosa banners. We got Katou Danzou. Sadly, doesn't stand out as much to me as Mochizuki. Also, she is story locked, so she's also kind of hard to get, not to mention. So
even more rare.
Yeah, she's honestly, I think she's one of the rarest story locked 4-stars. Maybe
this could be. Have her?
Yeah, I think I might only have one copy on JP myself. I don't know how I got it though. But yeah, she's AoE buster and she doesn't farm, so there's that. She's kind of like a half DPS, half like bodyguard. I don't know what to call it, and I don't think it really works too well.
Oh, I do have her.
Okay, nice.
I forgot what, but
she's
a weird one anyway.
Yeah, she's got just about the average amount of attack for a 4-star assassin. She's double buster, double quick. Interesting little deck at least. I kind of wish her MP was quick with this, if anything, but yeah. Oh well. First skill, 30% quick at buster for 3 turns on self and a 5-turn cooldown. It's her main card types. Good uptime. Is passable, Nothing too bad. Second skill, we got the Kotarou skill. So 6-turn cooldown, 1 ally gets evasion for 1 turn, and 45% star gen for 1 turn. Again, she protect. And then, you know what else she does? She protect even more. Because they printed the same exact skill, but instead of evade, it's now invul. It's the same skill though. So yeah, it's like you get an evade, you get an invul. She's like the Oprah of defensive buffs, but I don't get it. She's a DPS. I don't get it. Anyway, weird skill sets. She's got 10% star gen on the passive. Helps a little bit. She can generate some stars too. Anti-alter ego, all these freaking Shimosa servants, anti-alter ego. It's so unfortunate because a lot of them are cavalry, so Doman fucking over a lot of servants depends, it seems.
Yep.
Funny how that works. Alright, upgraded MP though. She gets, or the whole party gets 20% buster up for 3 turns. After damage though. Oof. And then she has an anti-demonic modifier on the MP overcharge, the base 150 to 200 range. Honestly, if you're not fighting demonic, the MP does no damage. It just doesn't do any damage.
Yeah.
So what is she meant to be? Like a half DPS, like an off DPS? I don't know, man.
I've seen her solo. Because 2 hard defenses on 6-turn cooldown, when you alternate them, is pretty okay for solos.
And then with maybe Atlas and another invul. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like too crazy. Right? And
because her damage probably wouldn't be
MP,
super high anyway.
Honestly, upgraded MP with anti-demonic, I don't think it's horrible.
Yeah.
But she just doesn't have any self-steroids. I know what you mean. She's kind of a weird one. I have not personally used her a bunch, I think.
And she already has buster up anyway, and the MP just adds more.
Yeah.
Why not attack or something?
Okay. She's like, yeah, she's kind of weird. Like, I think at least anti-demonic niche is fine, but you know, there are some fights with 2 demonics, and then she can probably do okay. But other than that,
I don't really got anything to really say about her because I never use her. I'll be the first to admit I never use her. She's a nice like robot trophy waifu mommy thingy, but gameplay wise, I just never use her.
I like the double evade or double invul, whatever you want to call it.
The bodyguard.
I think that's kind of neat. She just needs to lean a bit more in her support direction because like, she's also got the Buster on the NP, so she has some potential as a support. It's just not really. I don't think she's really that worth bringing, especially since we got.
She's a better Buster support than Merlin because she can invul you twice. Wow.
It's not even team wide though.
True.
Hey, imagine if it was 2 team wide blocks.
Then we'd be talking, maybe. But even then, I don't know.
That'd be pretty interesting for splits. But I mean, with Castoria, that's worthless. But like, still, yeah, she's weird. I don't know. I don't think she's horrible though. Like, I mean, upgraded MP anti-trade, two hard survivals.
Do we finally have our first C tier servant?
How bad can she be? I feel like she's.
Is she better or worse than Scath?
I think she's free MP5 though, and she's storyline. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
But she still can do good divine DPSing.
I mean, she can do okay demonic, but yeah, I personally like she shows a little bit more.
Yeah, after the first skill buff and the free MP5, I think I like her more.
Yeah, it's probably I don't know.
There's only half a tier difference.
Yeah.
First C tier. Let's go. There it is. We got some occupation. Next one, more Summer Action. Summer Ushi. Won't be the last of the Summer servants though. We got AoE, quick, a DPS at a farmer, but let's be real, she's definitely more on bosses than farming. Her farming damage is not that great. 9.4k attack though. Hey, is that the highest one so far? I think it is. That's pretty good at least for the 4-star assassins. Triple quick, of course, and her quicks are actually very good. She has good canes. Very cool. First skill though, she's got Kintoki, but worse. So 6-star cooldown, 40% battery. Because, you know, there it is. Why not? That's not needed though, in my opinion. Kind of a lame skill to have, but it's obviously a lore thing. I think her gains are totally fine. It's just the battery is such a weird thing for her. Alright, skill 2.
I talk to my cat on a daily basis. Do I get at least the 30% battery?
Yeah, but what is a battery equivalent in real life?
The will.
Energy drink.
The will to get out of bed.
True. Okay, fair enough. Like, let's say you're asleep, you're waking up on your bed, your cat jumps on the bed, and you're like, hey, what's up? And then you're like suddenly, oh my god, I'm so invigorated, I can immediately get out of the bed. Is that the equivalent?
Yeah, if it's a 30% battery, that means it's gonna take me like 20 less minutes to get out of bed.
Wow, dude, Jesus Christ. All right.
That's what having no job will do to you, unless you've got that schedule ground into your brain from working a long time.
All right, fair enough. I wake up the same hour every single day of the year, no matter if I'm working or not. But I guess I make my own hours too, so there's that.
I do that only because of FGO day change, which is horrible for my health. But
dude, it's the content creator grind. You gotta do it, man.
It says 5 a.m. for me. It's slightly better now because like it used to be 4 a.m. with the daylight savings, which is a stupid concept, anyways.
It is what it is.
I'm so glad I wear glasses because I've got some circles around my eyes like all the time. And it's not as obvious.
At least you don't have naturally dark like stuff under your eyes. I have. It's not just because I sleep badly. I don't know if you can see it, but let me actually show you. I'm doing a little bit here. Like look at it. I actually have like dark spots under my eyes even as is.
I think the glasses masks it well.
Oh,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mine are about on that level. Yeah, I feel you.
There you go.
I don't know if it's because it's natural. I do look at screens like fucking 12 plus hours a day. I've
had it since I was a little kid, so I don't know what's wrong with me. Anyway, back to Ushi, I guess. So second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn. That's pretty good. Again, better than usual for 1-turn evasions. And then 30% quick up for 3 turns. This is a great skill, actually. It's a bit awkward to use sometimes, maybe, but hey, good effects on, fair cooldown, I guess. I got fit. Well, a bit more fit. I'm still not, like, amazingly fit, but I'm trying my best over time. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 500% absorb for 1 turn, 1 turn of debuff immune, and then this on attack debuff thingy for 1 turn. So if she crits that turn, actually no, I'm thinking of someone else. On every normal attack, it's a 40% chance to remove all the buffs from enemy. So if you do a brave chain that doesn't include an MP, you have 40 times 4 chance. So if you don't get it from that, that's pretty freaking unlucky, honestly. But yeah.
This is definitely like early design.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, but it is all buffs though.
Yeah, you only need to land once. Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, it only needs to land once.
So that's why I'm saying if you don't get it on like a normal brave chain without an MP, you're very unlucky because you only need to get it once.
Yeah, this is.
Although you obviously want to hit it on your first card in case they have defensive buffs, because then you get more damage out of it.
I think Bar Guest is definitely a better way to do this. Which is like 1 per hit. I mean, it could be worse actually, because like if the enemy has like, what if the enemy has like 7 buffs? Then she
but the Bar Guest one, like I would say 95% of the cases will be better than this.
Yeah, and it's more consistent. I don't have to bet on.
Frick Gambas, dude. It's whatever. It's a mix of weird stuff, useful stuff, but kind of weird. The skill set, I'm not a huge fan overall. 5.5% star gen, passive, cool. 11% crit damage, very nice, because again, she dishes out stars like nobody's business, and related to that, 11% quick up. Balanced. Hey, passive's looking good at least. Cool. Anti-assassin on the append, no thank you. And then they have actually buffed her MP, because it kind of used to do like no damage. But now, base overcharge, minus 20% quick res down on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. It is, again, after damage, but, it can ramp up a little bit against bosses. She now has a flat 150% anti-lawful, power mod there. Very cool. Doesn't scale, but hey, cool. And then she also removes the offensive buffs from all enemies after damage, but since it's offensive, it doesn't really matter too much anyway. I kind of like the MP, FX-wise, yeah. For farming is like whatever, of course. But I think she's meant to be against bosses anyway, instead of farming.
I don't remember a kid at all. And it does look better than I remembered.
Yeah.
Because she is so rare. The one thing I'm really pissed about is like they didn't rerun her during Tyra's event, which is dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, Little Big Tengu. Like why didn't she get a rerun? But she actually looks kind of fine. Like this, she has.
I think she's good against bosses.
Yeah, she has anti.
Not amazing.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
She seems alright, honestly.
How many lawful riders do we have?
I do not own her, so I've never used her, like ever. I've never owned her in either server as well. So I do not. I have zero idea how she plays.
10 lawful riders.
She looks okay though, honestly.
And 4 berserkers. Okay, yeah, she's not bad.
If you ever like MP3 plus, you can realistically use her pretty often. Probably, I don't know.
Any takes, Otto?
She's okay. I like that she has multiple ways of removing buffs. Like I like offensive buff removal.
Yeah.
She has a little bit of ramp. I don't have a lot to say either, because who has used the servant other than her?
I used her in the event she was released in because the damage bonus.
She's so rare. Like I just don't have her. Like even with like how much I roll, I just don't have her. But she feels like a B+ to me, but I have no idea.
That's not bad.
Again, I have no idea.
I think B+ is at least very fair. Maybe even A, honestly, but maybe B+ for now. Yeah. Underrated, but yeah, like you said, probably because a lot of people don't have her and realize that she's actually decent.
Yeah.
Oh, the next one though it's still an interesting one to this day. We're gonna talk about another story-locked servant. We got Gutchan, aka Consort Yu. Okay. So there she is. She's AoE Buster DPS, and if you're mentally ill, you might even farm with her, but don't. Just absolutely not. Now, first big problem, 7.9 git, that is not very generous, needless to say. In fact, it's probably the lowest of all the 4-star assassins, even before seeing the rest. It kind of has to be. So that is a bit unfortunate. It's a lot of HP, though, if you like that. But besides that, yeah, she's meant to be a DPS first and foremost anyway. She's got double arts, double quick, which I think is fine, I guess, for a deck. I don't even know what deck I would even want for her, honestly. She's kind of like, she doesn't even have like crit potential or anything like big like that. She like wants to use her MP, but you know.
I take double arts because like,
yeah.
True, but like, do you really want to use her MP?
Well, nowadays it's not that bad, but it's still a bit awkward sometimes. So yeah, let's get to the skills.
Yeah, probably double arts better, but.
Yeah, maybe actually. All right, first skill, 5-turn. True.
Sorry.
Her arts is actually good, yeah, but they would definitely nerf her if there was 2. All right, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns, and then would debuff immune for 1 turn. So unless you get skill sealed or cooldowns delayed or whatever, she basically permanently has 10 gauge per turn. That's pretty cool, I guess. But then the debuff immune doesn't have that much uptime, sadly. Could be a cool little bonus if I think they could easily make it 3 turns as well. I don't know why it isn't, but you know, it's basically a free Prisma Cosmos, I guess, ML beat for the rest of the fight, unless again skill 0 or cooldown delays or something happens. Now, second skill, very important. On a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 1k healing per turn for 5 turns. So again, this is also like a full uptime unless weird stuff happens. She gets 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns. Very important, not just for the enemy utility, but for herself as well. And then with the buff, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Cool little thing to help with her not so amazing damage. Okay, pretty good skill. That on a 5-turn cooldown, I like it. It's good. Third skill. Oof, we're back to this. Again, the same rank, the same skill. So, Vampirism rank C. 6-turn cooldown, 80% chance to drain by 1 tick for one enemy, and then 27% battery for herself. Not optimal in the slightest. Also, if you're crazy enough to farm with her, this will also make things a bit awkward. Ooh. But I guess the first skill helps with that. I don't like the skill set. I don't like it too much. It's fine, but eh.
Hot take. Okay, I'll do the hot take later, but
yeah, okay. All right, 8% star gen, cool. She actually does generate it a little bit, but you know, obviously loses to all the quick assassins. Anti-ruler passive, yeah, no. MP has never been buffed, but let's see, what do we got here? So first of all, hey, full debuff cleanse on self, awesome. Then she removes all her buffs, not so awesome. The damage of the MP ignores defense, that's cool. She does a 2k curse on enemies for 5 turns. That's like whatever. Then the big one, the overcharge. She gets 50% buster for 1 turn before damage, and then scaling up to 100%. Now, obviously, for those that don't know, when you have 100% buff removal resistance, that obviously means the self buff removal will whiff. Guaranteed, so it's not a problem at that point. And also, even if you don't have that up and you MP, yeah, you will lose your buffs, but because of order operations, she at least gets the 50% minimum buster up every single time. That happens after the buff strip in the order of operations for the MPFX. So at least that's kind of cool. So even if you don't have this up because it doesn't have 100% uptime, despite still having a decent uptime, yeah, you have that at least. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I don't think she's as bad as people think. Some people think she's like E tier. Definitely not. But yeah. I still think she's a bit annoying to work with, despite them having these band-aids on her kit, you know?
I think if she doesn't have... If she got an MP upgrade... She doesn't like because of flavor. They're not gonna remove the buff removal.
No,
but if she got an MP upgrade, I think she's actually decent. Because like here's the thing, right? Because like most of the buffs in this game works on a 3-turn basis. So like if you but if you're using her like as a normal DPS, it's actually not that horrible. And the 3-turn buff removal resist, it still blocks other people's buff removal, right? It is there to counteract her MP, but it's not like it doesn't function.
It's still universal, yeah.
Yeah, it's universal. It's not 3 times. Like, it would be horrible if it's 3 times 3 turns. So like it would just be a pure band-aid, but it's not. It's actually, for 3 turns she's buff removal, like immune.
Yeah.
But the only thing I don't like about her still, though, her arts card is also super good for games, like 3.0, right? So like, but the only thing I don't like about her, though, is one of her biggest selling points to me is her like infinite sustain. Basically, her skill 1 and skill 2, the charge per turn and the heal, they're basically infinite duration because the cooldown is the same, but it's not really. Because if you want to keep using your MP on the 3rd turn, it's just gone. So it's more like a 3-turn effect instead of a 5-turn. I mean, it depends on how you articulate it. You can definitely play around it just by not MPing. Like if you max all her skills, not MPing with during the 2 turns, she's actually pretty nice. I do think there's a weird gripe. I don't know if that's a real gripe because I did try to make her work because I like her design a lot. I think lowering all of her skills lowering her 1st and 2nd skill is very important.
Yeah,
so
for sure. Definite 2nd skill at least.
Yeah, 2nd skill especially. Like, and it's kind of lore expensive, and I like sometimes people don't want to commit. And it's a lot worse when you like. If you don't like the worst feeling would be if you have a high rank of the skill and the buff removal, the whiffs, and the MP removes everything anyway. Because if it's not max rank, it can absolutely your buffs can still get yeeted. Yeah, you should absolutely lower. Like that's
it's a must if you want to use her. Absolute must to max the 2nd skill.
Must lore for the uptime as well as for the guaranteed chance. So yeah, she's annoying to work around, but I don't think she's bad. I think like if she
there's worse awkward stuff out there, as crazy as it sounds.
She can keep herself like clean from any debuff. So like any debuff heavy fights, like she can loop her MP relatively okay in challenge quests because of her okay.
Well, the debuff immune is only 1 turn per 5, but yeah, it helps.
No, I mean the cleanse.
Oh, the MP. Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah, of course that makes sense. Yeah, true.
Yeah. So like. And 50% buster up before MP is obviously a huge number. Even though it doesn't ramp up, it's still a huge number.
They gave her like that because her attack is so low.
Yeah, and also like they're probably
the buff removal.
Purge all her buffs. Like before the skill upgrade, that's all she's gonna get. Like before the skill upgrade, I kind of agree. She's like,
wasn't that always there? They just added the attack buff, right?
Oh
yeah,
never mind.
Yeah. There was always they just added. Oh wait, they made it 3 turns instead of 1, but it was there. But it was so much worse. So much
it was
worse.
1 turn. Okay, yeah. Because I remember before the buff, she was actually unusable.
Yeah, then it's way too much downtime.
Yeah, post buff is fine. Post buff is fine.
Yeah, it's workable post buff.
Yeah, it's really MP upgrade. She just needs one. I think she's like.
She could be actually very solid with an MP upgrade.
She's like C plus, maybe.
Yeah,
C to C plus.
Yeah, I like her in P spam. I like her utility with the debuff cleanse and the debuff immune. She has so many things going on. It's just her NP damage isn't really that great. And then, honestly, I don't feel like it's that big of an inconvenience. Like the buff removal on those off turns where you don't have her second skill up. But part of the reason why is because you're likely to use Vitch with her,
and your buffs would expire anyway, right?
Yeah, like she's gonna reduce the cooldowns on it, and then bam, you have it 6 turns.
Oh, and that too.
Yeah, you can space it out, so like it just doesn't run out. So like there's a lot of ways to work around it. Because of that 3-turn duration extension, like she's just like 1 MP upgrade off of being actually really decent in my opinion. So
I would go with C plus probably.
Yeah,
it's a nice middle finger.
Again.
Actually, no. Now it's kind of like your index finger,
bro.
It's pointing. It's like that way.
Yeah.
Up votes to the right. I had to do it. All right, back to another welfare. So, gonna talk about Gray. So, hey, AoE Buster DPS and a farmer actually. She's interesting. She's got 9.4k attack, which again, with Ushi, probably the highest of all the assassins so far. Very cool. I'm not sure how I feel about the deck being triple quick though. That is a bit awkward if you want a DPS.
Yeah.
Oh well. First skill 5 turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns and then 100% anti-undead damage for 3 turns. Now normally undead enemies not very common, and when you see them they're like this small fodder you get in farming basically. So in boss scenarios, unless you're like crazy enough to do like summer woo stuffs, is pretty irrelevant I would say. I can't remember really like any hard fights like boss content where, you know, anti-undead would really be relevant. I'm sure there has been some because there's been so much stuff over the years, but I can't at least from the top of my head remember.
Fight was undead.
Oh, what fight?
Because that was the Nimocine or Nimocine, however.
Oh, really? No. Well, I guess it makes sense. It was her event too. Yeah, that makes sense. They were like they're gonna hype her up more. Yeah. All right. So this skill is still okay for the decent chunk of attack, and obviously attack is good with, you know, Buster stuffs anyway, because of support, you know, availability for buffs. Anyway, second skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets 40% Buster and crit for 1 turn, and then an invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. I don't like this skill. I do not like this skill. First of all, it's awkward to combo the offense and the defense again anyway, and then they both have like terrible uptime. Nah, dude, nah. You can do better than this. Come on. They could at least like maybe drop them to like 30% and then make them 3 turns, you know? There's no reason to do this.
Yeah, probably.
Second or third skill, I can't count. 6 turn cooldown. She gets 20% battery and then 30% debuff risk for 3 turns. Just weak. Weak. And because it's 20%, you know, it's the awkward number for farming as well. Very unfortunate. Definitely hampers her farm potential. Alright, passives 11% crit damage, cool. 15% debuff risk, also cool. And then hey, 10% MP gain, unique passive moment, very cool. Anti-Berserker Append, love to see it. They did buff the MP, so now we get some very cool stuff here. So before damage, 1 turn of Invul Pierce, awesome. She gets a 10% refund, just flat out as a normal effect. And then the overcharges, minus 20% Buster and quick resistances down on all enemies for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 40%. I really like the MP post buff. Like, I can't, if I didn't know that this was a welfare MP, I would be kind of shocked, honestly. This is way better than most welfare MPs in the game. Ooh. Honestly, I have mixed feelings about Gray. Because her farming is awkward because the battery, right? And then the undead thing is like whatever. And then this skill is like terrible uptime and thirds doesn't really do too much. But the MP is so nice. I like the MP and she has high attack too for a 4-star assassin. I don't know. How you guys feeling about her?
The MP upgrade is certainly the strongest part about her. I think that's without doubt.
Yeah.
Undead with Caster Wu. I do think it's pretty okay actually, but it's
Oh yeah, I guess because of the MP refund, she can still farm, but she needs like a 60%er, right? See, there's not that many options, but there are some options.
I think it's really good with Caster Wu and Challenge Quest. Like it actually heavily depends on if you have Caster Wu, because 100% P mod for 3 turns. So if that's
it is a lot.
That is a lot, like insanely huge.
So,
like that, yeah.
So fun fact: the same for the same types of the same. If you're using the same support and same craft essence, you can also get Consort Yu to 3 turn, because she has the 20% plus battery. Then she has the recharge, which is
she has 10 recharge.
True. So she can farm as well. It's just I think you need at least NP2 for it to be worth. or at least comparable. So like if you have her in P5, I think she's gonna outperform Gray for what that's worth.
Probably.
I mean, yeah, but like I think Gray is definitely more of a like a DPS option. I really like the MP upgrade.
Yeah.
But like it gives her a great niche against certain boss fights. And
great
like once again
niche. Okay.
Caster Wu, like once again, actually a synergy piece. I think
she would be. She's actually not a meme. She's a great support for her. Like actually, yeah. That's because that power mod is crazy.
Well. Yeah, in my opinion, Caster Wu makes like it actually affects her rating, which is not great for welfare, whose like advantage is being like accessible to everyone, and she's like even a evocation. But like even without undead, she's like fine. Upgrade MP with Invul Pierce, right? Like.
Yeah, and the ramp up against bosses is interesting too, for the debuffs. This is tough actually. Last year, where did I place her? Apparently I had her in A tier.
I mean, she probably stays the same. I don't know.
You think? I'm thinking B plus or A.
Yeah.
I'm maybe leaning more towards B plus.
B plus without Caster Wu. Let's go with that.
Yeah. What do you think, Otto? Which one? Or do you have another tier in mind?
I don't really care much for Gray, to be honest. Just not that interesting to me, gameplay wise.
Well, one guy's about to come to your house. That one guy from my community.
Bruh.
That one guy.
He's a huge fan.
We have that one guy too.
Yeah, you're always called Tog, right? We have one. I just call him one guy. There he is in the chat. He's been all this time when we. I knew he was gonna be here when we talk about Gray. He was. I think there when we talk about Miyu as well on casters.
There's no world where
his name isn't I am that one guy. It's am I that one guy? Which
wait, did you change it? Or was it always like that? Now is this a Mandela effect? I don't remember. Was your name always like that in the chat?
No.
Wow, interesting.
I mean, yeah, I'm proposing her in A. B plus actually.
Yeah, one guy's gonna hate me, but I think I'm gonna go B plus.
I mean, we can move Ushi down, I guess, like later on, but
I like her utility. We'll see.
Yeah, see.
Okay, we'll think about it. We'll just go with B plus for now. Yeah. We'll again, shuffle happens as usual. Ooh, next one though. Okay. All right, let's talk about the summer waifu of the OG variant. We got Okita Assassin, aka Okita J Souji. There she is. AoE quick DPS. You can kind of farm with her too, but I feel like she's way better off as a DPS, honestly. Okay.
I mean, doesn't the stun doesn't affect the farming though?
No, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, but I still like her way more as a DPS.
I see.
So she's got 9.3k attack, which is pretty good. Again, one of the higher among the 4-star assassins. Her gains are ridiculous, by the way, for those that don't know, for both the MP and the arts. She might have the best gains of all the Okitas, which is saying a lot. Like, all the Okitas are basically known for having great cards, and she is maybe the best example of it.
And you know what we should do to compensate for her other issues? We should give her a 30% battery and warranty gain.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's performing.
It's so overkill, bro.
It's just farming.
No, he's talking about Saber Okita.
Oh,
the battery buff.
I'm actually talking about this one.
Yeah, she got
a okay. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Anyway, triple quick is totally fine for her. Maybe double buster would have been cool because she generates like stars like no one's business. But you know, old caster Scotty synergy is real at least. Crazy quicks.
Quick cards are so good. I think.
Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah. All right, first skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn. She gets 800% absorb for 1 turn, and she removes 1 latest defensive buff. The demerit can be annoying, but you can, you know, if you're just, you know, using your skills in a smart fashion, is like order as well. It's not the worst thing ever. Like, there's a worse demerit later, of course. But yeah, I like it's a high amount of crit damage and also a high amount of absorb. 800 is definitely enough for assassins to get very good amount of, you know, guaranteed stars in. And I also like that it's 4 turns instead of 5. That usually these are like 5-turn cooldowns or something because they're like, oh, it's 100% crit damage, it's too much. I still don't think the skill is amazing for the record, but I think it's fine. It's totally fine. Now the second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 turn, sure hit for 1 turn, and then 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Cool. Sometimes a bit awkward to use, especially against bosses, because you might want to time that evade against the big PP damage incoming, but you know what? Honestly, I feel like her main damage is the crits anyway, so it's not that end of the world if you MP without MP damage. It's only 20% anyway. And yeah, speaking of which, the third skill, so the 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% quick up for 3 turns, 30% battery, and then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Now there's the demerits, so I guess they did change it to be flat now, so yeah, she gets minus 10% defense down on turn 1, and then, minus 20% more every turn. So it totals up to minus 50% defense down on the final turn, which is annoying, of course. That's not nothing, but yeah, hopefully you're fighting riders anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff besides the demerit though. Like, holy, can we talk about 50% quick up though? That's like with her quicks, that's pretty freaking nuts. Yeah. Now that's a mana burst that I like. Oh my. But yeah, obviously this makes her farming even more legit with the addition of the MP gain and the battery. But I still like more her as a DPS, honestly. Although I will be farming with her as well once this buff arrives to an end, because I like using the waifus. Passives, we got some interesting stuff going on here. 7.5% star gen, cool. Minus 10% instant kill resistance, whatever. 15% debuff res, cool. Again, minus 10% quick instant kill res. Not that big of a deal. And then the funny one, she has the foreigner passive. Actually, not even a different namer. It's actually the foreigner passive, which gives her 2 stars per turn and 2% debuff rest. But more importantly, Van Gogh synergy. Ooh, spicy. Very, very spicy. Okay, we'll talk about that as well. But yeah, first of all, anti-archer on the append. Not really that relevant. Although for me, because I'm weird, it's relevant for me personally. But for general populace, maybe not so much. Then the MP. The one thing I really don't like about her, sadly, I'm okay with the demerits of the skills, but I still don't like the MP. So all enemies get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50%. It is after damage, but boy, that's a lot of defense down ramp though against bosses. Again, one of the reasons why I like her against bosses more. Then she also removes all defensive buffs for the targets. Again, after damage, but good utility to have, better than without. And then the annoying part. 60% chance to stun self for 1 turn. Now this happens immediately after the damage is done, so if you get stunned, this means that your any potential brave chain is just immediately halted the turn, like the enemy just goes. I really hate this. Now obviously there are ways to counteract this. You can get like maybe debuff immune stuff from your supports, or you can run the command code that gives you like the stun immune for 1 time 2 turns, but they're never going to be like ideal anyway, right? So it is a big problem. It would be, not right to say that it wasn't, because it is. But, yeah. I still think she's a very legit DPS, though. And the fact that she can combo with Van Gogh as well is actually a pretty big deal, because she will generate so many stars as is, so that all that crit damage would be very welcome. In fact, and again, obviously, take this with a grain of salt, because her crit buff is 1 turn anyway. But she actually does have the best crit damage out of all the assassins on this shit as well. But again, take it with a grain of salt, because Van Gogh is possible, and then she has that big steroid anyway. But yeah, she is very legit. I think people tend to focus too much on the MP demerit, and yeah, obviously it exists. It should be acknowledged, but she's legit. She's good.
I mean, it is a lot less bad than like Frankenstein or Tamamo Cat's stun. Like lot less bad.
Those are like 2 turns anyway.
Less.
Yeah, so like I think it's you can definitely work around it. The annoying part is, of course, the juicy part is her card gain as well. Like you really want to use her cards. So I did end up only relegating her to looping because of that. I don't like to play around it.
Fair.
But I mean, I don't know. It's like, but like she has a lot of She has a lot of damage. Cat can have immunity, but at the same time, Cat isn't Okita Alter. Oh, not Okita Alter. Okita J. So like you look at their skill set, it's not close, right? Like it's
just, Cat just not very
Cat's
pretty
more of a
too.
tank. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Cat's more of a heal.
But
tank.
that's for the next list, I guess. Yeah. I think personally, I'm not sure if you guys think Zatiger. She's a minimum. I'm even considering A plus.
I go. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Could be a hot take though.
I will say though, I don't know. I've used her with Van Gogh a few times. I don't really feel that big of a difference there. Like maybe it's only NB1 and all, but
no,
I just don't feel it. I think
it's because for Van Gogh in particular, the thing Van Gogh provides, a crit DPS on top of the 100% crit up, of course, is star absorb up and star per turn. She doesn't need any of that.
Yeah, it's mostly like the crit damage that would be beneficial.
Yeah, so like for Van Gogh specifically, she might have wanted 2 busters instead of triple quick. Because for Van Gogh, 2 busters is like a lot better than triple quick. Just specific. Once again, I'm not saying. I think in a vacuum, triple quick is better for her. But for Van Gogh specifically, 2 busters is probably better.
That's fair.
And Van Gogh is like very strong when you pair up with like buster units like Koyan Dark, right? For example, like she can't really make stars herself that well. So Van Gogh patches it up. So I think like Okita actually handles the other aspects of critting too well that Van Gogh doesn't actually feel like it helps her as much as some other foreigner DPSs. But I mean it's obviously still great synergy. But
I still feel like it's more so the damage. But I don't know.
No. I mean, damage because of a card. Because she has 3-turn mana burst though, so I guess quick cards damage is not good. I don't know. Like the only reason I can think of is because she has triple quick, but I don't know.
I'll go with A.
Yeah, I'll go with A for sure. I think A for sure. Like, and it's not leaning on Van Gogh either. Like just herself is good.
Yeah, she's got great numbers. I mean, it's like every Okita at least. You know, some of their kits might be a bit basic, but at least the numbers will always be good.
Yeah.
All right. There's the waifu. Back to another welfare. Next, we got Kiichi Hougen, Ushi's mentor. AoE, quick DPS, and a farmer. If anything, she would probably use her to farm over a lot of the other AoE quicks, but depends on your numbers, of course. She's got 9.4k attack, which is, again, pretty good among 4-star assassins on the high end. Double buster, double quick on the deck. Should be pretty good for her. Yeah, she's got some crit potential too, of course. First skill 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% quick for 3 turns and then an evasion for 2 attack 3 turns. Pretty okay. Especially for a welfare. I don't think it's that bad. It's fine. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown gives 1 ally 20% battery and then 200% absorb for 1 turn. The absorb is like, that's not too much. So it really won't be that useful for a lot of the classes. Only like the high absorb ones, I feel like. But, you know, it's still a targetable battery, I guess. I kind of wish this was only self stuff only and maybe a bit better because of that. I don't think she needs the utility. Because I'm not sure if I would ever really bring her as a support. But, you know, cool. I mean, if you bring her as a DPS, maybe you can, like, get your Scotty MP, which is actually good. So who knows? Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% attack and MP generation for 3 turns. That's a good charisma. Yeah, it's basic, but, you know, it's good. So yeah, it's a very basic kit, but I still don't hate it. Even if it doesn't do the most things ever. 6% star gen on the passive, cool. 25% debuff res. Wow, that's a lot. She literally has the max rank of magic res. And then 9% arts up. Sadly, won't do too much for her because she only has 1 arts, but at least her one arts card is pretty decent. Anti-archer on the append, not really all that relevant. And the MP, so before damage, 10% quick on overcharge base for 1 turn, scaling up to 30%. No ramp up, but you know, it's not instant kill, yay. She also removes defensive buffs from all enemies after damage, but again, cool utility to have, always welcome. It is a 7-hitter, so again, generates a good chunk of stars and is able to loop as well. Yes, sir. She's, again, for a lot of people, she might be like one of the better options if you want to do quick looping on assassins. I think she's alright. I don't think she's anything like too crazy though.
Yeah. Like the looping niche has been taken over because like why would you want the quick loop with the like if you're just looking for like a cheap option, we have the next one coming up, so right, so like
I think she's like a standard welfare nowadays, just standard, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, like I genuinely I don't know, I think maybe her DPS even because like she has like decent 2x 3-turn evade. She's kind of weird. I don't know. She still serves pretty nicely as a DPS in general for me, but she certainly wasn't like as good as I remember people saying she was like really good when she came out. But I think she's just alright. She's not like nothing.
Yeah.
She is Summer Race if she was quick and an assassin. They
Kinda
have
true.
so much overlap. It's hilarious because they both have the 3-turn card with the 2-time evade. They both have the AoE NP that's capable of refund looping with the
defensive buff removal.
Defensive buff removal after damage. Yep, they.
Summer who?
Lancer Ares, right?
Summer Woo?
Oh, Lancer Reese. I'm dumb.
Summer Yu.
Right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, completely pointless observation for me, but yeah, I don't.
Yeah, well, there it is.
She's very vanilla.
Yeah, I'm thinking like one of the Bs, maybe a flat B. What do you think? Or is that too low?
I mean,
Maybe.
I think
Maybe
the
flat
MP
B.
upgrade does a lot for Gray. Yeah, I think the MP upgrade does put Gray above her. I think probably B.
Yeah, she's better, I think, with that. Let's go with B. I think B is fine. Standard, decent welfare. All right, we basically have 2 more 4-star serms because the next is like just one pack. They are separate entities, that's why we have 3 entries, but because this is not a waifu list and this is a gameplay list, we will be basically ranking them the same.
Are there
so
Pen 3s different? I think that might be
I actually
different.
don't know. That's a great question.
Like
I'm gonna check immediately before I say anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Saber.
I'd assume they're all
Saber, probably same, yeah. Is it because of Sigurd? That's funny. Yeah, they're all Saber.
Ooh,
okay.
Never mind. So they're actually identical.
I'm gonna click on Ortlinde though, because I'm an Ortlinde enjoyer. Fight me. Short hair supremacy, bitches.
I did pick Ortlin, yeah.
Nice. Anyway, yeah, back to back welfares, huh? Second to last of the assassins and the final new one of the 4 stars of last year's list. We got Summer Valkyrie. For the, just for demonstration, I had to choose one of them, so I picked Ortlinde because I like her the most, but yeah, they're all the same gameplay-wise, though, as far as I know. So we got AoE arts, basically farmers. I don't think as DPS they're anything like crazy, but certainly can farm. That's a fact. They got 9.7k attack, which probably is the highest among all 4-star assassins. Very good. They have 2 arts and 2 quick on their normal deck, which totally fine. They're all about the MP anyway, let's be real. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, they get 20% quick at arts for 3 turns and then 100% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I quite like this. I think it's a lot of crit damage. Sure, it's only for 3 crits, but I much prefer this rather than, like, let's say 50% attack for 3 attacks, 3 turns. That would be so much worse. Because at least this only, takes the stack when you crit. So it's a lot. Like
extra attack doesn't eat it. MP doesn't eat it. Like crit is definitely the best type of buff.
Like at least they kept the card types just 3 turns. That's cool. I think this is a good skill because of that. Yeah. Now, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns, and then Valkyrie allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns. And wow, lo and behold, they're Valkyrie allies themselves. Shocking, I know, right? And in case you're wondering, only the 2 Brynhilds and the 2 Valks are considered Valkyries, so there's not much to go. If you're thinking of using them as supports, not a whole lot of options there for this skill at least. So there you go, helps with them loop as well. That's the main application, really. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. 1 ally gets 20% battery, a 3k heal, and then a 20 star bomb. Better than a lot of the Santa skills we've seen, but still nothing like too crazy, I would say. Just a passable welfare skill in this day and age. The kit's fine. It makes sense, especially for farming. It's good. 8% Stargent on passive, cool. Divinity Aid, no thanks. Anti-Saber on the append, not really all that relevant, unless maybe if the Earth attribute, but that's kind of pushing it. You would have to find a very specific node. But yeah, the MP, speaking of which, normal effect, 40% base chance to insta-kill demonic enemies, no scaling. It's after damage, so doesn't mess up the farming, luckily, if you happen to farm on demonic enemies. So pretty much a dead effect, I would say, for the most part. And then the overcharge, we have an anti-earth attribute range for the damage. 150 to 200 is standard. Very cool. And again, very common as well, even on farming. 10 hits on AoE arts. That is a thing right there. So it should not be a surprise that the refund is pretty bonkies. Like, it's even better than someone, Nitocris, who was gimped because of the insta-kill before damage anyway, and they're even better and not having that. That says a lot.
Yeah,
so yeah.
After damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, they can even loot Black Rare loot Berserkers, which is pretty cool.
I mean, okay. Yeah. Arts. The thing with decent arts loopers though, for DPSing, is that they kind of work. Because of Castoria, like you know what, sometimes when you DPS, you're just art stooping anyways. So, and because they have anti-earth, like anti-earth is a good anti-trait. It is way over distributed. So many people has anti-earth. It's boring, but like it's good. And
yeah, it's like when they do like buffs that are just battery, like it's boring, but chances are it's pretty useful still anyway. It's like a lot of MPs having the same anti-trait as well, but it's good, like you said.
Her card gain sucks, but her MP gain is really good. And I don't know.
Yeah, they nerfed the base MP gain so bad. They could have separated the MP, I feel like, to not mess their face cards this bad, but oh well. At least farming is good.
Yeah, they're just great. Oh yeah, they are Sky as well. So yeah, that's great.
Oh yeah, true. Because you know, the attributes still have like base 10% neutral or minus or plus, you know, on them, and so they benefit from anti-earth anyway.
Yeah, it is actually as big as the 0.9 assassin like thing we complain about all the time. Is 10%, right? So it is actually kind of significant when you think about it. So
yeah,
I think they're really good for welfares. Like, yeah, they're kind of boring, but just good AO yards DPS. I'd probably put them in
A plus at least. Will we even consider EX?
Put them in A plus. Nah,
yeah,
I
mean,
would.
We can rank them just based off of farming. Yeah, they are really solid for farming.
I would not really use them outside of farming because the cards suck.
Yeah.
For like DPSing really bad. Outside of Castoria, maybe not that great, but like within the Castoria thing, I mean, they're just fine. Like the damage is fine.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward that we have 3 entries because now it looks like A plus is suddenly like super overpopulated, but it really isn't. But yeah, I mean, not much we can do about it because I'm not going to start ranking them differently because they're the same gameplay wise. There you go. Summer Valks. Amazing. And with that, we're actually now at the last row and also on our last 4-star servant. And the first of the new servants, there's only 2 of them added between last year's list and this one. And we have a 1 4-star and 1 5-star. But of course, now we're going to cover the 4-star, which is, or who is, Locusta. Very interesting assassin. What I would describe her as, she is Hassan of Serenity done correctly. So she's single target arts DPS focused on poisons, and you might be saying like, oh, poisons again, oh, I'm out. But yeah, just hold. I promise you it will be worth. Now, if anything, the major downside of her is the attack, which could be higher. 8.8k is certainly not a high amount, but if that's the biggest issue, then we're probably going to be fine. Now, she actually, unlike like Semiramis, has a full arch deck as an assassin as well, which I'm okay with. Way easier to spam that MP, I guess. Pretty cool. And then the skills. We got a lot to talk about here. So the 6-turn cooldown, the first skill. All enemies are poisoned for 5 turns for 1k damage per turn. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns and 20% MP gain for 3 turns. It's just, this is a perfect skill for her. It literally makes it easier to spam her MP and the poison. Well, you'll see. But yeah, this is like spot on to make her just DPS and even sustain sometimes a little bit better. Oh, my phone is alert. Oh, I need to take my evening meds soon. We'll probably do like a bathroom break after the 4-star, so I'll do it then. Okay. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a guts. Oh, what did you say?
Can we take a nap break too?
Yeah, if you want to. But
that'd be
okay.
too long, bro.
No, dude. We're like immediately starting with Shuten, and I can't let her go unrepresented here.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, she gets a 1-time 3-turn guts on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 500 damage cut for 3 turns, and then she gets this cool little thing that is called a poison recovery for 5 turns. So what this means is that it literally any poison damage that she takes is not damage. In fact, it becomes healing. So negative becomes positive, and it's not just like any poison damage is like plus 500 healing or no. Like, let's say she gets hit with a 5k poison, which is a lot. She would heal for 5k in that case. Very cool. So it's a conversion thingy. And again, it has almost 100% uptime on base cooldown, which is also very interesting.
Interesting, because I recently did a video with her. This is still boostable by heal boost.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, which is...
I guess it is. It says 2 HP recover, so it makes sense for it to work like that. Wow.
Yeah, so like if you get poisoned a bunch and you use like the heal boost command code.
Wow.
Yep.
That's cool, heal. Actually. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, third skill, more synergy. 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% battery. Nice. Then she gets this on-attack debuff for 3 attacks, 3 turns, which poisons the enemy for 3 turns for 500 damage when normal attacking. So anything besides the MP, including the extra attack, will inflict this. Although if you're going to extra attack, you're going to, exhausted before that anyway, I guess. And then she gets a 1k poison on herself for 5 turns as a demerit. But again, this shares the cooldown with the second skill. So instead of taking 1000 damage every turn for 5 turns, hey, if you, granted you use both of these, she now heals for 1k every turn for 5 turns. And that's just from that skill. Obviously, poisons can still happen otherwise too. Very, very nice. Does poison amp work on her to make the heal better? I assume it does. If she gets poison amped and the poison does more damage, I assume it works in the conversion too, right?
I haven't tested that actually.
I would not see a reason why it wouldn't work like that. I think it would.
Is there an advancement quest with it? I feel like I've done that before, but
I have no idea. But yeah, would be cool to know actually. You can do a Mythbusters.
I can try that. I mean, yeah, recently I soloed Kamazatsu with it because he has poison on it. So it's pretty funny, but yeah, I can hold on.
But yeah, honestly, needless to say, this skill set is great, and it's even better when you see the MPs. So this servant is all about synergy. Again, poison done right. Passives, 8% star gen, cool, but not really all that relevant for her because she's full arts. She's got 20% poison success rate as a passive, which again, very nice to get that bonus chance because she wants to land poisons. She gets 10% mental debuff res, also a cool bonus. Anti-saber on the append, maybe not so relevant. And then the MP. So before damage, for 1 turn, she gets 10% arts on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So that's like, yeah, cool. It's not that much, but yeah, it's there. Again, not insta-kill, thank God. And then, before damage, she applies another poison on the target for 500 damage for 5 turns. Very important because then she does bonus damage with the MP for every poison stack on the enemy, okay? And this can scale up to 10 stacks. It's 15% bonus damage per stack. Wow. And then also the MP does 100% poison amplifier on the enemy for 5 turns. So even if you somehow didn't have any poisons on the enemy before, the MP itself already is like plus 15% damage just from the poison applied by the MP. And obviously, you know, when you spam the MP more, when you use your normal attacks, when you use the first skill, you know, stuff like that, you can very much get way more damage out of the MP by getting more poisons up. It is a 4-hitter, so it refunds a little bit too. Let's see here. It's not a crazy amount, of course, but you know, in fact, yeah, there she is. It helps spam the, because you definitely want to spam the MP. She's all about that MP spam with those poisons. But yeah, she's Serenity done correctly. It's as simple as it is, in my opinion. And she's really, really strong. Not sure how my co-hosts agree, but I think she's very stellar.
Yep, she's very good. Very fun. When like, so normally you're not gonna be able to get the poison heal. Like you still get it because like she has self poison, but like normally it's
NP.
Yeah, oh yeah, Castoria's NP rules it. Yeah, like,
but it's like not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, like if you're using her in a team, stacking poison and getting poison damage, like anti-trait damage that scales with poison, rather, is still really good damage. It is a bit slow, but like it is still really good damage because like, you know, the poison still lasts pretty long. It's universal. And the poison itself still does good damages. I mean, it's not that amazing, but you know, the poison itself still does damage, right? So I don't know. I think she's really nice. Like she's been, every time I try to test her out, she's been just more and more fun for me. And like there are certain quests where, you know, advancement quests that I think there's one of them that is just a bunch of poison, like they spam you with poison. There's another hermit crab one. You take like 10,000 poison damage every turn. Well, you solo with Locusta and it's just free because like she can't. She heals like 30,000 or something every turn. Like there's literally no way she dies. So it's really funny. Like she has a niche against certain bosses where she is nigh unkillable. And then normally she's still fine as like a universal anti-trade user. So I think she's really good. I'd probably put her in A+. I don't think she's EX, but
yeah, maybe a little short because she's a bit slow sometimes. But besides that, she's pretty good.
I think she's A+, but yeah. How about
Do you agree, Otto?
Hold on, gotta stretch.
Okay, fair.
Gotta keep myself awake here somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I haven't used her much since she came out. I don't feel too impressed by her.
Oh wow.
Like I don't know. I don't really like her kit. Like I feel like I'm gonna get sacrificed for this. It's just like I don't like her card gain. It feels very lacking.
Yeah, it's triple R's card syndrome, right? But like,
yeah, there's just like no Stargen, and like I like that about assassins. Assassins make stars, and she makes absolutely nothing.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? She's an assassin, but like you play her like a caster.
Yeah,
I think that's fine though. I don't really see an issue with playing her like a caster.
But I don't want to play an assassin like a caster.
Why? I mean, they're just like yeah, the how do I put this? The little the little like base damage stuff is different, but essentially she's assassin because she counters riders. That's it. There's not much to it.
So part of it is like when I'm doing dot damage, I don't want her to. This is a really stupid drive. I don't want them to kill too fast if I'm doing dot damage. You know
what? What are you talking about?
If I can't ramp up my damage with my dot, why even do it? If I can't sit there and look,
he just wants to see the big numbers.
Well, yeah, well, sure. For that, Serenity is better. Like as I mentioned before,
that's very much a minor thing.
I think Serenity is better poison for like pure poison damage. But like
I agree.
But like
also, I gotta say, her NP damage is deceptive. Like it looks like it's like super high just from like how it scales on the NP and all, but you look over at like Shiki's damage, who's at NP 5 versus NP 1, you look at like even Serenity's damage doesn't look all too bad in comparison.
Oh yeah,
because
depends on
Lakusa,
how many stacks.
yeah, just
Yeah.
at base without a bunch of support added in, Lakusa hits softer than Serenity if there's like no poison, and then like if you do have poison, if you have 4 stacks of poison, she's winning by like 5k neutral. It's
But
not
to
that
be honest,
much.
4 stacks is pretty easy on her. Like on rotation to your prior, it's 4 minimum, if not higher.
Still, like, do I have to ramp up for that? I don't know. I'm making a bunch of nonsense cases against her.
Okay.
I mean, okay, here's the thing, right? Because you're suddenly looking at 4-star unupgraded MP damage at MP1. They're literally all shit. Like if you look at any of the 4-star, I actually don't know though.
Yeah, because
How many 4-star? But here's the question: how many 4-star single target for assassins are actually MP unupgraded? I'm not sure actually, because like most of them have MP upgrade, right?
Let me see.
I think you might be right.
Rescue, we got Yunshin,
They're
we
all
got
upgraded. Literally
Carmilla.
all of them. Are
Yeah, I think
upgraded.
you. Yeah.
Oh, that might be a point. That might be a point of that can dock points from her. I guess. Like
I mean,
that's
to be fair though, she is out damaging Chiyome.
Yeah, I mean, even if she doesn't, it's just because the kit works so well, I feel like it's still good.
yeah.
Like, imagine if
will
she ever gets
say-
an MP upgrade, she'll be broken.
Yeah, I mean, I will say like the poison heal is very situational. Like,
Of course. It's just a cool
Yeah,
thing, mostly.
I really dislike
Yeah.
that it can be removed. Why can it be removed? Why doesn't that get counted as a buff?
I mean, yeah.
Eh.
I mean, I don't think it's nearly as bad as like Naknaria's skill seal. Like, I think that was a way worse design than this. But like, it does get annoying because, like, for example, for like my solos, I want to remove other debuffs, but like sometimes this gets in the way. Right,
Yeah.
like the poison gets in the way, but like that's a very minor nitpick, I have to say.
I think A+ is fair.
Yeah, I just think she's such a like maybe I don't know. I want to push like interesting gameplay. I just think she's.
I mean,
just think
I
she's so
kind of
good.
think she's interesting, even though it's kind of easy to work with. I think she's interesting.
Yeah, like I think she's very good, and like the poison is like 15%, 150 per, like how do I put this per stack? It's actually it's higher. Like it's not 10. Like I was expecting like 10.
Yeah, it's
Right? So,
15
like,
per
this is-
stack.
yeah, 15 is like actually.
So,
racks up
by
a
the way,
lot
for those
higher.
that don't know the math, it's 150% more damage if you have max stacks,
Yeah, if it's max stack,
which is basically overcharged, like anti-trade, base at that point.
It's higher. It's higher than Overcharge 5 because Overcharge 5 is 200%. So if it's
No, I meant base overcharge, which is 150.
oh.
It's the same.
No. I don't think so, right? Because like this is 100 plus 150. So like
Isn't it the 100 the
base-
base damage though? I thought it's 15 per poison. Like one poison doesn't suddenly add 115% damage. The 100 is the base, right? And 15 is
it's
per
250
poison.
at max.
2%.
It's 250
Yeah,
at
it's
max.
15.
So it's higher than.
Wait, is it
Overcharge 5.
actually that high?
It is. It's
Oh
250
my
at max.
god. Yo, that's
Yeah, it's
okay, that's crazy. Yo,
yeah,
that's
it is
crazy.
250, yeah.
Oh my god. Yo, okay, A+ for sure. Are you kidding me?
It is very slow, I will say. 250 is
Holy.
10. But like it happens mostly
max
in
10
solos. Yeah, it happens in solos, but you can give her poison codes. That is kind of a cheat.
True.
I did like when I solo. with
We didn't
her,
even talk about
usually-
that, but yeah, that is very true.
Yeah, I usually give her poison codes, so it's 2 stacks per hit. So it's actually really fast when you're soloing. So
Oh yeah.
I
Dude,
for
okay,
the
I'm
damage-
gonna consider EX later, but I'm gonna leave her an A+ for now, if
Nah,
anything.
Yeah,
I don't feel EX.
Okay.
yeah, I don't think EX.
Okay, fair,
I think
fair.
if anything, maybe
biased, but
Zetian,
it's
but
still
we can talk about it
still
later. Yeah.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna take a toilet break now. I can probably just, you guys can take a break too. I'll just piss real fast, take my meds, and probably like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Probably won't take too long, and then we'll do the SSRs.
All right.
But yeah, with that, all the low stars are placed. Yay, awesome.
I really don't see the 5-star type of kit that people are saying in chat. Like, I mean, she's good for a 4-star. I don't see that being 5-star level.
I
Like,
mean,
you get a lot out of just base stats, and like I guess to be fair, that's what some people are saying. But like you're gonna be seeing like more than 20% battery type shit. Like you got fucking Tez over there with 50% self, 30% AoE. Maybe I'm fixating too much on that.
Why are you comparing him to
feel...
her to Tez? Tez is. I don't think she's EX, by the way, but like Tez is like over EX.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know. I'm
Like,
just
you can't compare
looking
to
at.
Tez,
I'm
bro.
just looking at modern five-star assassins.
I mean,
like,
you obviously she's not as strong. Like also, by the way, single target 5-star assassins are all cracked. I think every single 5-star single target assassin are great.
Yeah.
The fact that people can feel like Jack the Ripper is like mid is a testament to how good they are.
Yeah,
I think every single target 5-star assassin is good. Even Jack, dude, people think Jack is mid, but like Jack is still like her card gain, anti-trait, like yes, her MP upgrade is gimped.
I'm not sure if it is anti-trait. I think it's
it's PMod. It's PMod. It's not anti. Sorry, it is PMod. It's not SCU. It's still anti-trait. It's just not. Yeah, it's PMod. So like there are certain situations, like for example, if you bring like a lotto event damage CE, her anti-female skill's worse than Carmilla, which is funny because Carmilla is multiplicative. But like Jack is still great. I think her damage is not great. Her skill set is also kind of whatever. It's not horrible. She's still
Jack, you say? Hey, I'm back.
Yeah. Like I was just briefly talking about like I think all 5-star single target assassins are great. Like the fact that people are complaining about Jack of all people is testament to how competitive they are. Like they're all just really strong. Because like Jack the Ripper is still really decent, but it's just like, oh, we got all these other people that are also really good. Right, so anyways, but
yeah, and on that note, hey, that's a great segue because now we can start talking about the 5-star assassins, and I think it's full one row, right, or something. So we have 14 of them or so. One new, of course, at the end, but yeah, we'll do the due diligence to all of them. So Jack, it is first, not day one, but certainly year one for a servant release. We got single target quick DPS in the house, and let me get some stat references again. So among 5-star assassins, her attack is just barely above average. Cool stuff. She's got triple quick on the deck as well, which, her quicks are pretty insane. Obviously, I assume everyone at this point, knows about it, but yeah, she's pretty insane on those quicks. Now, first skill, 6-turn cooldown, evasion for 1 turn on self, and then 50% quick up on self for 1 turn. I don't really like this skill. It's a lot of downtime, and then sometimes it's awkward to use because it's her, big steroid with her big defensive cooldown. So, second skill though. Oh, yeah.
So while we're on that skill, so I mentioned this way back when on the Saber tier list, which was like almost 2 months ago now. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So I said the same thing with
Diarmuid. Yeah.
I think people overestimate how awkward it is because usually when you use that skill, you're using it to break a bar, and when you break a bar, the enemy oftentimes impedes, which means you need the evade. So it ends up working fine.
Yeah, fair. That's a good example.
Our game is just fucking ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what?
Anyways.
That's fine. Alright, second skill, 5-turn cooldown, full buff strip on one enemy, and then minus 30% crit chance down on them for 3 turns. It works. It's not, amazing, but, buff removal on command with, the good 30% number, which means on base no one will be critting. Yeah,
buff removal on command is still good, even like to this, especially for like a DPS where, I need to get through this. Whoops, now I've gotten through this.
Yeah, right? Exactly. It's just a button to, clear the way. Yeah. Third skill, I just hate. So on a 4-turn cooldown, heal 1 ally for 2.5k. Like the SSR DPS. What the flip, dude? It's a lore skill, but it's so freaking bad.
It's so bad compared to like Kirei's first skill.
Dude,
actually really
you know what's messed up? Sanson has a better skill.
Oh, bruh.
It's one turn higher cooldown, but it heals more and comes with a cleanse. So yeah.
I mean, he is a doctor. She is a.
Jack is clearly not. Yeah.
I mean, they're both good at cutting people apart. Let's.
True.
I mean,
no, Sanson is not. He sucks.
Neither of them are in doctor ways. So.
Okay. But yeah, I have very mixed feelings about the skill. It's just I think a bit too little. But again, it's kind of hard to buff her anyway because her numbers are so good on gains. So Anyway, speaking of gains,
surgery with a knife. How else would
True.
she?
Yeah. But yeah, 10.5% star gen on the passive really emphasizes her star gain or generation even more. Anti-archer, I feel like even against females, I probably wouldn't bother about this too much. I'm gonna sneeze. Wow, took that long for me to sneeze on a stream. Usually I do it like it's multiple times. Wow. Alright, the buffed MP. So she ignores defense on damage, awesome. And then before damage, 50% anti-female power mod, scaling up to 100%. Pretty cool. Helps with the face cards too, not just the MP because it's a buff.
Reminder, this is scuffed. Normal should have been 1600. So.
Yeah. True, the the damage modifier, yeah. The MP.
Yeah. So this does mean she can get another one, though. Like, Vlad did get another one.
Yeah, true.
So there's a chance she gets a second one, and she can get another effect, so...
So the MP itself is, like, only for damage. It doesn't really generate much at all, but, her face cards will easily take care of any, star and, MP gain needs, of course, because they're kind of nuts. Yeah. So that's really, again, I've said this like 3 years in a row now. That's still why she is relevant, because her numbers are so good. Yeah, she's basic as hell, and some things are like bad, just straight up bad, like the third skill, but the numbers are good. Like she still does good damage.
Yeah, I mean,
and female is that easy niche.
Yeah, with K-scope, she probably scales a little bit worse because the anti-female is P mod and not a special effects. Like the funny thing I really like to bring up, like all the way back, at least when I was still defending Carmilla, is like if you have enough MP damage buffs, or like if you're using like a damage bonus CE, Carmilla's anti-female scales better than hers. But other than that, yeah, that's about it. But it's multiplicative versus additive. But damn, should I say she fall off? I do feel like she kind of fell off. Like I do use her, but it truly feels like she is not, like the kit is a little bit outdated. The MP is, yes, it is anti-female, but like it doesn't really have anything else. Yeah. So it definitely feels like she is lacking.
Well, there is the ignore defense, but yeah.
Oh yeah, true. I keep forgetting about that. That is actually huge. Never mind. I'm stupid. But like, she does feel like kind of lacking, especially when she's not hitting the ignore defense. But like maybe that's also high expectation coming from like our memories of Jack being like super busted and whatnot. So it's always gonna feel a little bit disappointing, I have to say. But and like the MP upgrade is like not the full upgrade. Also doesn't help with her damage. But yeah, I think she did fall off, but I also think she's still like an okay servant. But it's just
I'm thinking like an A. But does Otto have anything to add?
I'm fine with A. I really love the buff removal. I love that she always has her NP because her gains are really good. And if you're just like stacking like a bunch of quick buffs onto her, she's spamming like super.
Yeah, the quick is ridiculous. Like Okita has ridiculous quicks as well, but she has even better. Like it's stupid.
Yeah, like my prediction is she's gonna get a second MP upgrade, and then that will make her like good again or something. I don't know.
Who knows? I feel like they should touch her skills more though.
Yeah, she's really strong still. Maybe not top tier, but she's still good.
Again, one of those good old reliables.
I mean, yeah, I'd definitely bring other ST assassins over a lot of them. Even the next one, which is...
This is an interesting one, speaking of the next one. Yeah, I feel like she gets a lot of hate. I don't know why, because she also has really nice numbers. And while her, kit is not crazy impressive either, I still think she is not bad at all. I'm talking about Mysterious Heroine X, of course, or MHX for short. So, Stat-wise, or rather, she's a single-target quick DPS as well, obviously. Stat-wise, we had 11.7k attack, which is above average among 5-star assassins. She's got double quick, double arts, which is interesting. Her quicks are still obviously very good, but there's not 3 of them like Jack, I suppose. Now, skill-wise, what are we working with here? On a 7-turn cooldown, the first skill gives all enemies minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and then she gets this delayed buff for 1 turn, and after 1 turn, it's an 80% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, individual calcs, of course. Kind of awkward. I'm not sure if this is worth 7 turns of cooldown, because it's not even 100% based chance to stun, but it's interesting.
It should have been 100. I think it actually
on a 7-turn cooldown for sure.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fine. Depends on the boss fight and stuff.
I do kind of like the second skill though, because on a 5-turn cooldown she gets invul for 1 turn. So hey, pretty decent uptime for a 1-turn invul, and then a 20 star bomb. Cool. It's basic, but it kind of works. Third skill is, I feel like this is where the problem becomes for a lot of people. They really think like she's this weird thing that's only good for this one thing, and I disagree. But yeah, what do we got here? On a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 100% star gen against saber enemies for 3 turns, 50% power mod against sabers for 3 turns, and then she gets 20% attack for 3 turns against anyone. So people are like, she's so bad if she's not fighting sabers, and against sabers I might as well bring archers. And yeah, honestly, I kind of think that against sabers I don't really see it either. But I'm seeing her as an assassin. I think she's totally fine as an assassin against riders and whatnot. People just see this and they're like, oh, this is weird. This sucks. She's not good.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad.
Sabers, they're like, damn, just bring the altar. Like, honestly.
Yeah. Anyway, passives. Good stuff here. 10% star gen, love it. And then, hey, 12% quick up. Great. Love it. She does have the anti-saber, of course, on the trait as well, which, yeah, I guess you could use her, but I would still rather bring archers instead anyway. Right, the buffed MP. It's a boring buff though, sadly, because they only buff the damage. I mean, she doesn't have the scuff mod as Jack does, I guess, so there's that. But besides that, the only thing there is the overcharge, which is the standard 150 to 200 range for damage against Artoria faces. Because, she has to be but it's funny though, because nowadays there are a lot of them, actually, as you can see.
Yeah. There's only gonna be more and more. This will only get better.
Yeah, true. Invest now. Invest stocks into MHX.
Yeah, this will only get better.
Yeah, it's a 12-hit MP as well, so it refunds better than Jack, and also generates more stars as well, I suppose. Always, I'm not saying she's like anything like super amazing, but I think she's, people thrash her a bit too much.
I think at least
as an assassin.
Like, as an assassin, for sure. Like, I personally really appreciate the non-scuffed MP upgrade. Like, that, like, I really appreciate that, because, like, it is kind of a big difference. Especially when you start adding those buffs on top of it, Like, you're starting to use, like, comps with a lot of damage boosting. You use, like, triple Scotty with, like, Black Grill. That the difference starts to, like, you can feel it. Like, that is also, I feel like, why people think Jack is mid. Like, they try to put her in like a they try to put her in like a hyper offense team, and suddenly it just doesn't feel that good anymore, So for in team play, I think like hyper offense teams, I think MHX definitely plays better than Jack. So I
would probably see them in both in A, but do you have something to add on MHX, Otto?
Yeah. I like the low cooldown on the invuln. I gotta say, yeah, as a saber killer, she is actually surprisingly good, because she does outdamage a lot of.
Yeah, the append helps.
But I mean, she's an assassin here.
But nowadays we also have Summer Musashi.
Yeah. I mean, people really overhate this kind of stuff. It's like Britomart. Like, people really hate how Britomart, is like, oh, another assassin.
Right? It's like, it's the wrong class, bro.
Well, yeah, they clearly cannot just make an assassin that has anti-right. Well, they can. It's kind of stupid, but like, it would be kind of stupid, It's just okay. But
there you go.
I think she's very solid.
Yeah,
I'll just put her next to Jack, I think.
Yeah.
Depends on the
Like,
situation where one could be like a little bit better than the other. But I feel like most of the time they're kind of interchangeable in the same role.
Yeah, like it also depends on how you like to play, I guess.
True.
Yeah. I
All right.
personally do prefer her, but I do think they're in the same tier.
Yeah. Because now we're going to talk about someone that I think Otto has something to say about after I cover her kit and whatnot.
Shuten
I need to
Douji.
stop playing Pizza Tower and be ready to talk.
Oh yeah, you
Sorry,
prepare
I'm
your
just
notes.
I'm doing something to keep myself awake here.
All right, so yeah, without further ado, we're going to talk about Shuten Douji next. Taking a break from the single target quick. We got 2 in a row. Now we got AoE arts. Now, she's definitely a DPS because, you know, yeah, there's going to be some people saying, oh, she could totally farm. No, memes are memes, okay? But yeah, as a DPS, she's got some interesting stuff going on anyway. So first of all, 11.9k attack. Was that like the highest among assassins or something? Or at least one of the highest attacks, I believe.
I think so, yeah. She has really high attack.
So that's pretty cool, at least, yeah.
I think she still has the highest assassin attack stat. I noticed that the running theme is all variants of Shuten Douji have the highest attack stat.
Yeah, Ibuki as well, yeah, true.
Like single target casters, highest saber, highest berserker, highest assassin.
Damn, privileges. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, that's great, obviously. She's got double arts, double quick on her deck, which I guess is fine. She's not really all about crits anyway, so yeah, might as well. I do like the MP, so hey, why not? Although her gains are sadly pretty trash, I have to say. They're one of her weakest parts. The cards are just not that great for gains. First skill, 7 turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. I do love that it's all enemies. That's great. So there's no like niches. It's still 60% though, so you know, mixed value. But hey, 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. You know, 100% base. That at least lands. It's okay. Obviously, if you get triple charm, it's pretty good even for 7 turn. But chances are you won't, unless you're doing some, you know, phantom stuff or whatever. Anyway, second skill, 5 turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. You know, works to boost that MP damage quite a bit. Third skill has been buffed, so on a 7 turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time, 5 turns, so the uptime got improved, the revives with 4k HP, and then she gets 30% battery. Definitely doesn't make her a looper, so you know, just calm your titties. But you know, I do like that she has a battery though, because her MP is actually quite nice, and her face cards, like I said, maybe not the best for the MP gain. So this helps. Cool. Passives, she has 6% Star Jet, cool. Divinity C, nah. So passives are like whatever, honestly. Anti-Berserker on the append is pretty nice, obviously. And then the buffed MP. I'm a fan of debuffs, so hey, we got a lot of them. The first of all, the, you know, overcharge. All enemies, 1000 damage poison on them for 5 turns, scaling up to 5k per turn. Then all the others, 10% debuff res down, defense down, attack down, MP damage down, crit chance down, all for 3 turns. All enemies are skills here for 1 turn, and they also get 100% poison amp on them for 5 turns. Meaning that the if you do like if you have an MP on base overcharge, it would be 2k per tick of poison for 5 turns, all the way up to 10k per tick if you max overcharge 1 MP.
Incredible. She has NP damage debuffs that last more than 1 turn.
True. Yeah, it's kind of rare though. It's not a lot, obviously, but it is nice. It combos quite okay with the attack sometimes. But you know, obviously, if you're gonna try to mitigate MPs, you will need more than this. But you know, it's nice, and I like the order of operations that is the debuff rest down first, so it's easier to land the other stuff. Helps with the charm as well if you do that after the MP. But chances are you want to do it before because of the AoE drop defense.
Yeah. So she is a servant that is carried by her numbers because she can't refund. Like her refund is basically non-existent. It's some of the lowest arts refund in the game, if not the lowest.
Slower than Phantom on the MP as well.
Yeah, I mean he has the same hit counts, but his base gain is better. But like, where do I start? So I like her as not just a solo DPS, but more so like a multi-core DPS. Not only multi-core, but like also like she's the main servant doing damage, but she's also buffing someone else because most of her damage buffs apply to the whole team. You got the 20% AoE for the team on attack, and then you got 20% defense down AoE, and then you've got the debuffs from the NP. So she's very team oriented, I would say. And then she isn't too hard to keep alive because she's got her guts. She's got all those debuffs that prevent them from critting, and like even though they're skill sealed, that means they're going to attack more. But still, I think she's a pretty solid servant. I feel like she's in ways similar to a Skandar, where you don't have the looping capacity thing, but she doesn't have as much damage as him, but she still has really high AoE damage, and she's got the battery instead of more damage, and she's also able to NP more than a couple times. So
it can be a bit hard sometimes, though. But yeah,
it's so. One of the servants I just love using her with. I love using her with Kazgil because he can help guarantee her charm. Like 30% more debuff success, and then also you're getting like stars per not stars per turn. May as well be stars per turn. She's got good hit counts, regardless of whether or not her game is that impressive.
Well, minus the MP, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
And I guess the Buster, but yeah.
But yeah, even today, even when it comes to like farming stuff, I know people give her a lot of shit because can't loop with Black Grail, so not good. But in multi-core, like she's buffing the team. She's got 30% battery, and there's a pretty good amount of arts multi-core servants out there that can help buff her.
We're gonna see another crazy one later, actually.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and he actually synergizes with her, fun fact, because
Guts
she has her own guts.
Oh
and
yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually kind of huge.
So
Funny, yeah.
funny that. Yeah, so he doesn't kill her, unlike what some people will tell you.
They're like very different, but anyway.
I would personally I see her like between B plus at A or something like that.
I'm
Yeah.
down for A. Like, the higher the better, honestly.
I mean,
What do you
don't know,
think,
man.
Plush?
I don't use her enough to say. So, I mean,
Well, I am giving you authorization to say right now.
really?
Yeah.
You're gonna regret it because I'm going for B plus.
I read everything.
Okay.
Buffy,
All right.
you have been evicted from the podcast.
There it is.
You had one goal here that's all you had to do.
All right. There you go.
God, bro.
B plus. We'll go with it. Again, who knows? Shuffle, but yeah. There you go. I like Shuten too, to be honest. You knew you were gonna regret that. Alright, more AoE assassins, but this time red, because we got Cleopatra. Another servant that I think is fairly underrated. Again, I'm not saying necessarily top tier or anything, but, you know, I usually don't see that much talk about her, sadly. Now, attack-wise, flat 11k is a bit under average among 5-star assassins. It is what it is. She has double buster, double quick, which honestly is an interesting deck. I think it's fine though, because her actual MP gain is so decent in all the grand scheme of things that it's not even
say so decent. It's really good.
Yeah, like even with a deck like this, you can actually spam the MP quite easily. So that's sure, why not? First skill, the return of Imperial Privilege. So the 5-turn cooldown, 60% chance to get 40% attack and defense for 3 turns on self and a 3k heal. Again, you know what I think, just to recap, you know, if you land everything, amazing skill. If you land one, hey, it's pretty decent. If you land nothing, you will hate life and want to uninstall. So there's Imperial Privilege in a nutshell. Second skill, This is good. 6 turn cooldown. She gets 40% MP gain for 3 turns, and then 10% battery every turn for 3 turns. The battery per turn is like the small part, if anything. And then she also gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. That MP, when this is active, you will feel it. You definitely feel it. Oh boy, the gains feel good. Good skill. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. She gets the invul for 1 turn, cleanses own debuffs, and then gets a 20 star bomb. So it's basically MHX's skill, but they added a debuff cleanse and +1 cooldown. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. Sometimes better, sometimes worse, depending on if you need the cleanse or not, of course. But you know, she's got that defense at least. Now, obviously, there can be a potential lack of steroids because, you know, the attack is the only one that there is for damage, and it can whiff. So yes, that is probably the glaring issue right here on the skills. But let's see what the MP looks like. 8% star gen on the passive. Cool bonus. Debility, nah. Anti-saber, no thank you. Buffed MP as well. Most of these assassins have buffed MPs on the 5 stars as well, at least AoE. So before damage, she gets 30% buster after 1 turn, scaling up to 70% on the overcharge. Helps with the damage, because her MP before buff, I'm not gonna lie, kind of noodle. And then now post buff as well, she does a buff block on all enemies for 1 time 3 turns, always welcome. And then she does 1k damage to self, which can actually kill her. I guess hers was one of those too. Not that big of a deal though, because she also heals herself for 1k per turn from the second skill, so very negligible, I would say. 5 hits, so maybe a few stars as well from the MP. Now, is her damage like crazy high? Not necessarily, but is she like a fairly solid, self-reliant DPS? I think so. I think she's totally fine and good. What do you guys feel about Cleopatra? Any hot takes?
Hot takes. So here's the thing. I don't actually use a lot of these AoE 5-star assassins, so like you will see later on because we've got more to come. Like what does she even do?
She's just a DPS that likes AoEing and surviving easily and
other than
easy MP spam.
Like, yes, she has good card gain.
She's like, got pretty good survival too.
True.
Granted, some of it's RNG.
Yeah, RNG IP. I mean, invul,
but the healing is guaranteed and the invul is as well, and that the debuff cleanse.
I don't know. Maybe I don't use her enough.
I think you should try her more, honestly. I think you'd be surprised.
I got her.
I don't have her on JP. I have her on NA, but
it's lucky.
But like even after the upgrade, is her MP damage really good? Like I mean,
well, again, it mostly depends on if you land the IP buff.
Yeah,
true.
That's honestly like the worst thing about her. Her MP is not that great.
Yeah, like honestly, I might take Shuten over her just because Shuten has better damage.
I mean, there's also arts, so.
Yeah, like I might just like not even with Castoria even. I might just take Shuten over. Like yeah, Shuten has worse gains, but like I like Shuten's skill set a little bit more. Hard to say. Like once again, I'm not the most experienced with any of these. Maybe a little bit more with Semiramis because I did try to like make her work because I like her a lot in APOC and I think she has a very unique thing. But like I really did not try. I tried Cleopatra when she came out on NA because I did get her on NA. And she felt really good. But nowadays, I don't know. I've never used post-buff Cleopatra, but I feel like there's a, like, right now, AoE assassins are actually, like, the modern ones are actually so strong in DPS. I'm not even saying, like, support. Like, most modern ones are actually so strong, so I'm not sure about if an MP upgrade is enough to save her.
I want to see her. I want to see her in the same tier as Shuten personally.
I would take Shuten a little bit over her because I still like Shuten's team.
I like both equally.
And like more consistent damage. Like the IP is a huge turn down for me.
What was that?
But
I like both unequally.
Yeah, I mean
fighting words.
I do even though I put her there, you know, I am the sinner. I put Shuten there with my own hands. I still like Shuten more than Cleopatra.
In my license.
Because like look, consistent damage.
All right, fine. I'll do B then. Okay, I'm not too mad with a B either. But, I'm a little mad, but not like too mad.
Like, once again, so my opinion is worth less here because I don't use her that much.
So, well, I can kind of see why you would maybe pick Shuten a little bit more than her. So yeah, fair enough. All right, we'll go with B for now. Ooh, the next one.
The guy.
Yeah, my guy is here. Love this guy. So yeah, we got the old man of the mountain, aka King Hassan. Yeah, or first Hassan.
Have an actual servant name.
Yeah. He's the Hassan, the guy. He's the Hassan that kills the other Hassans when they go haram. Alright, so let us talk about the granddaddy himself. So he probably has the highest attack after Shuten, right? Because 11.8k is not too far from behind. Pretty good. He is full Monkey, triple Buster, Buster MP, single target Buster DPS as well, if I didn't mention that. Yeah, very Buster. Which makes his Mighty Chains interesting too, I suppose. They're pretty famous, I want to say. Now, skills. There's a lot to talk about here, because skills, at least compared to the MP, shine way more. So on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns, with 5k on the revive, which actually is significant for him. This is one of the rare cases where he can actually recover from a Guts proc, where it's just like, hey, here's an extra turn or two. He can maybe even stabilize fully. I'm not even joking. Now, then he gets this Abyss buff for 5 turns, which means that if he has any Guts active, he gets 30% Buster up. And just so it happens, this skill just gives the Guts. So there you go. Free 30% Buster for 5 turns. Now, then he also gets this on Guts activate buff for 1 time 5 turns. So when a Guts is activated on him, he removes the Abyss thingy from earlier. He gets a 20% battery and then 50% Buster for 1 turn. So it basically ups the Buster. I mean, you do lose the potential 5 turns of it, but, you know, you get more of it for that 1 turn. And, you know, if cards line up well or gauge, you might even be able to MP with that active. Hey, cool. It's a great skill. Obviously the cooldown is high, but you know, the main effects are both 5 turn anyway, so the uptime is still not bad by any means. Good. Second skill. The Vlad version, or his version, I guess both. I think Vlad came out first, funny enough, but yeah, this is the good version of this skill. Like Martha has the bad version. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 100% debuff rest for self for 3 turns, 2.5k heal, 40% defense for 1 turn, and then 20% attack for 3 turns. I mean, that's just great. It's just great stuff. Again, helps with stabilizing after Guts too. Yeah, like, basically.
I feel like in most cases, basically debuff immune, which is really good.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a great skill. Especially if you use it post Guts. You get that big defense and the heal to stabilize more as well. And then the third skill got fixed, luckily, because it used to be a bad mana burst. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get minus 200% instant kill resistance for 3 turns. That's the meme part, but hey. Then 50% Buster up for himself for 3 turns and a 30% battery. Wow, so they just made it 3 turns. Cool! Now we're talking, because it used to be pretty bad on a 6-turn cooldown. Damn, son. So yeah, clearly the skills at least are great stuffs, man. Like, it's so much Buster. And he loves it. He's all about the red, you know? Awesome. So skills, amazing. Maybe not the MP though, but we'll get to that in a second. Passives, lot to like here as well. 17.5% debuff res. Maybe not even needed in some cases, because he has a lot of it on skill too. But, you know, when it's down, cool. 10% star gen. Maybe not the most useful for him, because he has 3 one-hitter busters that won't generate too much, but there it is. At least Mighty.
Isn't quick insane though? It's quick.
Yeah, true. His one quick is insane though. Yeah.
He's got a 5% quick card. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. 8% crit damage. You know, it's mostly a cool bonus. Again, he's not super crit oriented, but yeah, always nice to have that. And then his special passive, which is insta kill immunity. 100% charm resistance, basically not immune, but, you know, it is basically immune at the same time, but not straight up immune. But, you know, good luck trying to charm him anyway. Then he gets the meme where every normal attack has a 5% chance to activate a 100% insta-kill chance on the enemy. But yeah, against bosses, it's never gonna work. Even his MP doesn't work, so this is never gonna work either. It's mostly a meme for fodder. But the other stuff is nice. Anti-saber on the append, not really all that great. And then the worst part about him, the MP. like, it's the coolest MP ever. I still stand by that. It's like my favorite MP lore-wise, aesthetically. Even then, it looks amazing to this day. But it's a one-hitter buster. It only does damage, and then the overcharge is 100% chance to instant kill on base, scaling up to 200. That's it. That's it. Like, effects-wise is E tier. Let's be real. As much as I love my guy, this is a terrible MP gameplay-wise. But luckily, at least it does decent damage because he has so much, attack and buster up on his own kit alone. So
because in solos he loops his MP so free.
Yeah.
So he wants to use it all the time, but like sometimes at lower MP levels, I'm not even sure if I want to do MPBB or MPQA. Like there are some cases where I just want to MPBB because it might as well do damage, because the MP doesn't really get me a lot extra. So here's my first I don't know if it's my first, but here's the first hot take. I'm getting chastised by the entire community today.
I know what you're gonna go for. Oh, I knew it. I knew you were gonna say that.
I mean, it's kind of predictable though. Like I know I say that, but I don't think he's EX. I think he's close. Maybe you can put him EX or say he's like lower EX, but I don't know. He's like between A+ and EX. I think dude, after 3 buffs. Right? After 3 buffs. No, it's 2 buffs. It's 2 buffs.
Two. Yeah.
Question. What makes him EX? What exactly makes
an exceptional servant in the thing that they do?
So here's the thing, right?
Like what?
Okay.
What specific things?
Okay, so solo obviously really strong. Solo really strong, good survival, and has burst damage with triple buster deck. And for hyper offense with double Koyan Light, triple buster does help as well. His MP is unupgraded, so and the MP itself is kind of lame. So that's why I don't want to put him in EX. Because but in hyper offense, he used to just be solo, but in hyper offense nowadays, because of his 2 skill upgrades, I think with Koyan Light, he really wants to recast his skill. I know his skill 3 is a longer cooldown, but he really wants to recast his skills. I don't know. That is also why I think he's not EX. I think he's A+, but he's really good. A+. He can actually function well on the team now, basically, is what I'm trying to say. On top of the solo, because we already knew he's decent at solo. But yeah.
I don't know. I'm just not really sold on him being EX.
Wow. The double.
He has a lot of good things that can set up good damage. He has a buster deck. I love that. His skills are pretty good. But I'm not really seeing anything super impressive here. It's just damage numbers, And I understand
his hyper
you can
offense,
be carried by damage numbers, but again, his NP is pretty not great.
The funny part is, I think the part where he didn't improve and other people sort of creeped over him is his solo. I don't think he necessarily has problem in hyper offense. I think in solos there are servants that are just creeping over his playstyle. And yes, the guts is big and the heal is bigger than ever now with the heal boost command code. But still it's kind of just not enough. I really don't think it's enough.
There are at least 2 assassins on this list that are better at soloing than him, so
True. One of them is expected. The other is perhaps unexpected by some people, but
the other one is cringe, bro.
I don't think the other. I think I know who you're talking about. I'm not sure I agree too much on the other one, but yeah, fair enough.
I mean, she can solo casters.
Yeah, but there's no point though. So there's
no
that.
point in soloing. Period. Is there?
I mean, most of the time there isn't really. Yeah. So
I mean, I guess if you're a good solo servant, it means you can be a good last man standing. But that's it depends on how you build your team.
Yeah. If it's the last man standing, I might pick her. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, I mean, I think there's a couple reasons that doesn't make him EX. First, the MP, bad effect, unupgraded, and second of all, solo servants have become quite wild nowadays. So, yeah, that is my reasoning.
Okay, so
But-
I think as much as I want to play some of the EX, I'm gonna make an S tier. I'm not A plus is too low for me. I'm sorry, it's too
Really?
low for me. It's too
Really?
low.
Who's an A plus then?
These guys. I can't do A plus.
5 stars in A plus. We haven't even seen other people in an A plus. How do you know that's too?
I
low?
can't do it, dude. I can't, because to me he's like top tier. But the only reason I don't want him in EX maybe anymore is because the MP isn't upgraded. But I'll do it as I can.
Dude. All right, fine.
I have to.
I think he is A plus though. Like I'm very firm on A plus now that I think about it. I'm
I
like,
can't do
super
it.
firm on A+.
I can't.
Bruh.
Call it bias if you want, but I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, I am super firm on A plus.
Okay, we'll leave it for now. Okay.
Yeah,
This is
But, yeah.
this is like a teacher. This is like a teacher making up a completely different grade. Like you get a 97. I don't want to say
Wait,
it's
that's
an
not
A-
that's
I
an
don't
actual
wanna say-
grade, isn't it? What do you mean? That's this.
I don't
What?
want to say it's a perfect grade, so I'm gonna make it S. It's not A plus. A plus is a
Hey, come on,
96.
dude. Come on, dude.
I mean,
It's
sure.
right below.
I mean, when you think about it, I mean, these are letters, right? We're doing these alphabetically. Like, I think we can see numbers behind them. So let's say EX is 100, right? And then A plus is like whatever 90. This would be 95.
I think.
Does that help? Does that help?
No, I think he's 90.
No, I'm placing the logic of the tiers,
Oh,
not his
yeah, yeah,
placement
yeah.
specifically. Like, does that make it visualize better?
I mean,
EX is
I mean-
100 and EX plus is they also did extra credit and they.
Dude, I need my copium. Shut up.
The teacher.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, since
Fuck,
it
dude.
says copium, so.
All
it
right,
is
fine.
copium.
Okay. Okay, I'll do it.
It's
Fine.
fine. No, it's fine. I mean, it's
Fine,
fine.
fine.
It's fine. Like,
Fuck it,
it's
dude.
fine.
I'll do A plus. A plus. Okay, whatever.
Oof.
Okay. Moving on. Damn. Okay. Shit. Okay.
I was expecting to get flamed by the chat, but I apologize.
Dude, honestly, you know what? When we
Don't
did that
destroy it,
discussion
bro.
pre-stream, when I talked about all the stuff you said, I left out one thing in my notes, which I was gonna leave for this, but I might as well talk about it now, because even before we get there, you said during that thing that you were gonna have a hard time convincing chat to place Kama and EX, maybe even about King Hassan, and I audibly laughed listening to that. You think you have a hard time? It's the opposite. Everyone wants to see Kama and EX because she's the hottest wife when, because you have the gameplay arguments and whatnot. You think King Hassan has a chance against that ass? No. When you said that, I laughed. Like you were actually thinking that's gonna happen. No, it's the opposite.
I mean, King Hassan is the beloved.
No, he's beloved. Kama, bro. Okay, I need to calm down. Okay, we're gonna talk about Osaka Behime next. Hello. All right. Okay, so there she is. She's an interesting support, and I guess is she one of the solars you were talking about? I guess, right? She's the fun one. Yeah, but yeah.
Because I don't
Okay.
another one.
She has more
Okay.
impressive solos underneath her belt for sure.
I think it's kind of a meme, but I don't know.
Such a
Maybe you
weird
can sell me out on it.
I mean, like here's the thing, right? We just have to look at results. She has soloed more modern stuff than King Hassan for sure. I mean,
Alright,
yeah,
fair enough.
But like you can call it a meme because it is like there are stuff that she can handle. I mean, her solo is very straightforward. It's just defense up, but like
Yeah, so you know, buff
let's go
removal,
with
ignore
it.
defense, stuff like that. But yeah, I digress.
doesn't buff removal kill King Hassan as well though?
No, I'm
Removal
not.
kills
I'm not
everyone,
saying. You guys are okay. Here's another rant. You guys are just focusing the solo. I love him in teams as well. So I'm just saying, it's not all
Okay,
solo
yeah,
for
yeah.
King Hassan. Okay.
I
So
mean,
yeah.
hey,
Okay.
if we're gonna talk about King Hassan, that's one of the things people love bringing up about him.
Okay,
the fact that
okay.
he's
You don't have to
I mean,
worry.
I'm a huge simp, and I never talk about his solo because I like him more in
I mean,
teams.
all sorts of people in chat do.
I'm not gonna put Osaka
Alright.
Hime in EX. All right, don't worry about it.
Okay, dude, you better not. I'm gonna fly there and slam that ass. Okay.
Whoa.
All right.
Hold on, hold on. Oh.
Okay, that got weird.
Anyway,
I'm of some sort.
Okay. Anyway, she's got her attack is obviously not super high, but you know she's mostly a support anyway. Outside of those funny solos, so the stats are fine. She's got double arts, double quick, which you know for supporting purposes works fine. No worries. she's got a buffed version of Morph, which is unique. Hey. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense after 1 turn, 30% defense for 3 turns, 40% debuff for res for 3 turns, and the party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Hey, it's good. It's a good skill. Wow, who would have guessed? Protects her and buffs the team. Wow. Look at that. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. One ally gets 20% battery and then 50% star gen for 3 turns. This I don't like. This is too little. This day and age is too little. Yeah, even you can compare it with a quick support or quick DPS, of course, to get more value out of the star gen, but this is too little. For a 5-star support, sure. 2024 is too little.
For sure.
Third skill though, 5-turn cooldown, minus 40% defense down for 1 enemy for 1 turn though, and then removes their buffs. I love the obviously the buff cleanse on command, but I think it could have been like 30% defense down for 3 turns, because again, her second skill is so weak.
I would have preferred that too,
yeah, I would definitely prefer that, like for sure.
So for overall the skill set for a 5-star support, it's a bit lacking in my opinion. There's some good stuff, of course, but I would like to see more. Because they kind of live and die by their skills a lot of the time anyway. Now, obviously, her MP is decent too. We'll get to that in a second. But I still think I would like to see way more on the skills.
Yep.
Passives. 11% arts. Great. Easier MPs. 8% star gen. Cool. She actually does have decent star gen too. Divinity C. No thanks. Anti-archer on the append. Well, I guess if you're crazy enough about the solo, who knows? Alright, the buffed MP, so the full party gets 20% defense up for 3 turns. On MP1, everyone gets max HP up to by 2k for 3 turns. And then OC base, everyone gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. It's a decent MP. Obviously, it's pretty cool on solo because you can stack the defense a lot to like not take any damage. And the max HP is basically a heal that you can get from your full HP as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then a bit of damage and gains via quick.
I mean, the fact that people use her in solo is a testament to her biggest problem, in my opinion, which is she has all of her power level on the MP, but unless she's soloing, she's getting a Brave Chain every turn, she's not spamming it.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of an issue, I would say.
Yeah, she's a weird support.
She's a weird support, yeah.
She's slow.
She's a weird support to the point that people are more willing to use her as a DPS than a support. So like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I think like she might like she's not even a quick servant at this point. Like if you really think about it, like the MP buffs Buster and Quick, and her skills doesn't buff any. She's not a quick support. She's not even a quick support at this point. She's just like Buster Quick support that is better off on her own, which is. Like, yeah, I think ironically, right, King Hassan, known as the solo servant, has better team play than Osakabe. It could be a hot take. Like, I think he has better team play. I mean, obviously they're different roles, but like I think he has better team play than Osakabe Hime, who supports who people really call a support servant. So like, I think she's awkward to use in a team. I've tried to use her in a team. I've always rather solo with her, which is weird, but yeah, but I don't think she's horrible. Obviously, I think
you probably just have better options for team supports.
Yeah, I don't think she's like bulky. I think she's very bulky. I don't think she's like she doesn't have the instantaneous impact as a support with her skills, because her skills other than skill 1 are relatively low impact, and her MP is not spammable enough for that. So like.
Yeah,
I don't think she's a competent support, unfortunately. I don't know if Otto agrees with the take, but
she just struggles to get her NP. If she got her NP more easily,
dude, imagine if she got the cast skill buff, the battery thingy.
Oh, 50 self, team wide 20.
Yeah.
Okay, that would help.
Buff the second skill, do that. Holy.
Yeah, honestly, battery fixes her.
Like, it's a boring solution, but it really would help.
Yep. Especially with someone who banks everything on her MP. Like, she's once again a character that banks everything on the MP. So, help her get the MP. As of now, I'm not putting her on A+, bro. All right?
A+? That's so high. I was not even near that. I was thinking B tier.
Yeah. I think she can hover between B+ and A.
Oh. Interesting.
Like at least in my opinion, like maybe B plus. Like if you really just care about team play, because I really don't like her team play at all. Probably B.
What do you think, Otto, for the tier?
I mean, even
I
Shuten's
like
in B
that.
plus. What I'm talking about.
I like that she's one of the very few supports out there that does buff removal reliably. But that's basically it, and I don't really like how she applies it. So it's just like
I actually like Shuten's
B?
team play more than her, which is really fucking sad. But
I kind of agree.
At this point,
no, I mean like okay, I was just gonna say like she's a support, but there's a lot of like either multi-core DPS or pure DPS. I just like them in like a team better than Osakawa.
Would you be too mad about B?
Well, where are you putting her? B?
B. Would you be too mad?
Honestly, like here's the thing, right? Because like you did talk about like not care about solo. If you remove her solo, I think B is totally fair. I'm not sure if you should remove her solo because like people.
Fine, I'll do B plus. A is too high for me though.
I'm not that upset with B plus to be honest, because like
B plus.
Other than solos, I have not been able to find a use for her, which is like even for buff removal support. Like if I just need it for one time, just Summer Abbey. There's Kiara. There's like other things there's Phantom of the Opera. Right? Like you don't need Osakawa even.
Yeah. Anyway, B plus it is. So next up we got Semiramis. She gets a lot of flack, but we'll see how she ends up faring here. She's AoE, Buster, DPS. I guess you could even farm with her, but I prefer her to see her in like DPS context more. She's got the full caster deck as well. Also attack 11.3k, which is around average, right? Yeah, just a little bit under it among 5-star assassins. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of opinions about the caster deck. And sadly, her gains are still not that high. But I guess the skills help a little bit though, now that I think about it. But yeah, on base, they're like, whatever. Alright, first skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery, and all enemies get a minus 50% debuff rest for 1 turn. Helps her with her other skills too, I guess. And if you happen to combo with her like an AoE, CC, even better. Second skill, her unique one. Well, I guess all of her skills are unique now that I think about it. But yeah, 5-turn cooldown, she gets 40% MP gain for 3 turns, and then she gets attack or ignores attack and defense disadvantage against caster. So all of her attacks are neutral against caster, and all the damage she takes from caster are neutral for 3 turns. So that's how that works. I don't think that it's mostly like cool for the if you happen to be running like a CQ where there is a caster enemy, because obviously if it was full casters you would never pick her. If there happens to be one, it's like, hey, cool. The damage, maybe not so much, but for the damage taken being reduced, hey, that's kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, the MP gain helps. It's a good chunk. It's like Cleo, 40%. And then the third skill, her Poisoner skill, because she's supposed to be like the Poisoner Queen, but, maybe doesn't live up to that title in FGO too much. But yeah, on a 6-turn cooldown, you need to pay 8 critical stars, first of all. Then, all enemies get 1k poison for 3 turns, that's like whatever. But then, hey, minus 50% Buster is down for 3 turns. That's not nothing. Like, the poison is like, yeah, who cares? But hey, that's a lot of freaking Buster down, bruh. But yeah, because it's a debuff instead of a buff, I definitely like her more in bosses versus farming.
Yeah.
So otherwise, there's nothing for damage for farming, really.
Yeah. In a boss fight, in a perfect world, it is technically team-wide 50% Buster up.
Yeah, technically.
Like, everyone can hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but deck doesn't support it, though, which is...
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
It only affects 1 card.
Yeah, the MP.
It feels very subpar as a person who has her at 120 on my alt, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really?
It's just like not that great. It like her damage is like kind of okay with it. It's just annoying that you have to pay stars, and like she doesn't really make a lot of stars. And the types of teams you run her with, like you don't run her with traditional like the
Buster,
the popular.
Yeah, because the face cards don't like that.
Yeah, like you don't run her with Fitch, you don't run her with Oberon, unless you're farming, of course. and she's like, meh, there.
Anyway, passive 6.5% star gen, 12% arts is pretty amazing with the normal deck, I suppose. 6% debuff success rate, cool, because you definitely don't want to whiff that Buster Rest down. If you do, you're gonna cry. Divinity C? Nah, no. Another anti-Saber. All these assassins hate Saber. Is that because of Mordred in APOC? I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe.
Probably.
Alright, the buffed MP. So the full party gets 20% defense up for 3 turns. Everyone gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. And then before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn, scaling up to 50%. So it's like half defensive, half offensive. I still don't really know how I feel about this. And I wish the buff removal resistance was like 1 time, 3 turns, because man, it can be hard to time this sometimes, I feel like. I mean, it is on command, but you probably want to use your MP for damaging too if you're going to bring her, because, you know, if you need buff removal resistance, just bring someone else. So, yeah. And the defense up is cool. It helps with bosses, but, yeah.
See, I hope she was arts. Because that would be...
Castoria
the one thing preventing Castoria from absolutely spiraling out of control.
That would be crazy.
She will make Castoria teams absolutely unstoppable. Nothing stops it.
Well, honestly, the fun part is she's still decent with Castoria because of the triple arts deck. That's the fun part. But yeah, it would be even easier, of course, if her MP was arts too.
Yeah. I mean, I still use her with Castoria.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Her looping numbers aren't pretty, of course. But yeah, she's mostly against bosses.
Once again, the problem with Castoria, I kind of mentioned it earlier. If you're running a Castoria team, no stars. Yeah. So your damage not only goes down because you don't have a dedicated like Buster support, you're also it's going further down because you don't have stars to
pay for the Buster down.
Yeah, so that kind of sucks. She will spam her NP though. She does have good gain, and then like the extra 50% NP gain does add up.
Yeah, it's more of a utility tool, so she might as well be arts. It's really sad, but there you go.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about her as Buster. Like, I've tried her in CQs. I did actually appreciate the true neutral against casters, like both offensively and defensively, in like gauntlets, but other than that, I don't know. He's kind of...
Yeah. Honestly, I have a bad time ranking her myself because I really don't use her much at all.
I personally think she's in that camp of AoE, like, you know, like Shuten, Cleopatra, and Semiramis. Like, people think Semiramis
I want to put her next to Cleo, if anything.
Yeah, I like her better than Cleopatra, but personally, because I think her utility is a little bit more unique than Cleopatra. But honestly, Cleopatra is a more competent Buster servant. With a lack of a better way to put it, she's a more competent Buster servant, and not Semiramis. She's like an art servant trying to beat Buster, and it's just bruh. Yeah.
What do you think, Otto? Ranking?
I mean, I want to go with like B. Like, I feel like she's
you agree?
Too far away from Cleopatra. Like, I like that she can spam the defense buffs. That does make her pretty good for teams. Like, it's pretty easy to mitigate a lot of damage that way, and then you get the utility of the buff removal resist. So it's
our index finger is gone. Now it's just a pinky that's, you know, raised up.
Yeah, I guess buff removal resist, like, although really unique, it just doesn't really happen that much. Because like they know.
Yeah, and if you need that, just bring someone else.
Yeah, like unless you need a spammable one. Like the only thing she has is like it's technically a spammable one. You don't have to wait for a skill cooldown, but that's about it. So
yeah. You
might actually be better off with like Castoria, Tamamo, and Murasaki if you like reduce cooldown enough. Yeah, maybe that might even be a better comp.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if you're looking
unless you're against riders, then maybe not. But yeah, otherwise,
if you're looking for a comp that can like go up against buff removal with Castoria, Murasaki's going to be better for.
Yeah,
at least refunds and shit.
Yep. Anyway, B for Semiramis. Let's talk about Li Xuan next, my other guy Also love this guy. I'm probably gonna grill him on an A as well at some point. Maybe 120. I love this man. So total bias, of course. So single target arts DPS, hard hitting MP, hard hitting crits, but much like his Lancer counterparts and some other servants too, downtime is the thing. But uptime, we get some good highs. So 11.4k attack, not bad on a 5-star assassin. Pretty decent, just hovering above the average. He's got double buster, double arts deck, which I think is perfect for him. MP is still easy to spam, but, you know, helps with the crit potential too, of course. Love the deck. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So again, you want burst, we got burst. But yeah, downtime, of course, is real. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion for self, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and then 15 stars. Great combo with the first skill. Because you get that absorb, you get the stars, and then you get the crit damage, and then Invul Pierce. So, boom, crits won't be stopped. But again, downtime is real. Now, the third skill at least has a bit better, you know, thing on the downtime. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 1 turn. Then he gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then debuff immune for 1 turn. So at least get to keep a little bit more attack on the couple turns following it. But yeah, obviously, if you use all of his skills and do like a fat crit chain, that's a lot of freaking crit damage. It's a lot of damage, of course. But yeah, obviously the kit is not that complex skill-wise. There could be more stuff, but damage is basically why you would pick him anyway. Now, passives, 8% arts and star gen. Both work fine, no worries. Anti-Lancer on the append, nah. You know what? You know why this is? This is literally because he wants to fight his young version. Yeah, this is because of Lancer Lee. It's funny. Anyway, buffed MP helps a lot. So before damage, we get the good portion of the MP, which is on base OC minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. Scaling up to 40, so again, before damage, very cool. And then a base 150% chance to insta-kill the enemy. It is after damage, though, for what it's worth. Not that it really matters, because it's a one-hit MP anyway, so it doesn't refund much to begin with. But it hits really hard, for those that don't know. Much like Lancer, he hits really hard with his MP. Like, actually. Definitely hard hits, yeah. Like, he's one of the highest on in this list too. I assume he would be pretty high on other lists too.
Because of all this helps him.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Yeah.
I personally want to put him in A+ for sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that, honestly.
Like his skills might seem like in the low uptime whatever, but he's just like his card gain with like if he gets to crit is pretty nice, and like he just does like he can spam his MP relatively often.
He can, yeah.
And it hits really hard, and it's an arts team. So like if you want to go like more simpler, more safer compositions for a single target arts DPS, he's probably your only choice, and he has an MP upgrade. Like the
defense up defense down ramps a little bit as well from the MP, and it's before damage, which really big deal.
Damage. It helps his MP damage a lot. He's basically like he has a lot of MP damage, which is usually enough for arts. So I am very impressed by him, his performance. I think he deserves A+ to be honest.
Wow, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised. But what do you think, Otto?
I'm down. Wow, I like that he's pretty. I like that he's pretty bursty. Like he's pretty bursty, but he ramps up because of his NP. Like even though he does have like multiple sorts of bursty damage, he can keep putting out some pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it fucks with me every time that one person has Fate Go as their Twitch username.
I thought it was official fake order.
Yeah, dude. Like,
really? Hey, no, that's funny.
Hey, your game is
official fake round order decided Nitocris assassin should be B+. then change the insta.
Yeah, change the way their MP works.
It's on you, fake round order.
Sir, please change the insta kill. I'm begging you.
Dude, I mean, I will be more than happy to place him in A+. I love this man. Dude, there's gonna be so many angry. I mean, dude, we get the Gramps duo now. That's funny, actually. Dude, I absolutely agree to this.
They deserve to both be an E plus.
Yeah.
I think people really should use him more. Just
They should. He's great. I mean, he is kind of rare because he's story locked and doesn't get that many rate ups. But yeah, you should. If you have Lee, try him out.
He's free. Everyone can get him on the team.
True. If you pick him free, you're freaking based, okay? You're freaking
He's
based.
actually not a horrible pick, to be honest. Like,
Yeah,
I think he's
also-
kind of a decent pick.
He's also really solid on the CERN fight because that debuff immune is great if you brave chain that one time.
Yeah.
And then like you
Pesto,
got
yeah.
Arts, so he
and King Hassan at the same tier.
does
Well,
stand out.
honestly, again, I don't know about the King Hassan thingy still, but you know, he's arts, which helps a lot though. Like it's
Upgrade
just,
MP as well.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think the upgrade MP is pretty huge. Like if he didn't have upgrade MP, I wouldn't put him A plus. But like that,
Yeah.
is-
yeah, I'll agree to that as well.
I kind of prefer Lee over King Hassan.
I don't blame you, honestly. I don't blame you.
I feel like he's a bit easier to support. I like that he has evade instead of guts because guts, like even though King Hassan can stabilize from guts and whatnot, I'd still rather not lose all of my HP. to
Yeah,
survive
true.
in the
I mean, yeah,
first place.
in a team, evade is better than guts, I'd say. And I think people are gonna agree. Like, I mean, yeah.
All right, dude. I mean, I was kind of mad about some of the other stuff, but hey, dude, I'm absolutely okay with that. What just happened? All right. Yeah, I guess it's time. The annual coverage of probably the most popular servant in this list, if I had to guess. But yeah, we're gonna do our due diligence and talk about Kama, of course, the OG. We'll get Summer in some weeks as well, but starting with the OG assassin. So single target, quick DPS. Interesting case. I guess even I'm sure Plushie and Otto will make a case for the solo as well, and I'll let them do that, of course. But yeah, let's cover the kit first. So 11.5k on that attack. Again, above average among the 5-star assassins. She's got double buster, double quick, which I quite like because, you know, makes her team crit potential better. That's cool. And her MP gain is still good enough anyway. So no worry. No, like it's not like it's hampering that potential. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a targeted skill that reduces one ally's max HP by 1000. This has no duration, but you can remove it, I believe. But yeah, if you don't, it's just there, being annoying. And then what do they get? They get overcharge for 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns, and then also a 4k heal for herself only, right? This is not the targeted part. Okay. Yeah, so it's just the overcharged and the demerited targets. I mean, overcharge is not bad for herself either, and chances are you're going to be using it on her depending on your comp, you know? So,
Yeah.
Cool. It's not bad. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets guts for 1 time. Again, this is one of those rare permanent gutses, and this is the best version of any permanent guts, this skill right here. It's a 2k revive, and then she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. So with this, you can easily get 2 gutses out of this before she dies, like for sure, because you can just, you're probably gonna always pop it turn 1, let's be real. So easy peasy, good. Yeah, like sometimes, you know, you have the combo of the offense and the defense making things a little bit awkward, but in this case, certainly not. Easy turn 1. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery, and then comes the fun part where she, you know, gets attack and defense advantage against alter ego. So, and this is like literally the best case scenario. Think of like Assassin against Rider. So she does 2x damage and takes 0.5. So there you go. Cool. She gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a minus 40% charm rest down for 1 turn, which will be relevant for the MP, of course. Now, people will have a lot of opinions about the anti-alter ego thing as well, and obviously if you're min-turning, it's probably fine, but personally, because I don't like min-turns, you know, I have mixed feelings about it, because, you know, it's only half the time. Anyway, well, I'm sure we're going to touch that as well. Yeah. But passives, she gets 20% debuff res, cool, 10% quick up, very nice, 6% crit damage, insta-kill resistance, and mental debuff res. Always cool to have bonuses.
Sorry to like just barge in. Kama's actually horrible for min turning because she charms. It's actually so bad.
Oh, because you don't get to sack your supports and shit. Okay.
Yeah, she's actually like
right. True.
For her
I
and,
didn't think about
Summer,
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of annoying, unfortunately.
True. But yeah, she has divinity, but luckily hers is a better version, so she also gets a charm immunity. So unlike King Hassan, who has 100% resistance, which is, basically the same thing, at least this one is always immune. So even if her debuff risk gets reduced or they get like bonus chances, she will never be charmed. Anti-Lancer Append, and the MP. So before damage, overcharge 20% quick up for itself for 3 turns before damage, getting at the 40. That's a lot of nice ramp up, very cool. And then 80% chance to charm the enemy for 1 turn on base. And then obviously with the third skill active, it's a 120% base chance, which, pretty easy to land. And otherwise, if that's not active, you're going to have to rely on that 80%, which, who knows how reliable that is. But hey, 10 hitter as well means that she gets some refund and some stars besides the damage. So obviously, I'll be the first to admit, you guys probably have way more experience with Kama than I do. I've never really been the biggest fan, but I still obviously do recognize that she is very solid.
So first of all, addressing the anti-alter ego thing.
Sure.
So she's definitely like she benefits from the fact that right now there really isn't a great foreigner DPS for single target. Like, yeah, we have Faker, but like Kama does a lot more damage.
Oh, you mean Pretender?
Oh, Pretender.
Yeah.
Pretender, right. So like for example, and like the thing where it's only up for 3 turns is not that bad for 2 reasons. The first reason is she still does neutral to alter egos.
Yeah.
And the second reason is she charms. So the reason why Kama is really good is because she's taking damage only every other turn. If the opponent is charmed. So like for example, I think I did like MP1 no CE solo on the Domon tree, ungrilled of course on like with Kama, right? So it's actually a lot easier than it's a lot easier for her to handle alter egos, and she kills very fast when she's killing alter egos as well.
Well, yeah, it's full advantage.
Yeah. So like the thing with the infinite guts combo with the charm is like it's very easy to get her cooldown back. Like she can just kind of charm lock the opponent. And well, she doesn't like get consistent like charm every turn, but she charms like she MPs like every other turn on average. So like the opponent's turns are like cut in half. Now obviously the charm can miss, so it is a little bit annoying. You can time the skill 3 with it, but in general, when I'm soloing with Kama, I usually get the guts back like without my first guts even being proc sometimes, because she also has a big heal. Paired with the command code heal boost, like the heal is still pretty big. The guts is not as big as King Hassan, but the heal is pretty big still.
Yeah.
And just overall, she's just super easy to use. Big battery. If you want to use her in like a multi-core farming situation, she can. She has 50 battery. She even has guts with like Tez, but that's a very weird. It's more relevant these days, but like it's not that big a deal sometimes. But like she's still like big battery, instant damage. And like soloing really good in a team with like double Scotty. She can just function as a 50 charger, and like charm in a team is depending on how you look at it, it's like slightly better or slightly worse than a team wide AOE invul, right? Because like they don't get to move. I mean, if you're only fighting one target for sure. So like. I guess it's worse.
Honestly,
like,
going back to one of the things you said before about the anti-alter ego thing, to be honest, I think I would bring Faker over her against alter ego, especially because she's permanent and easier to get MP levels for. But yeah, like you said, there's still not a whole lot of amazing options for that. But I think I would bring Faker versus alter ego instead.
Like for example, like the Dolman tree fight, Kama definitely has an easier time soloing it than Faker, because I tried both.
You're specifically talking solo. I meant like a normal team, but yeah, fair.
Normal team, maybe. Normal team, maybe. Depends on the length of the fight for sure. I mean, chaotic evil with Dolman. There's just a lot of extra things, but like we don't even have to get to that in my opinion. So like, I don't know. I just think she's super easy to use. She has not gotten a single buff. Like, even though she's really broken, I think she definitely could have gotten a buff during Ordeal Call 1, but she didn't. So, okay, sure. Also, yeah, she ramps up. Wait, did someone ask me if she ramps up? Yeah, she ramps up. So, yeah, she has, I don't know. She just is big damage. Charm gives your team a lot of breathing room. I don't know what to say.
Does Otto have something to add to Kama? That was already basically covering every base.
It's kind of like Scath, less consistent, but like everything else is stronger.
But it's easier to spam, I guess. But yeah,
easier to use her NP more often.
Yeah,
her damage is lower than Scath, but like, hey, being able to charm, buying turns that often, like, so easy to keep her alive. It's good. It's good.
I mean, I'll probably agree to the EX before you even suggest. I'll probably still do it. Yeah.
Targetable OC. I mean, depends on who you're using her with. Like, there are certain cases where you use it on other people, but usually put it with a with her.
Okay, anyone saying EX80 plus, you need to get a girlfriend, okay?
You gotta look at who else is on the list.
Yeah,
right,
definitely not.
EX plus. Like, geez. I'm a big Kama sim, but damn, bro. There's other people here.
Yeah, that is a stretch and a half.
Well, she is here right now.
I mean, yeah, good segue. So, frigate, dude, let's go. Let's talk about Koyan of Light, the first of the Koyans into this year's tier lists. So, we got the Assassin, AoE Buster, DPS at a farmer, but most importantly, a Premier Buster support of many variants. Like, you can use it in a lot of different ways. Words. So, attack, we'll still cover her, everything regardless. So, 11.6k, above average for 5-star assassins, very cool. She's got double Buster, double art. So, honestly, even her own crit potential is actually pretty decent. Funnily enough, she doesn't just support
cards in the game. I like to talk about that, but
yeah, I mean, sure, it's worth mentioning. Yeah, it's very good. All right, then the skills, the infamous part, the reason everyone rolls her. Like, you see all the numbers, like the attack, the deck, the MP, no one cares. Like 99% of the people will roll her for these 3 things. So first of all, on an 8-turn cooldown, one ally gets -2 turns of cooldowns. And every member of the party gets -1k health or damaged. And then the targeted guy also gets 50% battery. So, yeah, it's her bread and butter, right? It makes Buster looping possible because, you do 2 of these and cooldowns are like, hey, we're back. And you're happy and you press buttons more and you farm more. So, yeah, that's the bread and butter, the first skill. Second skill, a bit more lines. So on a 6-turn cooldown, again, targeted. All of her skills are targeted. Spoiler. So for the first effect, Sanson is back. One ally gets 50% anti-human trait damage for 3 turns. Again, if you somehow didn't watch the Sanson review, and I don't blame you because no one cares about Sanson, that's a meaningless thing. Human is not a thing. I can even flash it again. Like, look, this is your enemies. Like, no one cares about these. Like, this is such a insignificant thing of a buff. It's not humanoid, nor is it man attribute. It's human trait, so that's like whatever. No one cares. Sometimes, very rarely relevant, but yeah, even then, But then all the good stuff, 50% man attribute damage. There it is. That one is a useful one. Then the target gets an on attack buff for 3 turns. So when normal attacking with Buster cards, they get 10% MP gauge. Very important that it says normal attack, because then that would make a lot more Buster looping way more crazier. Because obviously this means the MP does not give you the refund.
Basically anyone could.
Yeah, anyone ever.
Could.
Well, with a Buster MP, but yeah.
20% refund.
Yeah. But yeah, also a 20 star bomb, very cool, which combos very well with the 3rd skill. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the target gets 50% Buster up for 3 turns, 50% Buster crit damage for 3 turns, and 5k Buster absorb for 3 turns. So red cards do be hitting hard when they are critting, especially if you hit some of that anti-trait. And that's not even factoring in the DPS's own potential. I mean, obviously you could use her as a DPS too, which is totally fine, by the way. She's very capable. But yeah, I mean, needless to say, it's a good skill set. And honestly, if you use them on herself, she even gets the second and the third skill back pretty fast, which is the fun part. The first skill still has a long cooldown, even if used on herself, though.
Mm.
Now, passives, yeah, of course, gotta make it balanced. 8% quick up is actually not bad. Her quicks are decent. 12% crit damage, very nice. 6% crit damage, insta-kill res, and mental debuff res, same as Kama, very cool. Bonus. 10% art sub, why not? Make it even better on that one arts card. 10% star gen, because, you know, she needs to have something resembling an assassin. And then, hey, 20% MP damage, just on a passive, like, bruh. Yeah, that's balanced.
Ridiculous.
That is absolutely stupid. Oh yeah, she doesn't. You're right.
Yeah, she has a worse one. She's like
she doesn't have guns. That's why she's not America.
Yeah, yep, she don't got guns.
Oh well, but yeah, that's a ridiculous passive. Needless to say. Anyway, anti-archer on the append, maybe not that relevant, and then the MP, which honestly is good. People just don't talk about because no one uses her to DPS, or even when they use her to support in bosses, you still don't really use her MP. But yeah, overcharge, everyone gets 10% battery on base, scaling up to 30%, so cool. She gets 20% attack after one turn before the damage, and then all enemies get a -1 tick. Guaranteed, no RNG, won't you love to see it? And then 8 hits, you'll get some stars out of it too, I guess. But yeah, first though, I mean, even as a DPS, she's not bad. She's good, she's all viable, you can even do farming with her. But obviously, most people, you know, you're going to use her as either your boss DPS support or, most importantly, farm support, because she makes the buster looping go. Brr.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's a need to defend Koyan Light, because, like, you know, it's a...
I mean, no, for sure not.
But, like...
She is beyond reproach.
I think she is, like, either second or third best AoE assassin SSR DPS. Like, still
probably,
like, yeah, like because I think that passive is so ridiculous, right? Like, recently I've started to do runs with her because there was another Koyan Dark guy that always did the runs faster than me on Twitter, so I try to like open another avenue so I can be on the leaderboard still. Like, yeah, Koyan Light is a very competent DPS, like as you mentioned multiple times already earlier. So like that passive is ridiculous. She can still bust through, but it's a little bit weird. I think she needs Rhaenys. It's like Rhaenys, Waver, or Kestor. I think all works, but like Rhaenys is obviously the best.
Yeah, one of the comps here has Rhaenys, yeah.
Yep. But like, I mean, she's just good. Like, she's just very good. Like, I also use her in multi-core, but like obviously that is MP level dependent. Use her with like Koyan Dark for like triple Fox stuff. It does kind of work. But yeah. I mean, just
obviously, man. I assume it's going to be an anonymous EX plus because she is pretty account, changing because she enables so many things. Not even without even discussing her own DPS or farming potential, but yeah, she enables things that normally would not be possible. So, pretty much a given.
This is a meta changing servant.
Yeah, as long as we're putting Scotty in EX plus, yeah, like I can't argue below that. Like,
yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking.
No.
Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, EX plus is fine.
Okay, well, there you go.
Fine by me.
Probably not surprising for anyone, but yeah, I mean, there you go.
She is very good. I would like to clarify that some people do not see her potentially doing more than either farming support or just like three turn like
min turning
really,
or whatever
type of support. I will say though, it is completely possible to make her work in that regard, and she's actually quite strong in that regard still.
Yeah.
It's just you can have her sit out on the field for a while, and if you have her like oftentimes what I'll use Atlas on her, and I'll let her double cast her first skill within a fight, and by double cast I mean just using it twice.
Yeah.
Which is great because that means if my DPS has decently low cooldowns, that means they're going to basically have their skills up almost 3 cycles, 3 or 4
back to back to back. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You don't have to. Yeah, one Vitch isn't as like because like A lot of the big supports, they only go crazy once you get 2 of them. That's how it was with Scotty. It's not how it is with Castoria. She's bullshit. But with this, she's still good as just one support because she is a really good Buster crit.
Yeah,
support.
I agree.
She's just a lot of. She's more fun when it's just one. You know.
True. Yeah, because like 2 is just very.
Everything goes too quickly. You know?
It's balls deep.
Yeah, we all know how it goes with 2 of them.
Yeah. But anyway, after a fairly unanimous Koyan Light placement, we have a few more servants left, so let's talk about Huyan Zhuo next. Probably not even close to pronouncing her name correct, but yeah, Assassin of Suikoden, I believe. So, yeah, we got AoE, quick, DPS Farber. Her attack is a bit low on the lower side for 5 stars, but it's not horrible or anything like that. I like the deck of double Buster, double quick on her for sure, because she has crit potential too. Yay. Speaking of skills, next I didn't even mention it, but yeah, I was going to. Anyway, 6 turn cooldown on the first skill. She gets 30% Buster and Quick up for 3 turns, and then she gets this fun little thing that whenever you're using Quick or Buster cards for the next 3 turns, Quick ones give you 20% Star Gen for 3 turns before damaging, and Buster ones give you 20% crit damage for 3 turns again before damaging. Very cool. Like, it's a similar thing they did with the Trunk Sisters. And albeit even Dioscuri to an extent, but I think this one is of the 3 makes the most sense, because in those they're a little bit backwards at times. It makes complete sense. Like, you want the Buster to do the crit damage more, and the Quick gets the Star Gen, you know, because it's going to Star Gen more. So here it caters more to the actual card type in question. So I do like it. It's nice. And also worth mentioning, it's not saying normal attacking, so the MP also gets the bonus star generation, which is pretty cool, actually. Very helpful. Even if it's not a huge number, you know, it still helps. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an Invul Pierce for 3 turns, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns, and then only 1 turn of 500% absorb. But, you know, I'm not too mad about the absorb being 1 turn, because I would definitely have those other 2 be the 3-turn effects instead, if I had to choose between the 3. So yeah, pretty cool. Good utility, good damage. And she's going to generate a lot of stars anyway, so chances are the absorb, you're probably going to be fine even without it. 6-turn cooldown on 3rd skill, she gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. She gets 100% buff removal resistance for 3 full turns, and then a 30% battery. Great defensive skill, you know. Good flexibility on the evade. Buff removal resistance makes sure you don't get scammed off it, and then the battery helps, you know. MP go burr. Honestly, her skill set is actually better than I remembered. Yeah,
it's kind of insane. It's got
there's good stuff.
And buff removal resists. So like a lot of
and
like,
mixed card buffs too, or damage buffs.
Mixed card buffs. Yeah. Really good.
Wow. That's a good skill set actually.
Yep.
Oh. All right, 6% Star Gen on the passive, cool bonus, 8% Quick, very nice, and then 10% Buster Star Absorb. That's actually cool as well. Wow, nice.
Yep.
And then Anti-Archer in the append, that's like the one not so nice thing so far, or irrelevant rather. Right, MP time. So AoE damage, of course, but before damage, she gets 20% quick up for 1 turn, and then scaling up to 40%. So no ramp up, but you know, still not insta kill and an actual useful OCEA. She has a flat 150% damage increase against evil alignment enemies. Pretty common, I would say. Mostly against servants, of course, because, you know, normal enemies tend to not have alignments, but yeah, I'll actually check how many riders there are in a second as well. But then she also has a 40% chance to stun enemies. The stun is like whatever. I wish it was a bit higher, of course, but, you know, I guess it's maybe like a bonus, if anything. Yeah. So not very reliable, sadly. She doesn't even have anything to help with that, I believe. No, like, debuff res down, stun chances up or anything. So it's always going to be that. Unless you, again, bring a support. But yeah, for herself, that's all it is.
Honestly, yeah. I think she's fine even if you just remove it. So this is actually the AoE assassin that I was talking about. That is in my opinion, arguably the second best AoE assassin for DPSing. Her kit is just so complete. She
to cut you a good bit, there's 10 evil riders, so there you go. A bit of use.
Yeah, I mean, like if you use her against like a gauntlet quest, like against multiple classes, like it will still help, right? So like, with evil coverage, so like she basically has like she has invul pierce, hard defense with the evade, buff removal resist, chaotic evil trait, anti evil, which is a common anti trait, and just even crit ramp up some and whatnot. There are also nice bonuses. So like strong crit DPS for quick. I don't know. I think she's just so solid. She is. I don't know why people don't talk about her more. She is actually.
I didn't remember that she was this good actually, so I'm kind of guilty of that too.
I mean, yeah, because I mean, she is just a AOE quick, 30 battery. Like people were really indifferent about that archetype, so people like probably didn't give her a chance. But she's really good. She's like one of the like strongest like AOE DPS assassins in my opinion in the game.
Yeah, so, I agree to that. Looking at this,
yeah.
What do you think, Otto?
A+, yeah.
She's good.
I was thinking maybe that too.
She does the fun quick things with it. Like she spams her NP and makes a bunch of stars and she crits with them. And then she's got a bunch of just normal things that like make a lot of sense there. Like she can ramp up her crit damage with her buster cards. She has her evade. She has the Pierce Invuln for 3 turns, and then she's just so solid. She's got so many nice things going on. She's very self-sufficient. It's nice.
Yeah.
Debatable EX. Wait, who's in EX? I forgot. Is it only Kama?
Just Kama right now.
Oh,
I mean, we need more.
Wow. Okay.
I might push it because like we're running out of SSRs. I might push it now. This is selling it. This is I will admit this is like trying to sell her, but I think there is definitely an argument to put her EX. Like, is it
okay? Tell you what. I'll put her in A+ for now, and we'll do the rest of the 2 servants, and then we'll talk about it during the shuffle, okay? We'll start with A+, then we'll talk about it, okay? Sounds good. But yeah, speaking of which, to be continued, we're going to talk about the second to last servant and also the last servant from last year, but we have one more after this who is new. But yeah, I feel like this will be the more exciting part, spoilers, of the 2 remaining servants. But yeah, we're going to talk about Mr. Tezcat, aka Woo! He's the man himself. He's good. So he's AoE arts, DPS, farmer, multi-core, weird guy, yeah. Like the only bad thing about him is the attack, which is 10.9k. And in fact, the one bad thing about him that he's an assassin. If he was like some other class, like a berserker, he would be just ridiculous. But yeah, we'll see what he's made up of among the assassins as well. So the attack, again, could be higher, but that's about it. Now, double buster, double arch is totally fine for his playstyle. Again, even the deck doesn't want to be assassin, so yeah. Right, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack, and then all allies with a guts get another 20% attack for 3 turns, which, he himself also has a guts, so hey, easy 40%. And, again, sometimes bonus when you're multi-coring as well. Now, on a 7-turn cooldown, the second skill gives him a 50% battery. Other allies get 30%. Then the full party gets invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. And then the party gets an invul block for 1 time, 3 turns. So for a while, you can really benefit from invul. But again, order of operations, you do get this invul first. So chances are you're going to be fine for the next 3 turns a little bit anyway. And of course, it doesn't factor in special invul. So you're still fine with Castoria.
You cleanse it anyways with Castoria.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, true. So it's not that bad. It's a whatever the merit, honestly. It looks worse than what it is. It's not a big deal. And then the third skill, so the 6-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive, 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% anti-divine damage for 3 turns, 50% super large damage for 3 turns, and then the fun thing, he nullifies sunlight for 3 turns. That's mostly a lore thing. It's not really relevant for gameplay too much, but yeah, no sunny boys will be happy with him, I guess. But yeah, a lot of the super large thing is... Oh, yeah.
Can't use him with Ozzy for multi-core, though.
True. That is kind of sad.
Oh no, you're gonna miss out on the crit.
Yeah, whatever. But the super large thing is like whatever. It's kind of a rare thing, even on bosses. Definitely not. I mean, sometimes in farming as well, but it's like whatever. The divine thing is good though, and the arts up, and obviously the guts giving him that extra 20% attack from the first kill, very relevant. So he still has a lot of damage, obviously, and potentially even better with the damage mods. Now passives though, 20% debuff res, awesome. 10% arts, awesome. Divinity C, no one cares. 10% buster, also very cool. And then he gets the whole party, everyone. When he's on field, your master skills are 10% more better. Like there's like all the attack buffs get better, heals get better, etc. It's a very interesting thing.
But it's really cool.
It adds a little bit, but yeah, it's very cool is what it is. Yeah. He's anti-assassin on the append, which is like, yeah, maybe, but eh. Oh, the MP though. So before damage on overcharge, he gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 40%. Wow, what a ramp up OC. He gets an invul pierce for 1 turn before damage, and then the full party gets 10% battery after every MP, and that just adds to his own refund from the MP as well, which is not even that bad, considering he has a lot of battery action as is. This man is pretty nuts. He is pretty freaking nuts. Yeah.
So
he's so versatile too.
Yep. Great at farming of all kinds, because obviously he's a competent arts looper. But you know, he can also do multi-core stuff. You know, spread charge is the good number. Technically, he has team-wide 40 charge because his MP also charges 10. So if you really want to count that, right? So like, you know, like he has a lot of charge for the team. And you know, of course, you know, synergizes with people with guts and whatnot. The second skill, absolutely ridiculous. It's like sometimes it's better than illusion because it's 2 times.
Yeah.
So like sometimes better than illusion, and it has the weird, crazy charge number. I think they have the same cooldown, which is bruh. But,
true. Oh wait, I think yeah, maybe you're right. Actually, I think it's 7 turns, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they have the same cooldown, which is like why.
Yeah, this is better.
And like as an arts DPS, you know, he can help the team. He can be the main DPS. He has invul pierce for like gimmick stuff. He even has anti-divine. So like, I don't know what more you can ask for, man. That's just
he's a complete package.
Relevant. Yeah. The question is, do you put him EX plus, right? Like
we did that last year, and I think this year I'm not gonna do it because we skipped out on Melucid as well. Like we kind of agreed not to do like DPSs if they're straight up like this. Like he's awesome, of course, but I don't think he's like account, you know, changing in that sort of sense.
He is very weird, as I do use him very often in farming. So I do think like compared to Melusine, definitely, you know, because he does enable teams for sure, for like farming comps, but it is not traditional farming, which I mean, traditional farming isn't going to get you through everything nowadays, but still like it is a little bit hard to gauge because it really depends on what other people you pair with him. Sometimes you can just get away with like using Taigong Wang, for example. Like sometimes you don't need the 30, right? But like sometimes, you know, he is significant. So he's like, I do think he is like better than like pure DPSs in EX, but like maybe he can still stay in EX. Like he may be at the top of EX. Like I don't think we necessarily need to have a different tier. Like we like, yo, people can just know, oh, yo, he's top of EX, which is still fine.
Yeah, I'm close, but I think for this year I'm gonna keep him in EX. Maybe I'll change my mind again next year if we do these again. But
like I still don't think he's on level of Koyan Light, of course, but because Koyan Light is Koyan Light. Like yes, multi-core is more prevalent nowadays compared to like, you know, a lot of single core stuff. But like Koyan Light is Koyan Light, right? Like, you can't really you can't really put anyone on the same level as she is, in my opinion. So
you got anything to add, Otto, on Tezcat?
I don't know, man. He does so many things so good. It's just like he's so versatile. He does like team support. He does his own DPS, and he does like it annoys me because
he's so loaded.
Yeah, he has like 2 servants kits worth of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I guess a title well earned or something.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So what happens if we move a few servants from A+ to EX? Does he stay in EX?
I think he
Maybe
would. Even if,
He can
but
be like, just make sure we let people know he's the top of EX. I don't think we need him.
yeah, if when we do the like lockup thing, I'll just mention that specifically. That, you know, if he could potentially be EX plus and whatnot, but I'm still gonna keep him EX this year, I think. So we'll just do like a mention
He is
later
pretty
as
close
well.
to EX plus, yeah. Because like once again, he's not just pure DPS. You know, there are like even if you already have a stacked assassin DPS, you're not gonna be upset to pull him still. So like, yeah, it is a little bit different, but.
Well, anyway, before we do any of the shuffling, let's cover the last servant of the list, and also one of the only of the 2 new servants added between last year's list and this year. The other was Locusta earlier. Now we got 5-star Kashin Koji. She's also permanent, by the way, for those that don't know, which is interesting. They finally added another permanent assassin last year, because there really still isn't that many of them. But yeah, there you go. We got Spider Mommy. She's interesting. Still not going to cure my arachnophobia, though, but nice try, game. Now, she's AoE quick DPS farmer, but I like her way more against bosses for sure. Now, 11.6k attack is good, above average among 5-star assassins. She's got double arch, double quick on the deck, which I guess is fine. Her MP is pretty good anyway, so yeah, sure. Her quicks are pretty good as well.
Solid.
Yeah.
Her quick cards and her arts cards are pretty good. However,
nice code. Yeah, they're good. Yeah. All right. First skill. Speaking of illusion, actually, this is funny. So on a 7-turn cooldown, the party gets invul for 1 attack, 3 turns. She gets 30% battery and then a 20 star bomb. So we get another illusion-like skill. Interesting. A bit more toned down, I feel like, but you know, kind of works. Can absorb 1 AoE MP for your party on command. Granted, the order allows it if there's multiple enemies. So hey, cool. It's not a bad skill even if the cooldown is high. Second skill on it.
Right after Tez.
Yeah, true. It is funny.
Yeah, kind of.
It's a bit brutal, but we're doing these in order of release, so yeah. All right, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% quick for 3 turns, 20% attack for 3 turns, and then when attacking with quick cards for the next 3 turns, she gets 10% more gauge. Hey, cool, making the quick cards even better. And also, this is normal attacking, so the MP does not give you this 10% as well, sadly, but it's fine. Her cards are good anyway. Third skill, she's got Mystic Eyes. So on a 7-turn cooldown, 100% chance to bound an enemy for 1 turn. So again, it's basically the same as stun in 99% of the cases, but sometimes there's like stun resistance or something weird. So just think of it as a stun. It's that simple. Then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn and 100% crit dash for 1 turn. I really wish the other 2 weren't on the stun, because man, that's a lot of downtime for those crits. Like it's even way more than Lee has, for instance.
Yep.
Damn, that's a shame. I mean, the stun is great, not just for the stun, but for the MP as well, of course. But man, that is kind of a travesty for the crit damage. Alright, passives 10% star gen, cool. 6% debuff success rate and quick performance. This is very cool, actually. Very helpful for her in more ways than one. Then she gets 10% quick crit damage and debuff res. Good passives, actually. Very nice. Good stuff. Anti-alter ego, yeah. No thanks, she's not Kama, sadly. The MP, so the boring part. 40% chance to instant kill all enemies after damage. No one cares. Moving on. Then, before damage, she has a 60% chance on base overcharge to stun them, aka bound them for 1 turn, scaling up to 100%. And then, she does bonus damage against bound enemies. Now, it has to be bound specifically, I'm pretty sure, so a stun doesn't work here. So, it's the base 150 to 200 range as well. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot. Now, with the passive, it goes from base 60 to 66%. So it's a bit easier, I guess. And obviously this already is 100% here. But this is single target. Remember, her MP is AoE. So if you're fighting multiple targets, the skill third skill only does it for 1 enemy. But now I specifically had this tab ready as well, because there's this cool C, I think, that actually benefits her heavily, which is Love's Curse. So if you have this on MLB, you get 15% debuff success rate and still a good amount of overcharge, which she benefits from as well. So with this, we get 15% first of all. So it goes to 75, or actually no, it goes to 95%, and then you add the passive, it's 101%. Wow, I solved it.
This is because they have magic resistance.
Yeah, that would be so sad, dude. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to put any emphasis on this, like this placement, because this CE exists. I just wanted to mention it because I think this CE in particular is very awesome on her. It's a permanent one too, so you will maybe, hopefully, eventually MLB it. And even on base, it's not that bad. But anyway, Kashin Koji is interesting. I think it's sometimes a bit too unreliable to get damage out of her, and obviously her big crit steroid is on a high cooldown as well. So I have mixed opinions about her. What do you guys think?
I really like crapping on her because whenever someone asks me who was the worst SSR release last year, I usually tell them
I wouldn't
Kashin
blame
Koji.
you. Yeah.
But like I know she's like all in with the stun because like they couldn't make it too good, right? Because like if her stun was like very consistent, then she would just be infinitely stunning everyone and doing extra damage, and she just like now you actually have arachnophobia, right? Like she just destroy everything. But that's why it's only 60%. But there's too many things tied to that bound. The fact that the MP damage special mod is also tied to the bound is a little bit
They should just
annoying.
make it any immobilize effect. That would make it so much more viable with supports and shit.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, she can also work with like Phantom, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think she is as bad as I put her to be, because like.
Well, honestly, in your defense, you said she's probably the worst SSR last year, and that's probably okay, but that last year was pretty freaking packed. So even it's basically like you would order them in order. Like even if she's at the bottom, doesn't mean she's trash. She just happened to be weaker than the other mostly busted SSRs from last year. So it's not that bad as it sounds.
Yeah. So like I don't know. I think she is still like okay. She's just okay. Like,
do you think B plus?
She's probably a little bit better than modern stuff.
Yeah, I like how easy she spams, because she's got good card gain.
Does Cuckoo passive work when she's in the backline? No. No, you want people to have free 20/30 without using a slot?
What?
No.
What kind of question? Wait, who? What? Why is that being asked?
No.
Who knows?
No. Stop.
Interesting. Anyway, what were you saying about Kashinato?
That sounds like an actual name, Kashinato.
There you go.
I like that she can spam and she can possibly get a decent amount of stuns as a result. It kind of sucks that her bonus damage is tied to that. So you want to stun not only to be safe but also to be doing more damage. But, it's good. So I don't like the third skill cooldown, but that's not saying anything new. But I think the reason why it's that long a cooldown is just because she spams really easy, and they don't want her to be too overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were basically like, they're very scared of this gimmick, in my opinion. Like spammable stun. Like they screwed up like twice, in my opinion. They screwed up with Kama, making it 80%. It was still too good, and they screwed up with Van Gogh, where they thought, there's no way Terra can be good, right? But like, unfortunately, when you can spam it, and the MP is not just Terra, it has like all other good stuff, it ended up being too good. So I think they were just like, man, Kashin Koji, we gotta like be careful with it, and they were a little bit too careful with it. So I don't know. Also,
I think earlier when people were talking the Cuckoo one, they were talking about her passive that increases party's debuff success rate, but she has to be on the field for that. So no, it doesn't work from the backline.
Yeah, it doesn't work either. But damn, I thought you mean the 10-star for her. I was like, bro.
Dude. If you give her
Please,
invul
no.
while she's in the backline, she
That would be
makes
crazy.
super invul.
Oh, she turns every invul into solemn defense. Stop.
Don't give them ideas. Anyway, I'm thinking B+. What do you think? Should we just...
I mean, I don't have that much view. I think B+ is probably fine, right?
Okay.
Probably fine. I don't know.
Okay.
She doesn't have MP up. I don't know. I prefer either B to B+, so I'm not like particularly familiar with her.
I'll give it to... I think B+ is because of her potential. Like, if you actually do land a lot of stuns, then it's really good. But, I mean, sometimes you just don't, so...
Plus, she's more familiar with her than I am, so...
No, I'm not, though.
Or I haven't had an opportunity to use her.
I got
Oh,
spooked
no.
by her. Yes, I did get spooked by her.
I stunned her. No, I soloed the dragon with her. She did pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, here's the thing with a lot of my solos with like low stun chance people, I just save scum until they landed, so it's a little bit.
There you go. So I guess you could factor that in as well, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, like for example, if you look at my
very accessible.
Like for example, if you look at my Medusa Saber solos, her stun chance feels the same as Kama's when that is not the case at all.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Also, I should note that those joining in right now, this list has not been 7 hours long. We just had like an intro segment that lasted almost an hour. So wait, later on in YouTube, this will be like a 6+ hour list or something. So it's a bit misleading on the stream uptime right now. This is the shortest list, I think. But on that note, we just finished the initial placements of every single servant. So now we enter the finale, which is the grand shuffle, where we maybe adjust some placements here and there. And then after a while, I'll just say F it, lock it in. But yeah, let's what are we thinking here? Anything obvious? Talking about the Huyan, maybe? We're thinking about that.
Go back to A.
Shuten.
All right.
Yeah, I'm still not too happy about that. I've revoked his license, so like it averages back to A.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about
Doesn't matter.
Shuten, to be honest. I'm okay with either. Huyan though, do I push Huyan to EX? I think that is the big question, because like, who can I push to EX here? Okay. Okay. You know what? Zetian.
I mean, there could be the S tier as well, actually. There could be the in-between.
Do you think it's crazy for me to push Zetian to EX?
I don't think it's crazy, but it's a hard sell. It's not crazy, though.
Because like she is both a really good DPS and a support, and there's no 4-star rep in EX, which is fine, by the way. Like it is fine.
Yeah.
There are just some classes that don't have that insane 4-star quality. But I think Zetian stealing Huyan's. I mean, they're both Chinese female assassins. There you go. But like, I mean, Huyan's a really good DPS though. She's really, really good. Like, If she gets above, because okay, here's the thing. I don't think she's on the same tier.
Do we make the S tier? Do we do it?
No.
But there could be more than one servant in there.
I think if we make that, okay,
I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
If we're just holding EX too high of a regard.
I mean, because Kama and Tez are clearly a tier on their own, in my opinion. At least in my opinion.
Damn. Again. Time for everyone to shit their britches over this.
Well, we already did the tier in some of the other lists, so I'm bringing it back.
You guys are getting a special grade for scoring a 99 instead of 100.
Yeah, you will. So Huyan in S, right? Yeah.
I think Huyan.
I'll do King Hassan too. I'm not hearing it. I'll do it since we made the tier now. I'm doing it. Yeah. That's happening.
I think Zetian can maybe justify that.
That I can maybe do. I can maybe put Zetian in this.
Also, elderly. I love calling him elderly, by the way.
Oh, that's funny. I get it now. That's funny.
I do think Lee and King Hassan should be in the same tier. Like, regardless.
Dude, that's gonna make YouTube comments explode. But honestly, I'm all about it.
Why?
I'm all about it. Because they're like the sermon that no one uses. You know, they're gonna be mad about it.
SSRs at with MP upgrade is really huge.
Dude,
Like,
I'll do it.
especially,
I'm
like,
not afraid. I'll freaking do it.
I think Lee and King Hassan honestly should be on the same tier. Like you can argue which one is better than the other, but I think they are in the same tier for sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, Lee has the way better MP as well, and is way more spammable. So they kind of like excel in different things.
I mean, I think if you're making S, then Wu Zetian should be in there. That's
Sure.
just
You know
me.
what? I will put Wu Zetian in this. I'm all about it, dude. I think she's legit.
Not to like try and get an owner on anyone or whatever. What does Gramps excel at?
He's just
I'm
solid
still
all
wrapping my
around.
head.
Like he's just good. I don't. I'm rather like, doesn't he excel at? Like, yeah, sure, his MP could use more effects, but he has so many buffs that at least still does decent damage anyway. Like you're still gonna be always able to do decent, solid, consistent damage with him.
If someone can just make it off of just doing decent damage all around, like there's a lot of servants that should move up.
I mean, he does have triple buster.
Dude, he has so many things in his kit though that are nice. I mean, you talk about win conditions, right? I mean, it's not, let's say, like, invul peer stuff and whatnot, but yeah.
He have? He has guts.
He's packed. Like,
well, I guess he has the debuff resist. It's just like he doesn't.
Yeah,
like, he's impossible to kill.
Right?
He does solid, consistent damage. He has good uptime on like basically everything. Even his shitty MP does good damage, even if it doesn't have crazy effects. It still does good damage.
I guess to be fair, I have made that argument in the past.
Yeah, 80% buster. 80% for 3 turns. That's insanity. And he has 4 of them. 4 buster cards.
Okay. I wasn't trying to make a case for him like moving down or anything. So
okay. Yeah, fair.
I just hear people hype him up really hard, and I don't really hear.
Have you used him a lot?
Much. I have used him a pretty good amount.
Oh.
I haven't gotten around to using him with Vich, but I know that he's solid. It's just
all right.
I do think like his performance being better with Vich is a plus because like yeah. Ironically, I do think like his team play is actually what is putting him pretty ahead because like he has really good card damage. Like his MP probably does decent damage, but like it's not really because the MP itself. It's because his buster ups. So like,
yeah,
he has really
that's what I'm saying. Like even his biggest downside is not the worst thing ever because the rest of the kit makes up for it. I would still like to see more effects on the MP if anything because it has like nothing.
I do think he has gotten so many buffs already. Like,
I mean, you never know. They clearly like him, and I'm all about it. So I wouldn't mind.
And they just like touch Kama once, like give her.
That's kind of scary though, because of the way she works. Like one buff could be absolutely game breaking, depending on what it is.
Yeah, why not?
Dude, he's sitting there 2 buffs, and he's still happy.
Anyway, let's talk. Anything on the slightly lower tiers or something? Oh my god, someone just posted an essay. Holy. 100 face should be lowered to A.
100 face.
Should we lower her to A? I don't mind that.
Look,
I don't know enough about 100 face, so I'm sitting this one out.
I mean, Shiki is obviously a big thing. She's in evocation shop.
I ain't catching. I ain't catching this.
I don't really see a reason to move her down. Like I get that people get annoyed by RNG on the second skill, and that can affect the damage a little bit. But if we're getting,
I kind of do like Shiki way above her though, so I think I would like to maybe see her a bit higher, even if it's not because the free the evocation.
Is there MP upgraded 100 face? It is, right?
Oh, yeah.
It should be. It is. Oh, of course. It is.
And it ramps up. So even if you miss the 30% arts, you're still going to be ramping up your damage, and you're going to be looping really easy.
Like the thing with Shiki is just like her kit is really bruh. Like her kit is honestly pretty whatever. But it still works. I don't know. I don't know.
This is why someone just said Ami Kevron should be EX because he can one shot every assassin. That's such a random comment. I love it though.
Wait, big brain idea.
Oh my
I don't think he can one shot every assassin though.
Yeah, I don't think so. Which makes it even funnier.
I don't know, have you seen him not one-shot every assassin?
Yeah, true. That's gotta amount to something, right?
And look at the damage for it. Damage difference, 100 personas.
It should be quite a big difference, right? If we don't count for too much, ramp up.
Okay, yeah, it is like.
Yeah, it's a big one, isn't
like,
it?
It is like
Because her MP is buffed as a 4-star. It's crazy. And there's I mean, she also ramps up with the defense down. Now that I think about it.
What, Shiki?
Yeah. So if we count the arts res down, then we should count that too. I think I think I might actually do it. That like put 100 personas in A.
I'd say it's still a lot easier to loop with 100.
It is easier to spam her, yes, but I think overall, I think I would just take Shiki over 100 personas every time.
Why can't I find these servants?
All right, here's the thing, right? I'll propose a trade. Okay, people.
Okay.
I don't actually know. I just try to spice it up.
Okay.
What if we trade Matahari?
You want Matahari in A+ instead? I mean, I can maybe do. Honestly, I'd be happier with them swapped, maybe.
Yeah, what if we trade Matahari for 100? Because like Matahari is a support that will always be useful.
Sure, you know what? Sure, I'll do it. I don't care. I'll do it, dude. I'll do it.
I don't know how crazy it is though.
I don't think it's that crazy.
Matahari.
Damn.
I'll do it. I mean, we did consider that too, right? So yeah, fine. Just do it at the same time. Trade. I take the trade offer.
Damn. All right.
I have a feeling there's going to be spicy comments regarding this list because people will just look at the last thing and they're like, Matahari A+ when they only do like Arjuna altar looping. It's like, whoa, this list is invalidated.
Yeah. Is Yume-Ren actually on the same tier as Scath Assassin?
Wait, who is?
Yume-Ren.
Oh, good shot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is she?
Do you think she's better, or is she worse?
I would
think
say she's
better,
a bit
right?
better. She has a more complete kit. Even if she's not a free MP5, she makes more sense.
I have free MP5 anti. I don't know. Honestly, I can't really defend Skog that much. I really like the buff.
I don't like her too much still.
Scotty.
Yume-Ren.
Scotty too.
Yume-Ren. I do think Yume-Ren is not nearly as bad.
Okay, I'll put good shot into B. Sure.
Okay.
But
sure, I'm okay with that.
You just made someone in my
one. I mean, there's a lot of people that
that's why I said that. To be fair.
All right, fair. I mean, it's not a bad argument. Okay. Anything else? Even the lower ones? Anything? What about Valks in S? You think that's legit?
It's just
we had them in EX last year, I think.
I mean,
yeah, but like, here's the thing for after like a year. I know I have a lot of anti-Earth servants, but it's the same thing with like right now I've been trying to do like free-to-play comps, like welfare plus 12-star only, and I still rarely bring them for DPSing. Like they really
I wouldn't bring them for DPSing, just for farming purposes. But they're good on farming though.
That's really it.
They really are just glued to Castoria, yeah. Which I mean, I don't know if that's a bad thing. Or not, but
considering how we can glue Castoria to things, assumptions,
I think it's a fair assumption.
Yeah,
they're Sieg but better, and Sieg was like A+ too, right?
Yeah, but like we don't cross compare it.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in there, like if we consider Sieg to be A+ tier, what he does, and they're like A+ what they do, and
I do think they're a bit better than Sieg. Yeah, they have anti-Earth. Like they're a Sieg with a whole ass anti-trade on top of it. So
yeah, way better kit.
I guess
I think we could do S honestly.
I guess for a lot of people they would be a lot more useful because like the thing with anti-Earth AOE's is like yes they're plentiful, but you know it's not realistic to expect.
Honestly, I'll put them in S tier. It's gonna bloat a little bit because there's 3 of them, but yeah, I think of it as 1.
The problem with
Valks is that like this is legitimately a theory I had when they came out because like I was like, why isn't more people using them?
Honestly, I'll do a thing here. I'm just gonna pull 2 of them off the list. Can I even do that anymore? I'm not even sure if I can pull them off. Oh shit, I can't pull them.
Oh damn, dude.
No, I got scammed. I can't pull them down. Fuck. Okay, so it looks worse when there's more of them, but it is what it is.
So my theory is so many people rolled for Summer Ibuki that even at MP1, Summer Ibuki might just outperform them. Like, maybe not against writers, but like against every other situation. Like, because like it is realistic to an extent to use Anti-Earth on neutral. But like even at MP1, Summer Ibuki probably outclasses them, and they're in the same event. They're both AoE arts,
I can fix this.
Loopers. So like
delete one of the tiers. Oh, I fixed it.
Big brain.
Oh,
so like,
wrong thing.
Do you need to like delete S?
No, I just deleted one row, and now we can move them down again, I think. Yo, Gigabrain!
I see.
Yo, look, I only had to delete Charlotte for a second. There you go. Damn. Yo, now it looks cleaner, and I choose Orlin because, you know, bias.
Yeah. So like, yeah, like, well, once again, like, I think the theory as to why not that many people use her is because a lot of them rolled for Summer Ibuki. Because like Summer Ibuki at MP1 probably still beats them on Anti-Earth. So like there's not that much incentive. Does she roll for Summer Ibuki.
I'm not sure at MP1, but MP2 probably.
Maybe not for damage, potentially, but like Summer Ibuki is more flexible with team build as well. So like, and of course Summer Ibuki.
But their refund is insane too. So and they easily leave Zerks. But yeah, I get what you're saying because of the battery and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Summer Ibuki loops Zerks easily as well. So like, it really depends on like. Yeah. Like it's there's too many anti-airs.
Although they have better damage against Zerks because of the 2.0 versus 1.5.
Oh, probably. Yeah. So like, here's the real issue with like anti-air. There's too many of them. Like they should just stop making. Like, why are there so many anti-airs?
True.
Like I don't understand. Like it like, you know, so many overlap as well. Koyan Kuku, AoE Buster, Foreigner.
I think I might keep him in S anyway, honestly. Because they're just really good at farming. Like, exceptional as a free servant.
My argument is not trying to bring them down. My argument is, like, why doesn't people... Like, she's... Despite, you know, being super good as a free looper, I don't actually see a lot of people talking about them. Which is kind of surprising.
They were mostly talked about after the launch, but they're still legit. they're just not talked about much.
So I really think maybe it is because of Ibuki. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but
no,
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Okay, so wait, Rat's sheet is without even as Berserker's without 1.5, right? Auto.
Oh yeah. Everything there is neutral.
Okay, so Berserker Ibuki at MP1 25045, Assassin Valk at MP5 is 24212. So like it obviously it you know depends on your team comp. It can be different.
I mean, you're never gonna have Ibuki at neutral, so she would stay at like 37.
But yeah, like they would beat MP1 Ibuki against Riders by a bit, but you know
they would beat her against Berserks too, right?
Oh yeah,
it's the same logic.
Yeah, same logic. Yep. Like I think they just got like overshadowed.
I mean, honestly, if you can beat the best arts looper in anything, even if she's not high number, I think that amounts to that's a testament to them, if anything. You know, like Ibuki is the ceiling. So if they can even match up to her in any capacity, yeah, obviously MP1, but yeah, still.
Rider by a massive margin, yeah, because if you multiply.
Like,
the more buffs you put into it, the bigger the difference.
Yeah, so I honestly think S is good. S is good. They're good. Anyway, okay. Anything else though, before we lock it in?
Yeah, I'm just saying like that's a potential reason, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. It's good to elaborate.
A couple of people are wanting Ushia, but I'm not really sold on it.
Well, Ushiwakamaru? She's already high there as is. I don't think she needs.
I mean, the anti-lawful with the MP upgrade is cool, but I feel like she's kind of lacking in many other things.
She's on the same tier as Gray.
So Locusta, I don't think Locusta is S. I think Locusta is very good, but Locusta.
I think I'm gonna keep her an A+.
Like Locusta performance is gonna seem better because most people bring her against Poison. Like, because obviously that's the coolest part of arguably the coolest part about her kit. So when you bring her against Poison, she's like better than SSRs.
I feel like people don't mostly bring her against Poison, but that is her best case scenario, though, like you said, yeah.
I just like most content, because like I don't really feel like a lot of people use her, which is weird, because
honestly, I've seen people use her, but maybe not so much for content creators. I do see people using her though.
I agree with that chat member. We should put Shooting back up there.
That's not a paid chat member at all.
I mean, sure. I don't
know who this is. They're not.
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't understand Shuten that much. Like, I do
Damn,
think the
that's
MP
tough.
Alright, then you accept that I know more, and my opinion matters more than yours about her. Let's go to A.
Sure, I mean, I'm fine with that.
Damn.
Like,
Yeah.
here's the MP upgrade. TY buff, 30 battery. Sure.
Okay, you know what? I can decide. Chat, what do you think? Shuten A or B+? Be honest. I'm actually asking chat. I can't believe it. Shuten A or B+?
Alright, I've seen more people say A. Yeah,
Okay,
lot of-
wow.
let's see.
Wow, that's a
Wow,
lot.
Okay,
that's
wow.
actually overwhelmingly A.
Shout out to the C+.
But
We'll go with that. Anyway, yeah, sure. I'll bump her into A. Fuck it, dude. I don't care. I was kind of on the fence about it, but sure, I'll do A. Yeah, sure.
MP upgrade this one.
You downgraded it to a C.
Higher than Ushi. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Ooh.
We should maybe consider maybe Cleo and Semiramis then, though, because they're now
Yeah.
a tier, full tier
Yeah.
below.
Yeah, I don't think they're full tier below.
Are both B+?
I mean, sure. Here's the thing with Kashin.
It's an easy fix.
Kashin doesn't have upgrade MP, so there you go. Get fucked.
Boom, there you go. Easy fix. I was-
See, you should have gotten an MP upgrade, within 6 months. Tough
Yeah.
luck, bro.
Did you just do the low tier god reference? You should put Phantom at C now. Is that why you wrote it like that? That's fucking hilarious, dude.
Honestly, like after we've sat through watching not one, not two, but 3 5-star AoE assassins that have RNG stun mechanics on their NP.
You know what? Fine. I'll put
true,
Phantom in C. I can't believe I actually put Phantom in. I'll do it. I did it, dude. I did it. Okay.
I succeeded.
I mean, utility piece. I certainly use them more than
Yeah, sure.
Nitocris, which is Sedge, but
Okay. I think I might lock it with this, honestly. I think we addressed the big things we were considering anyway.
yeah.
I think
like,
most
the
of
big
them are
things
just
like-
good where we, after the initial discussion.
Is
Yep.
this the highest Phantom has ever been on your tier?
I think it is. I think definitely, yeah. You messed with me, and this is the
I'm
result.
So proud of a man.
That's what happens
Alright.
Making it out of the
when
gutter.
he casts debuff resist down on you. There
But
you
yeah,
go.
there you go. There's the full thing visible. Obviously, I removed the 2 valves so the S tier doesn't look too bloated. But you can they're interchangeable. They're all the same. So there you flip and go, dude. There's the assassin tier list, locking it in. Oh yeah. Dude, there's gonna be I feel like a lot of these will be very hot takes in the comments section, but you know what? So be it. I'm okay. I feel good about this. I still feel good. So that's all that matters at the end of the day. Oh wow. I think this may be the shortest list. We'll see. I forgot how long the other ones were, but who knows?
It's about 6.5 hours long. That's
Yeah, give or take. So who knows? I forgot the duration, but
last
yeah.
one was 8 hours.
Yeah,
8 hours
definitely
long.
in comparison to that. But yeah, I might as well do the outro then. So there you go. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And if you can, of course, just press the thumbs up button. It really helps out. Even if you disagree with a lot of the placements, not everyone's going to have a one-to-one identical list anyway. So if you can at least appreciate the effort, that would be great. Keeps us motivated as well. Lets us know, you want to see more of this stuff in the future as well. So with that, frick dude, big shout out to my 2 awesome co-hosts of Plushie and Otto, of course, for doing this whole thing with me once again. So many weeks into this, still going strong. And their channels will obviously be in the description, so do check them out because they put out a lot of good content, if you like FGO, that is. Oh, and with that, we'll conclude this list. But yeah, subscribe as well to not miss out on the future ones. Now, I didn't even mention this to Plushie and Otto yet, but we have the big lotto on NA right now. So depending on how much I want to farm, we might have a break week next week because I'm probably going to farm a lot. I'll let you know like at least a few days in advance so you guys don't have to wake up too early for nothing. So we'll see. There could be a break week for tier lists, but who knows? Maybe there could be Berserkers. I don't know yet. I'll think about it.
I mean, I am pretty busy as well, so like I wouldn't mind it.
Okay. So we might honestly have a break week. We'll discuss about it. But yeah, don't worry. There will be the Berserker tier list still sooner than later, and then the extra class after that. Yeah. So don't worry about it too much. You will see those. We're not going to be gone for too long if we are going to be. So, and with that, I hope you guys watching have a great rest of your day wherever you're watching this, and yeah, hope to see you in the next one as well. Take care and bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.